to share.
Yeah. No
If
worries. Leah will do a proper introduction for the day. She has got
to
quite an event for us. So, DC. Yeah. No
if
worries. Leah will do a proper introduction for the
Oh, we
day.
can
She has
hear.
got. Uh-oh, why are we repeating? So, hold on. Oh, it's here we go. All right, gotcha. We'll do a
technical
proper introduction
technical difficulties.
for the
Um, if you're just joining us here, which people are joining right now, just tell us where you're from, and how did you hear about us? So if you even if you've already said where you're from, tell us, how did you come to us? Was it a friend? Did you have an experience? Did you YouTube? Well, there's a Gaia. That's awesome.
We sent an email.
Did you email? Okay, well, you got the email. Okay. Right. All right.
All right, it's 9:02. Should we I'm not seeing any admissions. Have you made me a host yet?
I thought I did, but let me do it again. You are now
Yeah.
co-host. There you go. There you go, Leah.
Got an
All
email.
right, I should
All
be
right, let
starting
me
to
get the
see-
record button pushed, Lee, before you get started.
Okay.
Gaia, Gaia, Gaia. Lots of new people from Gaia. If this is your first time actually seeing Bill and me and Leah face to face, let us know that too. That's always fun. A lot of you we've met in other classes, but a lot of you haven't met yet. You've just met us on Gaia, so
All right.
we
Sherry,
are
first
actively.
time. Welcome, Sherry. You're going to
All
learn.
right, are we ready?
Yeah, I believe we are ready, set, go.
Awesome. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to World Cognomovement Day 2025. Is this our third consecutive World Cognomovement Day or our fourth?
Our fourth. We started in 2020. During the middle of all of that mess, 2020 was our first World Cogno Day.
Oh, yeah. So, fourth consecutive. Wow. So, congratulations, you are here. Today is a day of discovery and transformation and possibility. So, whether you're here to experience Cognomovement for the first time or you've been on this journey with us before, today is all about you. Unlocking the potential within your mind, your body, and your nervous system. So this event wouldn't be possible without two extraordinary individuals, Liz Larson and Bill McKenna, the creators of Cognomovement. Liz and Bill's work goes far beyond traditional personal development. They've created a groundbreaking system that rewires the nervous system, clears emotional baggage, and empowers people to break through lifelong patterns to create a life they love and become who they truly are. Their passion and dedication have touched thousands of lives, and their mission is to make transformation accessible to everyone. So let's get started on an incredible day together. Welcome, Bill and Liz. Go ahead and take over.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Bill, what did you say about this day? You made a little ad. You said it was the...
Oh, it's the best day of your life that you just have no idea that it actually is yet. And the reason being is that this day could, for you, yield, if you do all the sessions, rewire your brain, your nervous system, so new parts of you come online, and with that, all new reality emerges. As Liz says, she has this really interesting thing that she figured out, and she asked people about their mood, their focus, their creativity, their reasoning, their sleep pattern, their relationships, all of these different things after a few weeks after a session. And when people come back to Liz, they would always say to her, hey, oh, so how'd it go? And I did the same thing, hey, how'd it go? Well, not really. Hey, you see anything different? Not really. Oh, and then
changed.
nothing changed. And then he starts asking him questions. Hey, so what's new in your life? And I love the story of this one story down in Australia. Remember the guy with the treehouse?
Yeah.
Tell
Yeah.
him the
Yeah.
story of the treehouse, Liv.
So this was really, really fun. It was a guy who I think the main reason he came in, he's a really good friend of our practitioner in Australia, Shelby Blake. He had a lot of pain in his body, and he was addicted to Coke. What was it, Bill? Coke.
Pepsi Max.
Pepsi Max. It's a kind of diet soda that has a chemical in it that hurts people. What are you laughing about, Leah?
That didn't sound right, but continue.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the diet soda that had an artificial sweetener in it that was really creating a lot of pain. Anyway, we did a mini session for him, and I think it was just online. It was on a free Cogno hour. Yeah. And then the next time we did Cogno hour, a few weeks later, he came back and, everything's the same. He's fine. Maybe a little less pain. Then we dug in a little deeper, like, did you create anything? I mean, that's a big thing that happens after these sessions. And what happened for you guys too is creativity really kicks up. And people tend to like reorganize their house, paint their house. I had a woman in her late 70s who literally painted the whole inside of her house and rearranged the furniture in a few days after a session. Anyway, he said, oh, nothing happened. But, I did, on the creativity side, I did, there was this tree house or playhouse or something that he wanted to do. And he'd been wanting to work on it for 5 years. And yeah, right, 5 or 10 years.
Ridiculous. He'd been planning it out meticulously for years. Not like, hey, I kind of want to do it. No, this is years of planning. Go ahead. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, he got the whole thing done in a weekend.
Well, but he redesigned it.
Yeah, redesigned it.
He scrapped his idea. Years of planning. He's like, no, wrong. Redesigned it and built it. He said he was really sore. I'm really sore. I worked so hard.
Yeah, and the thing that was amazing about this story is he had been in so much pain for so many years that it wasn't really possible, and his mind was clouded by pain. And so it had never even occurred to him that all of a sudden he had all the energy to rebuild a whole playhouse in a weekend or a treehouse, whatever it was. And he laughed at himself. He thought it was funny. Some of you guys may have been there. Some of the OG Cognomovementers were there and remember this story. But this happens to so many people that things have changed in their life, but it seems like a new reality so much. It seems like they never had the problem in the first place, that you just sort of just move forward in your life, which is what I love about this modality so much. People will ask me, do I have to have a dark night of the soul? Or do I have to, have some dramatic exit of this problem in my life? And the answer is no, because the nervous system is so smart that it just deletes the program when you give it the right inputs. And that's what we're going to do today. So another reason that today is our best day ever, Bill's and mine and Leah's, is that we get to showcase our incredible practitioners from all over the world. Bill and I will kind of be here, asking some questions and just chatting with our practitioners, but they are the star of this show. They're going to come on and do a session every hour on all kinds of amazing and diverse topics. And Bill and I, we just have noon, and we are going to talk about aging and brain health and what Cognomovement can do for that. It's one of those things that might sound dry on the surface, but once you hear what it has to do, what your eye movement has to do with your brain aging, you're going to want to hear this. So, Leah, what is the lineup today? Will you tell everybody? We just lost you.
She'll be back.
Here I am. Sorry. So we are going to be starting off with our beautiful Sandy Nathan, and then we are going to have our practitioners Coral and Katie at 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. We're going to have some stories in between, and then 12 p.m. we're going to have a session with Bill and Liz. We'll 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and 3 p.m. we'll have sessions from Miriam Colby and Angelica, also wonderful practitioners. And I will be talking a little bit about them and introducing them right before we get started with their sessions. So one thing that I want to say while we're here is if you have questions, please put them in the chat. I will do my very best to get to them. I will make sure that we save them during and after the session so we can talk about them and answer them for you. If you have any questions about the sessions too, please feel free to ask. This is the time and the place to get your questions answered. So yeah, we've got about 15 minutes till we start with our beautiful Sandra. So yeah, there you go.
Well, let's start, Bill, with there are people here who have probably seen us on Gaia, maybe for the very first time, but really don't know where we come from and where Cognomovement comes from. So let's do a real, just short intro to that. Let's start here. Bill and I met sort of in a way by accident because of the very first Gaia episode that Bill did. It has been 8 or 10 years ago now, Bill? How long?
Yeah, I think it's about 10 years or so.
Yeah. So my friend and I were bringing people to Ashland, Oregon to speak, and I saw Bill do this episode on Gaia about how to heal people with water. And it was really very, very simple and straightforward, and I really loved that. So I thought, okay, well, let's invite Bill McKenna to come. So I reached out, never reached out to anybody else like that before or after. I had been working as an NLP practitioner, a master NLP practitioner back then. And my friend and I had a healer circle. And we thought, if we could bring people together and just help people have basic information. It really wasn't about back then, healing people or a single modality. It was really about offering people information, letting them ask the burning questions that they had. So I thought Bill might be great. And so I reached out to Bill and said, hey, do you want to come to Ashland? And then what happened, Bill?
Oh wow. Well, we started with that first seminar, and then basically there was such a great creative energy and exchange of ideas, back and forth, from then on. And there was a initial, which many people have heard that story. I don't know if we want to go into that or not, Liz, but there was an initial experiment of Cognomovement, which yielded an unbelievable result, changed somebody's life, and from there we just continued to expand, and we thought, I mean, Liz and myself, at least, you know what, I've never asked Liz this question, but this is a good place to ask. For me, I thought, oh my gosh, this is it. This doing the ball and left, right, that's it. My gosh, because we were getting unbelievable results. People with craving was going away. Like that guy with Pepsi Max earlier, the craving went away. You can actually see it if you Cognomovement Pepsi Max, on YouTube. You can see that. But I mean, and then other people with traumas and different things. I thought it was the end. Like, well, we've done it. Close an office, no more. But the thing that happened is the thing I think that keeps us both so engaged is like week after week, there's more information, more understanding, better, faster, what it can be applied to. It's mind-blowing and hard to keep up with.
Yeah, in the very, 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 very beginning, again, I was working as an NLP practitioner, which a lot of that, there are ideas of that infused in this work, because in NLP, the tradition is neuro-linguistic programming. The tradition is that you use what works to actually create fast change. And it's intended to be lasting. The problem was, for myself, it wasn't as lasting as I wanted it to be. That was a problem. So when Bill first said, I'm doing this left right thing, low to high, got these amazing, amazing results, but I'm not exactly 100% sure what's happening. Well, when he showed it to me, I said, "Oh, that's a remap. That's a brain remap." But the time I thought, oh, it's relatively simplistic. I've got a lot of other tools, and I didn't use it in my practice immediately. But there came a point where Bill was talking about, sharing it with other people. So I said, let me put together some protocols for it. So I started using it in my own practice. And what I noticed was that people got change and it stuck. The only problem was it took a little too long for me. In one pass was like 15 minutes, and I'm incredibly impatient. So I thought, okay, what if I could add this to it? So we added this low to high to it. I knew that if we could move through the body's own natural system, kinesthetic, neutrality, ideas, and inspiration, that we could likely move it along. So that was the next thing we tried. And I got it down to being able to change someone's feeling on a topic in 45 seconds. And then I'm like, we got something. This is something, right? So this started our tradition. And what we do is, hey, I just tried this. Give it a try. And then back and forth, trying it on clients. And it evolves from there. And this is the massively exciting thing about this. That continues to today. We will engineer some way to access the nervous system in a faster way, in a greater way, affecting a greater change, affecting a faster change to the body, to the mind, to the consciousness. And then we back it up with what is the neuroscience. And as it turns out, there is always neuroscience that proves it out. What's different about what we're doing is people just haven't put them all together like we have. And thank God I'm an options oriented person. I like all the options. So we keep looking. And so back and forth, there'll be a discovery, Bill, and then I, and then Bill, and then I. And then when we added practitioners, they started making discoveries. So this is in the truest form of neurolinguistic programming. It uses what works. And what keeps Bill and I going, and I think our practitioners going all the time, is what else is possible. I think, Bill, and don't you, that this is our singular underlying question. What else is possible? Don't you think?
Well, yeah, it's it's a mindset, it's a lived experience, and with that, we're not bound by, oh my gosh, I cannot tell you. There's a bunch of things we cannot say here on this broadcast. But what I can tell you is, ignorance in a way is bliss, because there are things that should not be possible become possible because we didn't know it was impossible. And so these type of things are literally weekly. And the other thing I love about it is, and this is I kind of a little bit funny, is that there'll be a discovery of something that works, and it's like, holy cow, this works. And then click 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 click, is there any science behind peripheral vision and your blah blah blah? And it's all of a sudden, oh, Hopkins, Harvard, it's like there's some sort of piece of it that they've tapped into. But anyway, you can see why this is such a joy for us to do. It's such a blast.
Yeah, let's talk about miracles for a second. So, we're talking about the foundations and how we met and how it got discovered. Leah and I, unfortunately, before all this happened, had a pretty horrific series of years where we took care of my parents, Leah's grandparents, that had neurological disorders, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And it kind of shows you, like, as a healer, if any of you are here who really know you're a healer but aren't doing it yet, you know you've been through things in your life that are setting you up and heading that direction, and you learn what you need to know. And sometimes it's a physical experience you have yourself or something you have helped someone else through. So my parents had neurological disorders. So for 7 years, I did read everything I could, listened to everything I could, dug into everything I could about neurology. I know more about neurology than I should, and I'm not a neurologist, I'm not a doctor, and I rarely play one on TV. But I learned everything I could because I wanted to help save their lives. And during that time, the thing I wished for every day that I was manifesting every day, reaching out for the universe, was could I experience a miracle? I wanted to experience a miracle. And what I was talking about back then is that I wanted a cure for my parents. I really did. And at the end of their lives is when we found, towards the end of their lives is when all of this started coming together and Cognomovement formed. And we didn't have what we needed then to heal them, but they taught us so much about neurology. So I know that's a terrible downer story, but here's the upside of it. I wanted to be a part of miracles so badly that I manifested it multiple times a day. I put it out in the universe. Now, here's what you need to know. When you put it out there, it's always out there. You just have to be in the vicinity for it to come back, meaning you have to kind of be in alignment with it, or not kind of, but really be. When Cognomovement came along, we get to witness miracles every day. Every day. A few years ago, Bill, remember the joke, "Where's my miracle today?"
Oh,
We
yeah.
we're like, "Oh, we haven't had a miracle in a day or two." But this really piggybacks on the idea of possibility. Because we now expect it, we know what has been impossible becomes possible. We're open to it. We're aligned with it. And we and our practitioners and people using Cognomovement get to have this experience of being a witness to miracles, right, Bill? Isn't it the most amazing thing?
Well, I think it's, I can just, it's hard to um, relay this because it, when you experience helping somebody make a change with something that is a fundamental problem in their life and shift out of it where they couldn't find a solution, they're stuck, it's impacting finances, relationships, all these different things that all these aspects of life are all connected to this big problem. And to see it like that transform, the joy will bring you to tears, and there are tears of joy. And I cannot tell you, it's almost like a drug. I don't. What I mean by this is, like, me and Liz talk about this, like, you know, working for 8, 10 hours, and at the end of it, you're energized, like, whoa, I gotta calm down. It's like you could keep going and keep going because it it actually brings energy. And I heard somebody recently say, which kind of put the light bulb on. They say when you're on your life purpose and you're doing the very thing that you came here for, what will happen is you will experience that. You will be able to do it 8, 10 hours and be like, more please, or I'm going to have a hard time going to sleep because I'm excited for the next day and what's possible. It is, so anyway, it is incredibly fun, and I'm sure you're going to see that from the practitioners today. They get to experience this. It's the most joyful thing I've ever done in my life. I I I worked very, very hard making money at things I didn't want to do, and I thought that was reality. That was my reality, you know. That's all that was possible. But this is a different reality, and it's something that's available.
Well, and that is the thing, like what we discovered so early on. I mean, the very first Cogno session that Bill did, his friend was the victim and he tried it out. His reality changed very, very, very quickly. I want to address this. We just have 4 minutes before our dear Sandy comes on and starts our first session for the day. But somebody said here, and I don't know your name because it says the name of your computer. It's a Dell computer. I always wanted to be a healer, but I just didn't exactly know how. I'm paraphrasing. And I'm with you on that. I was born this way. People, as a small child, and I know it sounds really stupid, but at 5 years old, people would ask me questions I had no business knowing. Grown-ups would ask me questions. Somehow I knew the answer. But I had studied so many healing modalities. I kind of knew that's who I was supposed to be, but was really, really avoiding it because nothing seemed authentic enough for me. Nothing seemed to work enough, often enough that I could say it was really could create healing. Bill and I wanted something that was repeatable and that helped people and that they could do for themselves and create real change now. And it would last. And it wasn't something that you were wishing for. It wasn't something that I had to give my energy to someone else for. It was these really functional things that just went along with how the body actually works. Like a key, as somebody said the other day, and I can't remember who it was, a back door. It was Dana, our practitioner, Dana in Maine. It's a back door into the nervous system. It's a hack directly into that subconscious. And then the nervous system handles everything. It handles how we take in information and then how we react to that information. And so it shapes our reality. It tells us the meaning of everything through sensation. And that sensation sends a signal to the brain, and our brain interprets the sensation. It's not the other way around. So, what we discovered so early on, especially with Bill's friend, once this overwhelming sensation that your mind and consciousness believes is the truth of reality, once that is completely collapsed, the reality changes right along with it. And that's what looks like a miracle. That's what opens up a new timeline, a new reality for the person experiencing it. And a lot of times they don't even remember what happened before. They're like, well, it has nothing to do with me. I'm on to the next thing. So it's all these little things that create what feels like constant miracles. And I know we have 1 minute, Leah. I want to say this, piggyback on what Bill said, that it allows you to become who you really are, who you came to this planet to be. And for myself personally, and I know you guys have heard me say this a million times, for me personally, Cognomovement, when I do my daily sessions, and I do, if I do it 7 days in a row, on day 7, I'm more of who I really am. I'm more powerful, I'm more authentic, and I know I'm on mission for what I came to this planet to do. And I have to tell you guys, it is an incredible, incredible feeling. All right. Meet us back again later at noon. Bill and I will talk about this more, but I'm going to hand it back to Leah because it's time for our first session.
All right. Wow, we're getting a lot of people joining today.
Okay, I'll handle that, Lee. Go ahead and introduce.
Okay, so our first session is led by the amazing Sandy Nathan. Sandy is a transformational coach, an advanced level 2 Cognomovement practitioner, and an expert in holistic therapies. She's based in London, and she brings years of experience in counseling, psychotherapy, and energy healing to her work, helping her clients create deep and lasting transformation. In her session, Start Your Day the Cogno Way, Sandy is going to introduce you to the basics of Cognomovement. So whether you're brand new to this work or you're looking for a refreshing way to start your day, this session is for you. You can work with Sandy as a practitioner. And I will put her contact information in the chat, or you can find her on our Find a Practitioner page. All right, Sandy, I'm going to find you and we'll take it away. There you are. Hi.
Hi. I'm really happy to be here. Leah, you've got the video I sent you, haven't you, for my session?
Yes. Yeah.
So,
are you wanting me to play that one?
yeah, and we can, yeah, I thought if you wanted to chat and then we can just play that video. But what I would like to say to everyone who's new to Cognomovement, everything that Bill and Liz have said, it's all true. It might seem unrealistic. You cannot achieve those results, but honestly, it is amazing. What Cognomovement is amazing. It's a joyful, miraculous, wonderful, wonderful modality. I've been helping people for over 20 years. As Leah said, I'm very experienced and I've never come across anything like Cognomovement. I'm so passionate about it, get amazing results with it. I recommend it to whoever for anything at all. It seems to work on absolutely anything and everything. So I would thoroughly recommend it. And if you ever get the chance to go to Cognoconscious and you're ready for that, you go. That's really life-changing as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and let's see.
Sandy's session today is about doing the daily session first thing in the morning, right? Like waking up with Cognomovement. Is that true, Sandy?
Yes, you can do it first thing in the morning. I've made it really brief, a very simple session that anyone can just adapt to their own needs. And you can use it as many times a day as you want. It's really short. So if you've only got 10 minutes, you can do that. I think the introduction is about 10 minutes telling you how to set yourself up, but the actual session is actually really short. So you can do it as many times a day as you want. And really, you will see the change that happens within yourself over the period of time.
All right. Do they need anything special to get started?
No, well, if you've got a Cogno ball, that's ideal. But for people who haven't got anything as yet, they can use any object to focus on. It's just something they need to use to focus their vision on with.
Perfect.
All right, everybody grab your Cogno ball or a pen or something you can use and we'll get started.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sandra Nathan, and I'm a level 2 Cognomovement practitioner, and I'm based in London. What I'd like for us to do today is just a small, short session. I call it Starting Your Day the Cognomovement Way. And it's really a combination of gratitude and affirmation and Cognomovement. So it's kind of like programming yourself for the day ahead. I would suggest you do this every day if you can, as often as you want. You can do it as many times a day as you want. All it does is work for the positive. Okay, so for those of you who have a ball, this is my Cognomovement ball, and so I would use that. And for those of you who don't, just use any object that you have that will be a point of focus for you. So what we're actually going to be going to do is working ourselves from the lowest point of the body, and I will tell you when to move up. So we start off at the root chakra, then the sacral chakra, which is the belly button area, then the solar plexus just under the bust, then the heart chakra, and then the throat chakra, and then the eyes. And then we'll be going over the head, tick-tocking over the head like that. Once we've done that, we'll be doing what's called an infinity, which is a sideways figure 8. Okay, like that. So what we're doing at all times is following the ball or your object with your eyes. That's the main thing. It's about all the different eye movements. What we're doing here is that we are sending information from one hemisphere of the brain to the other. And so we're just letting all parts of our brain see what it's like with regard to this affirmation. Okay, so let's go. So what I want you to do first of all, just close your eyes and just think of someone or something or some place, something that you love unconditionally. It could be a pet, it could be a painting, it could be a place, it could even be your morning cup of tea or coffee that you're so grateful for. So it's all about something that you appreciate and are grateful for in your life. But when you think of that, I want you to think of the sensation you get in your body. Just feel what it's like when you think of that lovely thing in your life. What does it feel like in your body? Can you get a sensation in your body associated with that feeling of appreciation and gratitude and unconditional love, if that's what you have? Now I can, because I have been practicing this for a while, but I would suggest that you take the time to find that, something that you're grateful for, that you appreciate, and feel it in your body. That's lovely. I can feel mine, and it feels just like a smile that's going through me. When you've got that, I would suggest take 3 nice long deep breaths, and with each breath that you take in, see if you can expand that sensation, make it feel really good. So I'm going to do that now, and I'm going to try and make that smile bigger, that lovely sensation in my body of appreciation and gratitude. And again, it's lovely. And again, and I just feel my whole body is just one big smile. Or ball at the lowest point, and your head facing forward and level. I want you to really stretch your eyes as you move the ball or object from side to side, and follow the ball or object, and repeat after me the affirmation I'm going to use. Now you can change the affirmation to suit yourself, but I've just made it something that's really simple and will be general for most people, but feel free to change it and adapt it to your very needs. Okay, so with the ball at its lowest point, my head's level and facing forward, I'm just following the ball with my eyeballs. It's just an exercise for your eyeballs really. And holding on to that wonderful sensation that you have in your body. You may not have that yet, but that's fine. With practice you will get it. Repeat after me. I am so grateful that today and every day my life is better and better and better in every way. Now move up to the belly button area, exactly the same thing, head forward and level, just the eyeballs are being exercised as you move the ball or object from side to side, and you're following it at all times, and saying, I am so grateful that today and every day my life is better and better and better in every way. That's great, you're doing well. Now up to solar plexus level, we're going to do exactly the same thing. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. That's great. Now move up to heart level, doing exactly the same thing. Your head is level and facing forward. It's just the eyeballs that are moving. And say, every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. Now move up to throat level and do exactly the same thing. And move the ball as slowly as you need to as you are following it. I find that as it gets closer to my head, I tend to move it slower, just so my focus is better. And say, every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better. And now we move up to eye level, exactly the same thing again. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. And now we're going to tick-tock over the head. So I just tend to do it like this. So it's really moving the ball from one ear to the other ear. So with the eyeballs, just following the ball. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. Now lift the ball above your head and look at it as you move the ball down, and then close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in. That's lovely. Just rest your eyes for a moment. And we're going to go straight into the infinity. As I said, it's a figure 8 on its side. Okay, so with the ball about shoulder level and about a hand's width away from your face, with your head facing forward and level, again, what you're trying to do is stretch your eyeballs. Okay, and keep the ball within view. You want it to feel as though it's being stretched, but not too uncomfortable. Okay. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. That's great, you're doing really well. Now with your head facing forward again and eyes looking forward, I want you to move the ball or object to the side of you, kind of like to your chest level, and just see if you can keep that ball in focus as you move it up and down, as you say, every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. And now hold the ball at chest level and move it from one side to the other, as you say, every day, all the time you're following the ball with your eyes, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. Now we're going to go up the other side. Again, your head is facing forward and level, just exercising the eyeballs. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. And now we're just going to move it across the top. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. Now look at the ball as you bring it down and close your eyes. And just rest for a moment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to imagine there's a figure 8 drawn on the floor. And we're going to walk that figure 8. And as you do so, I like to tap on my body, just get the energies moving around as I say the same affirmation. So I'm going to do it now and you can follow with me. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better. Now the next time you do it, with your head facing forward, I just want your eyeballs to be looking down towards the floor as you do another figure 8. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better. And the next time you do it, you're looking straight ahead, as though you're looking into the room for the first time. As you say, every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. And now the last time, we're going to have the eyeballs towards the ceiling as we do exactly the same thing, walking that figure 8, saying the same affirmation. Every day, in every way, my life is better and better and better in every way. And I'll do a few of these knock on the door of life type movements and just stretch, really stretch. Oh, that's lovely. And I pull my shoulders up to my ears and just drop them down like that. Do that 3 times. I find that really quite helpful. That's lovely. And then turn your head to one side and do a nice big yawn. Oh. And then to the other side, do another big yawn. I find by doing the stretching my ears, my shoulders up to my ears, it kind of like promotes that yawning sensation for me. And that's it. That's all morning routine is. You can change it, as I said, to suit your needs. You can use whatever affirmation you want. I like to incorporate the gratitude as well as the affirmation, as well as programming my brain for the day. Good luck, and try and do this every day. You'd be amazed what a difference it makes to your life. And thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Sandy. I am trying to see how much time do we have left? 9:47.
Yeah, we have
got
a
couple
few
minutes.
If anyone's got any questions to ask, I'm quite happy to answer.
So I have a question, Sandy. It's Liz.
Sure.
You're spotlighted, Leah.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay. So is this something that you do every day? And if so, what have you noticed changed for yourself by doing it?
Well, every day, every day, just things seem to go my way. Generally things go my way. I would say that's just what it is. Even if obstacles come my way, nothing really perturbs me. Since I started doing Cogno, let's have a look. Since I started, start my video.
Yeah.
Can you see me? Yeah.
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Since I started doing Cogno, everything just changed for me, it's really strange. Like my default position now is one of joy. Yes, I get angry, I get sad, I get all those other feelings as well. But my default position is one of joy, and I seem to know myself better. Things don't disturb me the way they did, as they normally would for most people, You just have a different way of being. It's really transformative. Cognomovement is really transformative, and it is joyful. It's the things that happen in sessions are, one would think they're miraculous, except you think a miracle is something that's not repeatable. But these things are repeatable with Cognomovement. It's just Bill and Liz have come up with these amazing formulas, putting things together that work.
So let me ask you something, Sandy. Did you were you a person who used affirmations or mantras before?
I've been, through different periods of my life, I've used all sorts of different things, but nothing. And if you use that on its own, it's not quite the same thing. Whereas when you're using an affirmation, when you're doing Cogno, you're kind of like getting into your subconscious mind, aren't you, as you're doing it, as you're moving the ball from side to side. And so I think it's much deeper and it gets in much faster. But the reason I incorporated the gratitude as well as an affirmation, because I know lots of people are into affirmations, and I myself love doing a gratitude list, and I do one every day. So that's why I thought most people would know about those things, so I could incorporate that into the Cognomovement session.
Well, I just find it interesting for myself about affirmations. I always hated them because I would feel my nervous system kick back. Like, it's not true. It's not true. Like, oh, I'm feeling happy today. When I am so cranky, I want to pinch myself, right? So
Yeah.
I loved that you did this morning with a mantra or an affirmation, because I believe this is the way to do it. Do you find that it changes the way your nervous system receives the affirmation or mantra?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I have been doing Cogno for a while now, right? This is my 3rd year doing Cogno. And I just love doing it. I love doing the action, the movement of Cogno and the affirmation, whatever that may be on the day. Yeah, I just love it, and it just sets me up for the day. It really does set me up for the day. The day just the day seems more complete, and things seem to go my way more so when I do that. Most definitely. It's kind of like raises your level of being for the day. That's the only way I can explain it really. And yeah, the day is just good. It's a good day. And I'm sure if people do this daily, say for a week, I'm sure they'll notice a difference in their lives.
We saw we had another question on here.
Yeah, one of the question was any tips on how to feel it with authenticity?
The affirmation.
Yeah. So as I said, if you can just think of something that you really, with authenticity, if you just think of something that you really care about, something that you really love, and try and feel that sensation in your body. That's what I would do. And with affirmations also, I think it's quite good to stress the important word that you want in it. So, put passion into that word that you're saying, my life is better and better and better, as opposed to saying my life is better and better and better. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Bill, would you share maybe the reason that the nervous system accepts it? Like, why does low to high, left, right, low to high, why does that allow the nervous system to accept the mantra or the affirmation?
This is a really important thing. Uh, the nervous system is the subconscious. That's the first thing. Everybody here has heard, 95% of my life is controlled by my subconscious. And as Liz says, where's that subconscious? Everybody, it's like nebulous. You can't grab it. But we now know that your subconscious is your nervous system. It is a feeling, and that's how it controls our lives. I get a feeling, I think a thought equal to it, and then I act that way. Well, why the nervous system can begin to accept this idea of my life is better and better, you know, just this one concept is because there's going to be certain places that I can really feel it. You know, there's going to be an eye position where it's like, yes, it is. You know what? It is better and better. And then there's a position where, well, not so much. There are different parts of our brain. Everywhere we look is a different part of our brain. So by feeling it and moving it through different parts of our brain, we're giving a look from different perspectives. And what happens is that that rewires our brain so that this becomes the new you. And Sandra is just an absolute prime example. Sandra, can you tell people like your mindset, your framework before Cogno? Now you've been at it, 3 years. What your feeling, I would call it your level set or your default of the feeling you had versus, before, and you had done a lot of things before,
Yeah.
you're not shortage, not short on effort here.
Yeah.
This woman lives healing. She's trained in everything professionally and alternatively. I mean, the list goes, keep the list scrolling. But tell us, what was the default before, and what's the default today?
Well, my default position today is one of joy. I know that. There is this joyous fountain within myself. Prior to Cogno, I would just say, just like any average person. Any average person. I'd get knocked down by life, whatever bad things came my way, knock me over, and I'd struggle and get up eventually. Now, things don't knock me down that way. No matter how bad a situation is, somehow there's this joyous center within myself of possibility. And also what happens is when you use a cogno ball, as you're moving the ball from left to right, if you're stressed about something, what happens is it's calming down your limbic system. So you're no longer in that state of fight or flight. And it's passing information from one side of the brain to the other about that particular issue. And what happens is each side of your brain has got a different opinion on that issue. And it brings you to a place of balance, of neutrality. So that thing that was once fearful for you, that irrational fear, is no longer fearful. It's just, in fact, in a place of neutrality. And you get new ideas and inspirations as well as you're exploring different parts of your brain about that particular issue. So yes, I am a different person today. I know that for a fact. My core is different to what it was before. Before, I was just like any other person, I would say, really. I had a lot of tools in my toolbox, and I used them all. But no, this is different. It's a different kind of level of consciousness. I don't know how really to explain it, but it is different. It's a different place of being.
Well, I think an easy explanation is, for everybody out there is, what do you think would happen if you had more connectivity in your brain? If more of your brain firing and wiring, the wiring was to new and different parts where information would travel to other parts of your brain. What do you think might happen? Well, basically all these things, people, that we find. I always like the example. There's this, because I think we can all relate to it. But people that we consider like not very bright, they have one thing in common. They can't change their mind. They're not flexible. The people, you can face them with evidence of whatever, or it's good for you, whatever be the case, but they can't change their mind. And the reason that they can't change their mind is because they have a feeling and a certain circuit in their brain that's not firing. This allows us to fire a different circuit. Oh, wait a second. Oh, maybe that is good for me. I thought drinking Pepsi Max was the best thing for me, but actually, maybe not. Maybe not. And so anyway, this is very much a very real phenomenon, and it's rooted in neuroscience, and it's something that really anybody can do. And it translates to a much better quality of life. I love the story of Sandra, because she's a normal, healthy person, but she's living in an elevated state now. Can you imagine your life like as a default of joy? That's one of the things I love seeing Sandra every year at Cognoscience, which is, by the way, coming up here in September. But I love seeing her every year, because just being around her, you can feel the joy, and it's authentic. It's not like, well, I'm a spiritual, or no, it's real. So anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Sandra, and thank you so much for sharing.
Hey, before we go, I know we're right at the top of the hour and we need to move on, but there's an amazing interview on the UK Health Radio Network with Sandra Nathan about a study that she did recently. And go to the UK Health Radio Network and New Life Perspectives radio show, and you can hear Sandy. Also, you can find Sandy on the Cognomovement website at Find a Practitioner, and Sandy is in the London area. Thank you so much, Sandy. That was beautiful.
I have also put her link to book her on her website as well. Did you like how I kind of like snuck up there a little bit, very sneakily, to get myself up here? Okay. So
thanks, Liz and Leah. It's been good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sandy. So this upcoming hour is very, very, very packed. So I want to get into it. We are going to have Coral come up, and then at 10:30 we're going to have Rebecca come on and tell her story, and then at 10:45 we're going to have Angelica come on and tell her story. So before we get started with that, if today's session inspired you to dive deeper, I have really, really exciting news. We are hosting practitioner training in London this year. So for those of you in Europe or nearby, this is your opportunity to train live with Liz and Bill without needing to travel to the US. The practitioner program isn't just for those who want to work with clients, it's also for anyone seeking deep personal transformation and mastery of Cognomovement techniques. So we don't want you to miss this chance to take your journey to the next level. So visit cognomovement.com/become the change to learn more and apply to join the program. You're definitely not going to want to miss our London training. So up next we have Coral. She is a level 2 Cognomovement practitioner and a really amazing, awesome one. She is a health coach and somatic activated healer. Coral's passion is helping people reconnect with their bodies and emotions to release blocks and create balance. In her session Work Towards Your Goals, Coral is going to guide you to align your mind and body with your goals so you can achieve them with clarity and focus. So I am going to work to unmute Coral as fast as I can, and we'll get her to start her session.
Hello, thank you so much, Leah, Bill, Liz, and Sandra for that beautiful session. I love the mantra. These words that we speak all have charges, and if you're speaking those words, your life has to get better. So anyhow, so thank you so much. I don't know, do you want me to dive right in, or what's the protocol here?
Yeah, absolutely. If you have any intro you want to say, or if you're just ready to dive in, you're good to go.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the introduction so much. And I do specialize in family stuff, so healing families with teens and adults. I have teens myself. And the goal setting today for me, each year there's a theme, it seems, with Cognomovement. I've been doing this since 2019. And last year was opening my heart, and boy, boy did it ever. And it's the most beautiful, beautiful thing that is, you can't even imagine. I couldn't have imagined how much our hearts can open, thinking that my heart was already open, and there's more it never ends. But this year, I am focusing on, like, I'm running a Ragnar race. And it's the first time in my life I'm ever running a distance race. I've ran short, fast races, relays and things, but never a distance. And in my life, I never really set goals. People are like, what are your goals? I'm like, I don't know. I want to be a millionaire, or something, like, just not anything really that I said, yeah, I'm going for that. But really what it was is my nervous system wasn't aligned enough to even have the vision that I could have goals. And it's Cognomovement with goals. I mean, everything we do in life is a goal, essentially. Like if you just want to, someone in the chat is putting work through traumas or work on traumas. That's a goal, right? You just want to work towards something that is better than where you're at now. And you know that there's a truth of you, like becoming your whole self, as Liz was saying, it's the real you. You just know that. But with goals, it gives us a different view of the world. For me, it's empowering me to push through my own stuff, for lack of a better, I was going to say something else, but to push through my own barriers. And doing that, I mean, we already know we're unlimited, right? We get in this, yeah, the energy's this, but when we bring this body into pushing through challenges and the mind and all of that together with Cognomovement, you really do feel a different level of this life. And there's so much more available. So that's why I'm focusing on goals. And goals can be a massive goal, and it's going to take you years to get to. Or goals can be, today I want to complete a homework assignment for high school. Whatever the goal is, there's little parts that go to it. And Cognomovement can be used so amazingly to find if there is actually resistance to whatever step it is to take that you're focused on, or that you don't even know you need to take. You're just like, I want to finish this homework assignment, and you're like, but it's 60 pages. So you just focus on the goal itself, on what your end result would be, and the body will bring up, the nervous system will show you what your resistance or what it is that it is for you to do the next step. And even when you have a goal that isn't, that's going to take a while to get to, as soon as you start catalyzing yourself towards that, the next thing comes up for you. Your subconscious knows at all times what is going on. And if you're setting yourself in motion for something, it's going to bring you the gift of what you need to do next, or the next challenge for you. So with all of that said, we're going to do a simple Cognomovement today on a goal you would like to achieve. And it can be just a want, or it could be something in your imagination. You're like, that'd be pretty cool. Pick anything you want, and we're going to do Cognomovement on that, and then you will see what happens. And the best thing about this is, or what the biggest advice I can give is, let go of expectations. Because two things: one, then we're looking for either did it work or didn't work, but two, sometimes our expectations actually limit us. So you want to let that open. And so whatever your goal is, maybe it's a simple thing, maybe it's massive, but either way, it can always open up to be something you could never even have dreamed of. So today, whatever it is, I'll take a little bit, and let's just settle into the bodies. I know I need to as myself. And so first, if you can, just feel your feet. If you're sitting, feel how they are, bringing yourself into the body. Maybe perhaps feel your hands. Are they warm? Are they cool? Notice your rate of breathing. Is it shallow? Is it deep? Just bringing yourself into the body so we can feel. And then if you don't have a goal, think of something that it could be fantastic, like way out there, or think of some task that you're working on that you would like to complete, and that's that. And if you have a goal, think of that right now. And then if you will, you're going to lower your gaze. So you're looking down like you're trying to look at your shirt, and drop even further into your feeling, sensation, emotion in your body. And think about this goal that you would like to accomplish either today or in the long run. Notice if there is a sensation or some sort of thing in the body that wasn't there, and then now you notice. Numbness or a void is also a feeling. So if you feel nothing around your goal, stick with me. Keep going, and you're just do the work anyhow. You're going to take an object or your Cognomovement ball, and we're going to do a full body infinity first. And that is, you're going to keep your head straight, and you're going to use your object, and you're going to move it as if you're drawing an infinity around, or you're drawing a figure 8 or an 8, following the ball as you move it. Go very, very slow, or whatever object you're using. And begin to tell the story of this goal or task. Just from the beginning to now, or what you would like it to be. Begin to tell the story of this goal. Letting the eyes stretch and reach for the ball, keeping your head straight and moving it like an 8 in front of your body. And what is your why? Why are you focusing on this task or goal or thing that you're working towards? And when it has happened, what will it look like or feel like? What will it look like or feel like? Go ahead and pause the ball low with your eyes looking down. Think about your task or goal and feel again if the sensation is the same or if it's changing. And just relax into it. Let it be what it is. Take your ball or object and begin to move it with both hands touching side to side and call out the first aspect of your object or ball that you see. And feel the sensation or emotion associated with this task or goal. Move up to the belly button line. As if you were sitting on a park bench next to this sensation or this feeling in your body. What are you observing about it as you're there? Letting yourself see this aspect of you that's presenting from this topic. Move up below the heart, across the ribs, calling out whatever aspects you see, color, shape, words, textures, and feel. Let yourself actually feel what is here. It could be joy, and it could be fear. Be with what is. Moving up in front of the heart. Breathing in and out. Relax the body. Calling out whatever you see. Moving up in front of your throat. Moving up in front of the eyes. Both hands on your object, calling out the aspects. Letting the eyes switch back and forth with your head straight. If you need to modify, go ahead and do so, but we're going to go above the head. But don't, if you have a shoulder injury, just keep your arms down and let your eyes move back and forth as you look up. If you have an object above your head, call out the aspects of it. And if you were to 10x this goal, like make it even bigger than it is, like if you were to, what is fantastical? What could you make like almost unbelievable about this goal? What else, what could it do? Can you make it bigger than it already is? And notice what that feels like as you explore expanding this goal. Take a breath, breathe in and bring your ball all the way down to the very bottom and breathe out. We're going to go into one infinity and then we'll close out this very short goal setting practice. So if you will, again, let's just check in quickly. Face straight, eyes down, and think of the goal, the task. Notice if that sensation or emotion has shifted, if it's increased, which is okay, decreased or stayed the same. And then if you will, bring an object or the ball. You're going to draw a figure 8 in front of the head. So you're letting the ball or object move out to the side. So you want your eyes stretching out, you want your eyes stretching up, you want your eyes stretching to the other side, and you want your eyes stretching down. It is important you keep your head straight, find a focal point on your object, and begin moving it as if you're drawing a figure 8 around your head, letting the eyes stay on the focal point. We call this the infinity in Cognomovement. Begin to see the goal completed if you can. What will it look like? And see if you can feel what it may feel like once this is completed. Does it feel different than earlier when you checked? How will you think about this goal when it is complete? And how will you think about yourself that you've come through all the challenges, the journey to get there, and it happened? Bring your ball down. One more time quickly. You're going to take your object side to side and just notice the aspects of it and move from low to high, side to side, both hands on it, moving from the low waist area to above your head. And one more time, a big breath in, bring it down, and sigh out. And that's it. Let go of expectations. Let the nervous system decide how it wants to move forward. And thank you so much for this time that I got to share this with you, this aspect of me that I'm experiencing this year. So I think if there's any questions, yes, I'm live in Utah if you want to work one-on-one in Utah, and I work worldwide. They're giving that my website is on in coralbuchanan.com. And yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For you personally, have you, is there a favorite story of a goal that you created either quickly or kind of like miraculously? Is there one that's like really you could point to that's like this goal happened really fast or in a new way?
Well, things like that do happen for me quite often because of Cognomovement, because I'm free, right? I'm able to flow into it. And there's things that take a lot of work for me to get to. But I would actually say every time I'm on this World Cognomovement Day, I'm in a new place, right? But this apartment that I live in is the first time in my life I've had a space of my own. And the fear that came around before I said yes because of just life was quite substantial. And using Cognomovement, it was like, no, this is a yes. I knew, I'm doing this. And I'm here 8 months now, and I love it. And I love the dynamic I have and the space, so this would be something for me personally that I manifested or created because I use Cognomovement to overcome the fears and limitations, and it works out. It works out. So,
It does, right? Well, and it's so interesting because Coral is the perfect person to lead this session. I can see Bill nodding because she has changed her life dramatically and in the most beautiful, beautiful ways. If you ever get a chance to hear Coral's story, definitely hook up with her. And if you're somebody who wants to change your life, if you have real goals, Coral's your lady as a practitioner because she really has done it for herself. And don't you feel like, Coral, when you totally have done it for yourself, like you've been in the place that sucked, and
yeah,
doesn't it feel like you're more authentic when you're really telling someone you can do this?
100%. I know with every ounce of my being that anything is achievable. It's just a matter of you're willing to go on the journey and keep going, really. And sometimes when it is time, it literally is miraculous. And you're like, what? How'd that happen? But yeah, I do know. And it is authentic, and it does feel like and why not? Anything's plausible, truly. And why not go for it? And what might transpire if you don't, or if it doesn't happen, what transpires anyhow, so, but it's just a matter of us keep going. And
That's true. Sometimes when it doesn't happen, you get something better that you never had any idea. On goal setting, I just want to share this. For me, I used to do these giant goals, and that would be frustrating. And I would also sometimes get goals that when I got there, I'm like, ooh, I don't want it. So I learned that I do these little goals. It's like the next shiny thing, the next shiny thing. And then I end up somewhere so fabulous, like all the little changes add up to the thing I want next. And then I end up in this beautiful place. But I can see Bill would love to jump in here. So Leah, if you'll trade out and let Bill ask Coral a couple questions.
Coral, I know, is just, she's brought us all to tears. multiple times. I mean, the beauty when you see, one of the things we talked about, earlier, was just like the joy of seeing somebody transform and the breakthroughs. And it's not just about them, it's about them and their children and their lives, or what they made happen, where they were, and where they moved to. But Coral is kind of in a unique position within the ecosystem and of Cognomovement. She gets not only to make her own transformations and help individuals, but she's a mentor as well to other practitioners. So, so I mean, the wealth of stories. Maybe, do you have your favorite mentee, practitioner in training, transformation story that you'd be willing to share?
Well, I'll use the one recently because that happens every time, every session, literally every session. However, the one with Caitlin Proctor, who's in training still, and she's a runner. She's doing ultra marathons. Maybe that's where, I don't know what. Anyway, how we hang around people. Anyway, she was doing a trail run, and she fell and hurt herself quite substantially. And so there was a race coming up, and she was going to be pacing her husband. And she was just in a place of not like she knew logically wanted to do it, but it was like, oh, heck no. And we did a Cognomovement set. I know she did other work as well, but the Cognomovement set we did ended up where she went to where herself at 4 years of age. And it was literally about her running around a block trying to prove herself. The resistance was she was at 4 trying to prove herself to the boys, running around a block, and she overdid it so much that her body was like, it pulled back. That running is kind of not the cool thing to do because you don't have she overdid that. So we cleared that charge and that sort of thing. And we had lots of stuff in that session. And afterwards, she flew after that session. She just, it went beyond what she could have imagined. And she ended up, that race, she paced her husband. It was all wonderful. And it lit a fire in her for Cognomovement, even more than even the success story of the running part was just that. But you cannot, when you have that sort of a change in yourself, it is undeniable the effects of Cognomovement and the tangible change that happens in your life. And I might not have described it perfectly, but there's a testimonial on it and all of that. And it was fun. Like that stuff is fun, like those kind of things. 'Cause they're all fun, but yeah, that's one I'll share.
I love that as a share, and here's why. Remember in the last session, we were talking about our eyes and our brain. Well, it turns out eyes, brain, spinal cord, all one, which means all those nerves that come out, they're literally interconnected as one system. And very, very specifically, what you just said is the way I took it, the resistance went out of it.
Yes.
And this is a measurable thing. We can measure the electrical charge within your nervous system. And as we have these feelings, and I'll use a different one, like for example, a resentment. A resentment will suppress your energy. And once that leaves, the energy, the electrical charge, the actual electricity in your body will start to flow. The nervous system relaxes, there's no resistance, and athletic performance increases. We've actually measured this. There's a scientific study that we had commissioned at SciTech Labs. You can see it on the website. It's about a 30% faster response rate from the time you get a stimulus to the time you react. 30%. Amazing, amazing things because the nervous system has let go. So anyway, this goes into so many other subjects. We could just talk about this for the rest of Cogno, World Cogno Day. But what a wonderful thing. And myself and Liz are so appreciative of Coral because she's a force multiplier. She's out there helping people directly, if you have an opportunity to work with Coral, I'm telling you what, you're going to do yourself a huge service. She's great and knowledgeable, has all the skills, and we very much appreciate her.
Thank you, Bill.
I don't know if you can tell, but or I don't know if you can see it, but in the chat, Coral is getting all of the love, which we love to see. Everybody, there's a lot of people who've worked with Coral and her fellow practitioners, and everybody loved your session. I just wanted to share one that somebody shared, which is in her session, it sounds like I 10x'd my goal, money per year, and then the other goal seemed so easy. I started believing I was going to do the 10x. So that's amazing. It doesn't seem like Rebecca is on, so we can continue to do some Q&A if you want until about 10:40 or 10:45. We'll get Angelica on to tell her story. If Rebecca doesn't come on by 10:30, we'll just keep having some Q&A as we go.
I have something else I want to ask Coral, if it's okay.
Yeah.
So Coral, you and I started out as friends. Coral was one of those people in the initial healer circle. That's how we met here in God's Pass. And so I've seen you change over the year, but I wonder if you would share for people, did you ever imagine that you would be the catalyst for the massive transformation that you have helped people create in your life? Did you ever dream of it? Like, did you think you were going to be a healer?
No, and I'm getting emotional. Oh, thank you, Liz. Oh, let me feel it. Okay.
She's always gonna make you cry, I feel like.
I know. What the
She's
heck?
a good job.
Yes, I'm on the spot. So, no, I could not have imagined to where the fortitude of who I am now, the formidable person that, and I'm not, but I feel it in my bones how I was and how I am now. And because of me being a formidable person, and I say a force multiplier for good, the ability to hold the space for whatever. Never in my life could I have imagined that I would be doing this work and to this level, and to the trust of what happens in a session with another person's nervous system and your own, and working through all the things that life brings us. No, never in a million years could I. And this is the biggest gift. I've gone through periods, because I've been like since 2019, where I'm like, how long is this gonna happen? How long do I? And now, literally for the last 2 years, every single day, I'm like, thank you, Bill, Liz, Leah, thank you for this Cognomovement. And I know I'm doing the work, but it's like, it gets old that we're doing something sometimes. It's just constant, but it doesn't get old ever. It's the most beautiful gift to free ourselves, to liberate ourselves, to be the full essence and full expression of who we did come here to be. And we are playing way small back in the old days, and there's even more. Like, where do we go from here?
Before, did you have that feeling? Like, this is something that I've been hearing so much lately, is people are saying, I just don't know what to do. And I have that feeling that I'm supposed to do something on the planet, but I don't know what it is. Did you have that as well?
Forever. I was searching forever. And that's what people call purpose, or that sort of thing. And it's just like, what the heck am I doing? And I know there's something else. I just don't know what it is. And it kind of just finds you. Like, this kind of found me in a sense. We get, through serendipity or whatever else, and then you choose it. I mean, once you're in it, then you have to continue to choose or not. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's something, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. It looks like Rebecca is here. So thank you so much, Coral. You're amazing. Everybody out there, reach out to Coral. She's amazing. All right. Hi, Rebecca.
All right, Rebecca. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for letting me know you were here. I couldn't find your name. So I am going to take us all off of here, and you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Coral. That was wonderful. I'm Rebecca, and I've been engaged with Cognomovement for going on 3 years. Attended Cogno Conscious for the 22 and 23 years, and then it's really been phenomenal. So my personal story, I had struggled with depression for my whole life, including childhood, and coped with that through being an overachiever and workaholic. Um, I have worked as a psychiatric nurse practitioner for the past 40 years, so I had access to treatments, therapy, and medication, etc. One of the things that was persistent, even from, I would say, middle school, was seasonal affective disorder, which is a seasonal depression, which would occur spring and fall. And it's biological, neurological, no events precipitated it. And that's the thing that I realized about a year and a half ago. I realized that was no longer occurring. And that had occurred every single year of my life. And I attribute that to Cognomovement. That was what had changed. And it's just, chronic depression, which is so common, comes and goes, but it's like dragging around cement blocks. It just makes life so much harder. And, I don't see the world the way the world is. I see the world the way I am. So viewing the world through that lens of dysphoria, and depression, and of course it affects self-esteem and etc., everything. Being free of that is so liberating. It is just remarkable. It has been remarkable. I am so grateful to be free of that. So I'm completely free of depression. And that, again, that seasonal stuff was the last thing to let go. And I feel certain that's due to the Cogno. Another interesting development for me is that I have, it's a familial pre-glaucoma situation, high eye pressure, which damages the optic nerve. So I take the drops, which is what everybody does. The last time, about 6 months ago, when I saw the ophthalmologist, he was shocked that there had been no change and no deterioration. He said there's always deterioration. And he was shocked that there had not been. And again, I started thinking, well, what's different? Well, it's Cognomovement. I think it's the eye movement that is changing the neurology there and the nerves and making that difference. So it's just, there's so many things that have changed for the better with the Cogno. And one of the things is confidence. I know that if I experience an event that is anxiety producing or grief ridden, that I have the tools to cope with that I never need again to experience despair and helplessness because I have the means to work on that, to alleviate that. I can remedy those dysphoric experiences with these tools. And that's really so valuable. To be empowered is so valuable. My other issue, I think, that I think Cogno helps me with is that I was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer back in 19 with a recurrence, a little bit of a recurrence in 21. And I declined traditional medical treatment. At that time, I've always treated psychiatric patients, but I also was teaching nursing at the time, teaching research. And I did a lot of research on the treatments and the orthodox medical interventions and just made a decision and meditated on it and etc. But made a decision not to do it. So I did surgery and they didn't get it all. So residual cells were remaining. But I feel I'm cancer free today, despite being told by my surgeon I would die if I didn't go along with what they were recommending. But I just feel a confidence that I can manifest within my body health and address toxicities And it's just such a relief to feel such control of my own self, emotionally, and physically. I don't recommend to anybody else what they should do in a similar situation, but it really keeps me feeling so much more stable and empowered and happy. And I'm really grateful for this. I think it is um, such a contagious, um, can I put this, ability that everybody can do this, if we just can educate enough people. So I'm really grateful to all of you for that. And that's my story. Yeah.
Wow, amazing. Bill, I can see something brewing in your eyes there. Go ahead.
Well, that brewing is happiness. I'm beside myself with happiness for you, after so many years of
Mhm.
living it from a childhood, that lived experience, and to be free. It's like breathe, I can
Yeah,
breathe, during
exactly.
the winter. I think it happens
Mm,
from
mhm,
October-ish to, where it's the hard part of the year for you, or used to be. You,
mhm. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, those change of seasons can really play havoc with our nervous systems for people who are prone to it. People with epilepsy, bipolar, depression. It's really quite it can be quite painful. So that's a
yeah. And
yeah.
you don't know the levels of pain until you've been there. You know,
Hmm.
people,
Hmm.
I'm older, right? And the old way is, buck up, son.
Mm.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And but like, just change your mood. And it's not that way.
Mm.
Not
Right,
that way.
right.
People who suffer with this, it's not like they choose it. It's not like they don't want things to get better. It's literally neurological. I can't, the brain and the wiring, you know,
Hmm.
and by the way, for the whole FDA, this whole thing there, we don't treat any name disease, physical or
Hmm.
emotional. That's what we do is we build mental acuity. So what you're witnessing is a building of neurological connections, mental acuity, and also relaxation, and actual physical performance. So the physical performance of our body, also known as athletic performance, all of those things are what we do,
I
and the body takes care of itself. Go ahead.
Mm.
I,
Sorry.
I have a question for Rebecca, if she's willing. So, Rebecca, you're a nurse practitioner, psychologist.
Psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Psychiatric nurse practitioner. So definitely a
Uh-huh.
highly educated professional. So I actually have a question about cancer. So we know that really illness in our bodies is inflammation. Some form of inflammation gets it started, and that traumatic events and experiences do create inflammation in the body. Have you seen in your professional experience that people who've maybe had a big trauma in their life will then develop a cancer shortly after? I'm kind of thinking about Lissa Rinken's work on heart disease and how a heartbreak or a trauma often leads to heart attack. Have you seen that in your experience?
Oh yes, yes, yes. And many years ago, I did I did a dissertation on heart disease and stress and loneliness. And the psychophysiology of it is really it's interesting. And we've known it for a long, long time. I mean, this has been decades, that we know that certainly what we think, there's no useless thought, you know. Every thought has an effect, positive or negative. So I think regarding my own experience with the cancer, I think uh, um, the just being rid of anxiety gives me a much better prognosis. That just, being cleansed of that, of fear. And with heart disease, there's so much research on and correlation between loss. Gosh, the Simontons, decades ago, I think they were one of the early people who correlated loss in early childhood and then a more recent loss within 3 years of the diagnosis of cancer. And of course, grief, heart disease, type A personality, and the undergirds of that are anger, which gives us the energy, and that's boy, I had plenty of that, and poor self-esteem. So we're always driven,
Yeah.
but it's those we keep those catecholamines going, and then that contributes to also inflammation.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's all so just a circle, and boy, if we can alleviate some of the anxiety and fear and angst, it changes our bodies. Yeah.
Well, along those lines, we know just through like doing BioWell readings that when a neurological pattern that's creating inflammation, feels like massive stress or trauma, that your voltage becomes very low. It's like that neural pattern is gobbling the body's resources and energy. So when that's gone, when the body's no longer focused on that, there's all this leftover energy to do stuff like healing. So it makes sense that when you get the body out of anxiety, you get the body out of trauma, that there's more actually natural energy for the body to do what it needs to do, like heal stuff.
I think that's exactly right. I think that's exactly right. And even the research on T cells, the immune system components change, when we can reduce, stress.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. It looks like Angelica's here, so that is our cue that we have to move along. Thank you so much for being here, Rebecca, and thanks for all
thank you.
you're doing. And thanks for
Yes.
sharing your personal story. We appreciate you so much.
Yes, thanks.
All right. Angelica. Leah, do you want to introduce Angelica and her story? Where did she go?
I was on mute. So this is Angelica. She is our wonderful practitioner. She is going to have a very great what is the word? Introduction later when she comes back to teach you a session. But for now, to save time, I just want to introduce Angelica as a wonderful human and practitioner and let her begin to share her story.
Okay.
Thank you, Leah and Liz and Bill and everyone here. So I will present later at 3 about self-love, and it's very much connected with the theme I'm sharing right now. So I want to talk about overcoming PTSD. So I grew up in Germany with parents that actually miraculously survived World War II and experienced bombings and starvation, so a real threat to their lives. And they somehow, that passes on to us in the lineage. And I'm sorry, I'm in a public place. On the road. So, and so I believe I was born with this stress pattern. They call it PTSD, but it was a pattern where I didn't perceive the world as safe. I perceived the world as threatening. And always looking, for the next danger. I was very hyper vigilant and I was very jumpy. I would loud noises, anything would just like startle, and just very tense, I guess. My true nature is very joyful and just very free and open. But this overlay of these programs, of the nervous system, this stress was I was making myself miserable. And so then when in the last few years in California, Northern California, living in the forest, the wildfire threat is really extreme. And actually, I was always in my head seeing flames, just always like freaking out in the summer. And this last summer was the first summer where I was completely relaxed, even though the temperatures were in, over 110 a lot of the time. It was the hottest summer on record. And yet I I didn't have that stress response. So this tension in me, or this what do you call it? This burden that I carried, brought me to a lifelong search for answers. And I did a lot of things, and each thing helped, all of the modalities and always cutting edge stuff. But just when I got introduced to Cognomovement about a year and a half, little over a year and a half ago, it helped me to unravel these layers of stress that were in so deep in my system, I couldn't even perceive being free of that. It was just so difficult. And yet it kind of sneaked up on me. But how I notice that things have changed is those witnesses in day-to-day life. And so when we went to San Diego in the fall to do I was assisting in the Cogno Conscious 5-day intensive. I always freaked out in cities. I don't have such a hard time with the energy of cities. And the venue was actually close to the airport, so the planes would come in and they would always trigger me in the past. And I was completely calm in the city with many, many situations. And also, I've told this story a few times. My sister still lives in Germany, and she was even more traumatized than me and had a really hard time, would wake up with anxiety every morning, in her stomach, hurting. And when I started to do Cognomovement with her, and we didn't do so many sessions really, her nervous system seems to process pretty quickly. And we just did it over a little phone and WhatsApp. And so she had also, it's like she came along with me into this freedom, into this release. She's not bothered by anything anymore. Actually, now I'm looking up to her and, hey, how did you process this so fast? Anyway, it's really a joy to do this with my sister. But also for me, I'll tell you a little miracle story. When I left the Cogno Conscious in San Diego and I drove all the way home to Northern California, I was going to spend the night with my friend in Los Angeles. And it was the most intense traffic. I was on a 5-lane freeway, all stopped up. And I was in the left lane. And I always get lost there anyway. I couldn't figure out even with 2 GPSs. But I was in such a good state. I was like so relaxed and so happy and so, I don't know, in the zone, in the flow. And all of a sudden, there's boom, on the right rear side of my little Prius. It's a small car. There was a huge crash, and someone had crashed into me, and I could see the freaked out eyes of the driver that crashed into me, and I kind of signaled him to go to the right. He actually eventually made it, looks like, but I didn't. I just couldn't get over there. And I decided to just relax and just let it be. I just stayed in that flow, in that positive frequency, high frequency state. And then I stopped at a flower shop to get flowers from my friend. And I didn't have the courage to look. My car was still driving. And then finally, when I got to my friend, I finally found her. I looked, and this still makes me kind of cry. There was no damage. I couldn't see anything. No dent, no damage. And I just feel like something changed, reality or that timeline of accidents and trauma and stress had been changed. So I didn't resonate with that. So I experienced this incident in a different way. And that is what can happen when we can release the layers of all these false programs and, burdens that we carry. So I believe that we are all amazing, bright, divine, magical beings. But we've been so conditioned and so programmed and so burdened with ideas that are anti our true nature. And it's kind of like some people speak about we're living in a false matrix where that is kind of projected. So everything is in a way a mental projection. So as we clear the clutter in the nervous system, in the mind, in the subconscious, we we can automatically free the prisoner, free that beautiful being that we already are. And it comes more and more online. And that's what happened in my life, especially. I mean, I've always been on a growth path. Transformation was always my passion. I always saw, even as a child, the suffering, and I wanted to make it better, but I couldn't. So I started to feel like a failure. I started to feel pushed down, depressed. I struggled with depression. But especially in the last year and a half through Cognomovement, these layers were removed enough. I'm not saying nothing is a magic bullet. We have to do the inner work, but the layers were removed one after the other. And I didn't even know what would come up in a Cognomovement session, but I would just be willing to do the work. And as they were released, I became more and more free inside myself. I just became more and more relaxed and more true to my playful, joyful being that I am. And my passion was always to help others, and now I actually can, because there is this wonderful tool that works. So I'm eternally grateful to Bill and Liz for, bringing this forth into the world, and Leah and everybody else that is helping with this work to free the prisoners, as I like to say. That's my passion, actually. Freedom is my passion. Yeah.
I have a quick question, if it's okay. Do we have time?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes. We're good.
Angelica, like, your story is so inspirational, and personally hearing it and knowing that there is this generational trauma that you're addressing. I mean, for anybody out there who's thinking, my trauma is too big to change, think about this, what happened in Germany and the people to Germany. And Angelica's story always reminds me that the people of Germany themselves suffered as well so much, and then their children. And until your story, it never occurred to me. That never occurred to me, the generation trauma. So what does that mean to you to be able to change this generational trauma for you and your sister?
I get goosebumps as you ask this question. I'm obviously deeply, deeply touched. That's what it means to me. It feels like in alignment with my purpose, why I came to Earth, to help with that particular part of the puzzle, to transform. We are all here to transform and to grow through whatever particular challenge we have chosen to work with. And so it means a lot. And there's one more thing I forgot to mention, another miracle. Because my parents both starved during the war as young people, so food was a huge thing in our family, and it was security, and we were always encouraged to eat all the time. My sister and I were skinny, so we were always like, food was always pushed on us, but it was also comfort. And so I love food, and I find it emotionally very comforting to eat. Keeps me grounded. But I always felt I ate too much, but I just couldn't. I couldn't stop. And I always had a hard time with fasting, although I believe that it's very beneficial. And I've had lifelong digestive issues. And so even as a baby. And so I just tackled fasting. So I'm on day 4 of fasting, no food at all, just liquids. And I plan to do 5 days, so through tomorrow. But it's been a little difficult, challenging, but I've been using the Cognomovement sessions to help me with that, because I had to face emotional, psychological, and physical. And I noticed that the physical struggle with it was more than the emotional. It used to be the emotional was much bigger when I attempted to fast. But this time it's more the physical, the feeling in the stomach and the body weak and all that, like feeling like a limp noodle. But it's been amazing to be able to do it. And I really attribute that to this work. Yeah.
It's so interesting that you bring that up, because this is something that most people don't know, is that when you do deprive the body of food, the nervous system goes into fight or flight. Of course it does. Our genetics we're adapted to, like, if there's no food, there's a panic. We need to be motivated to get out there to find food. And today there's, food around every corner. Like, we don't have that problem, but the system will notice that we're cutting our food back and literally try to force us to eat or go into panic. And so when you can actually show the nervous system, no, this is okay, it's fine, we're good, you can change that. If any of you have heard Leah's story about this, she made a huge change in diet. You really didn't need to lose weight because you're thin already. But for you, it was about changing this pattern in your life and in your body. And it makes me think about how often, and it's all the time, our bodies are dictated by these generational ideas. What has happened to our families in the past gets passed down, and then that's how we eat. That's how we think about food.
Yeah, and it was so interesting because this was very challenging. I went to these hot springs, to a hot springs lodge, or rustic, but a lodge, and thought that would make it easier, but it didn't, because the people cook all day long in the common communal kitchen, and so there was always the smell of food day and night, and it was challenging. And even in the warm water, my body was cold because I just had no fire burning. But it does get easier. So today, day 4, I feel a little better. It's much easier. But it's been an overall, like, when you go through something hard, like a vision quest or a fast or something like that, it's been a feeling of victory, of like strength, to prove to myself that I can do something that is challenging and I have the tools to work with it. And it's, a reset for the nervous system, as well as, those emotional patterns, as well as the digestive system. And that was the 2 reasons I was doing this.
I see Leah, she wants us to get off, but I have one last really quick question. One question. Did you ever think you'd actually be as joyful as you are today? You've shared that with us, that you're so joyful now. Did you ever think it was possible?
No, I didn't. Not on a more permanent basis, because I used to be very joyful and then crash and be depressed and almost suicidal. But it would go up and down, and the joy I felt was much shorter than the down parts. And now it's totally the opposite. I'm almost always, even when something challenging is going on, I have this inner confidence that I can meet it. And it's almost right now, pain and joy are coming together. They're becoming one. So it doesn't even matter what the experience is. I am resting in myself, in my truth. That's powerful.
So beautiful. Thank you, Angelica. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody. I feel like you should just hear the Jaws, like, shark song every time you see my face. It happens in person at Cogno Conscious too. you can just feel me coming. So that was a really packed hour, but I feel like it was super powerful. Thank you again, Coral, for your awesome session, and Rebecca and Angelica for your amazing stories. It was really an inspiring hour. So if any of this helped you, if you're getting an idea of what Cognomovement can do, I want to bring up essentials, because somebody brought it up in the comments about how to get a Cognomovement ball. So the essentials is the foundation of everything that we do. It's where transformation begins. It gives you the tools to clear emotional baggage, reset patterns, and clear lasting change. So you are able to do sessions on your own, anytime, anywhere. With your Essentials course. The Essentials course is super powerful because it's practical, it's easy to follow, it's the basics of Cognomovement, and it works on a deep level to rewire your nervous system. So right now you can enroll at cognomovement.com/essentials. You don't want to wait. Prices can go up for these things, so we want you guys to have the opportunity to get this at the lowest price you can find it. So get your Cognomovement Essentials today and get started on all of these amazing changes that you've heard today. You can have them, and you can have them too, and you can make them happen. So with that said, I don't want to waste too much time. I want to get right into our next session. So our next session is with the inspiring Katie Wrigley. She is a Cognomovement practitioner whose journey of overcoming chronic pain and fear is a testament to the transformative power of this work. Katie's story is one of resilience and hope, and she proves that no matter where you start, healing and breakthroughs are possible. So today's session is going to focus on the concept of enough, finding evidence, no matter what demons you're currently facing, that you are enough. Katie is going to guide you to allow your body and nervous system to truly feel the truth of how enough you are right now in this moment. This session will help you connect with your worthiness on a deep embodied level. So let's welcome Katie. I'll get you unmuted and spotlighted.
Thank you, Leah. Hi, everybody. Thank you to everybody who came on before me, Angelica, Coral, Rebecca. It was so good to see your lovely face again. I remember you from Cogno Conscious and connecting with you there and hearing how well you're doing. Just, oh my gosh, so happy to hear it. I'm so happy for you. And everything that everyone has said so far is true. If we have time, we can touch on my story, but I really want to focus this on you. And so I've noticed in the chat this morning, and I'm really happy, like this is one of the things that happens with Cognomovement is you just start to get in tune with the universe. And so I'm one that's really comfortable thinking on my feet. So I actually didn't even tell Leah what I was doing until late last night. And part of the bonus of me being able to work like that is it gave me a chance to tune into the energy. And this is a pattern that I've seen within my own story, within most of the clients that I've worked with, within so many people, is this idea, this erroneous, false idea that can stem out of childhood trauma, that can stem out of negative experiences, where you start to actually believe you aren't enough. And those patterns can be really self-destructive. And initially I'd thought about focusing on that, but there can be some really big stuff there. There can be boulders to move. So what I thought we would do today is I want you to already see the truth and let your body and your nervous system tell you how enough you already are right now, simply because you are you. And whatever you have done in the past that you're struggling with guilt and shame around, it doesn't mean that you're not enough. And so I really want to encourage you to look and see the evidence that you're enough. The other stuff can still be there. I'm not trying to talk you out of whatever your belief system is, but I want you to also acknowledge the truth of just how much value you have as a human being simply because you are on this planet right now, right now. And so we're going to do this a little bit differently than what Coral and Sandy did. So we're going to treat your face like a clock. And the first thing before we go into that, though, I want you to all look down at your bodies. I'm going to take off my glasses, which means I'm not going to be able to read much in here. I haven't done Cognomovement around my eyes yet. That's on my list. But I want you to connect down to your body. Take nice deep breaths with your eyes open. And just notice what's coming up when you say enough. I am enough. I have enough. I do enough. Whatever derivative of enough. Notice what physical sensations are kicking up in the body. Again, I'm not trying to convince you of anything that's trying to tell you you aren't enough. You can keep that for now. We're looking for evidence of the contrary, that you are enough. So just notice what comes up in your body when you think about enough. Feel enough. Nice deep breath in and out of the nose, letting the exhale be just a smidge longer than the inhale. Really breathe and drop down into the physical body. Enough. Enough. You may be feeling contentment. You may be feeling resistance. There's no wrong way. You want to meet yourself where you are and just see what comes up from there. All right. So we're going to start right down at 6 o'clock. You can go left or right, totally up to you, but we're going to go basically hour by hour around the face, and we're going to see what else you know about this enough pattern going all the way around the face. So really holding on to that sensation. And if you don't have a ball, then just use a regular object, pen, something else like Sandy or Coral had already mentioned, and just let it come around your face. You want to have it about a hand's width from the face. It can be a little closer if you'd like. And just move it to that first position and notice. Notice what's happening to that position. Are the eyes having a hard time going over there? If so, you can ask yourself, is there some part of this that I haven't wanted to see? Or is there maybe part of being enough that's painful for me? And just notice, breathing into it, no judgment. This is a curiosity, data gathering mission only. No judgment. Breathing into it. Noticing what's there. You can move the ball in little micro motions, just staying in that angle. And then when you're ready, you're holding the head forward, really letting the eyes stretch. Go up to that next hour. Notice what's happening in the body. Feeling enough. What data does your brain have with your eyes in this position? Enough. Enough. If you feel tension in your eye, just give little micro movements. Let the ball move around. Going up to the next hour now, so right about at eye level. Notice. Enough. What is here? What do you know about being enough in this position? What's available here with your eyes over hard left or hard right, depending on which side? Noticing, breathing into it. Going up to the next hour. Nice deep breaths. Let your body really actively relax as you're doing this. Lean back. If you're standing up, then be a little bit more careful with that. Relax the body however you can. If you're sitting down, really drop down into that relaxation. Let those eyes do the work for you. What do you know about being enough here? Then moving up again, we should be about 1 from the top. I may have lost track a little bit here. I'm really focused on the sensation. Breathing in, what do you know about being enough here?
I am so excited.
What do you know about this pattern being enough here? Pull the thread. Pull the thread. Moving to about exactly at 12 o'clock now. Pull the thread. What do you know about being enough? Tick-tocking back and forth. If you're feeling tension, you can move the ball up and down or in a little circle, just micro motions, or the object if you don't have a ball. Really tapping into that sensation. If you've lost it, you can go ahead, look back down at your body, reconnect to it, and let your eyes go up again. It can sometimes be harder to hold on to sensations with our eyes in this position. Moving to the next hour. Breathing into it, drop down. Relax the body even more. Let the eyes give you the information. What do you know about being enough here? What evidence do you have already that you are enough? What are all the things that you've already done today to help contribute to yourself, to your family, to the world? Look for evidence of how enough you are. Moving down to the next hour. What other evidence that you have of your value as a human being simply because you are on this planet right now at this moment in time? You have value. Where else do you see the evidence of that? Noticing what's coming up. I'm actually feeling a little bit of gratitude for being on this planet right now. What are you noticing that you're feeling? Moving down to the next hour, right about at eye level again on the other side, either hard right or hard left, depending where you started. Breathing into it. Actively relaxing the body even more. Relaxing the neck, the shoulders, letting the eyes do the work. Little micro motions if you need them. What other evidence do you have that you are enough right now without doing anything? Enough. Feeling like enough, knowing you are enough, looking for the truth next hour. Are you able to feel the truth of these statements that you are enough, that you have enough, that you do enough, that you are enough? Is it available now for you to see just how enough you are? Can you see the evidence of the truth? Can you feel the evidence of the truth? One more, last position. Bring it home. We're almost back to where we started. Nice deep breaths. What do you know about being enough here? How true does it feel versus how it felt when it started? Okay. Letting the ball and your eyes drop for just a moment. We're just going to take a couple breaths here. Let your eyes be closed. Then after a couple breaths, I want you to open your eyes, reconnect to your body again, and notice what came up. And pause and take a moment and write down any notes that feel powerful and important to you. Letting yourself feel it in the body. And then now with any change, we're going to want to map that in. So take your ball or your object. You can do this sitting or standing. I'm going to demonstrate it in a sitting position because energetically that feels more supportive for where I am today. And just say a color or an aspect of the ball as you go back and forth, going quickly up the body, back and forth, mapping in those changes. You are enough. Feel the truth of it. You have enough. You do enough. You are enough. Enough. Letting the ball go back and forth, letting those eyes move. Enough. Feel the truth of how enough you are. Up over the head. And you're going to take your ball from the top of your head. You're going to do a nice big circle, holding your head steady. And then one giant circle around the face. Ending with the ball in the up position. Nice deep breath. And thank you so much for joining me. I'd love to hear how that helped. Put back on my glasses so I can contribute and see what's going on.
This is such a gorgeous session and question, Katie. What prompted you to do this particular session? Is it something you've done for yourself or clients where you found there was real change?
Over and over and over again. And what I found is that belief of not being good enough can stall us out and stop us from taking that step. And I've seen so many people who are getting so motivated to take that step. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is perfect session to help you take that first step today and really see the truth of how enough you are. And, you know, as someone I had, much like Angelica, very different trauma nature, but have experienced trauma since I was a young child. And when you have had that, a lot of times before that prefrontal cortex grows, you get a really deep, I'm not good enough pattern going. And that's been one that I had worked with for a good while myself because it was really deeply ingrained in me.
Do you feel like as a healer, as a person who helps other people and who's probably always been generous and helped other people, do you feel like as healers, we often don't feel enough to take care of ourselves?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest hurdles out of the gate. And it's kind of a joke. I'm a coach as well. It's kind of a joke in the coaching community that it's so much easier to coach someone on what to do than to do it ourselves. And it's true. It is.
Okay, let me read just a couple of things that they're happening so fast. So Angelica said, more than enough. Sally said, I'm good enough to start now.
Yay, Sally.
Sherry said, I heard from my guide. They said, your goal is to remove programming from this human body. Came in to hear others, but to do that, you must get rid of the fear, indecision, and self-doubt. Perfect.
To heal others.
Yeah. Oh, okay. To heal others. Perfect the way you are. Must work on self so you can help others. They need to see your transformation. This could not be more.
Wow. Sherry, wow, I'm getting full body chills. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Wow, 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 wow.
Here's one that says, good one, Katie, you're a great coach.
Thank you.
Here's one. Sherry says, I have a deep humiliation, shame, embarrassment from the age of 3. This really helped. Was fascinating to hear from my guides. And then what somebody says, will this work if we do it alone again and keep repeating these things you're teaching us? What do you think about that, Katie?
Yes. Yes. If you're noticing there is resistance to it, we want to focus and we want to lighten that. But the more that you repeat this, what you look for, you will find. There is a part of your brain, and this is what Sandy was doing with hers. This is what Coral was doing with hers, is you can set up your brain in your system to look for what you want in life by utilizing, and I may say this wrong, and I know you guys talk about in NLP a lot, the RSA, the RAS, the reticular activating system of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
What you look for, you will find. And so if you are continually looking for evidence of how enough you are, it's going to become automatic that you just know it when you wake up in a day. You know it because you're feeling the confidence, you're feeling the truth of that statement that you're more than enough.
So I have a really important question that somebody asked, which is, why does it hurt my eyes so much to do this work? Not in every movement, but many. Do you
Liz,
see us all smiling evilly?
Liz or Bill, do you guys want to take that one, or?
Bill can. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. So hey, Sherry, congratulations. You just saw that's the money right there. That's where we're gonna make the money. That area, everywhere we look, is a different part of the brain. So the beauty of this work is that when you find the place of resistance, it corresponds to the part of the brain that's not firing related to this subject. If I'm not enough in some way, shape, or form, and I'm focused on it, whatever that, shall we say, confirmation bias is for you, it will show up. And this, because of the nature of the nervous system, the eyeballs, brain, and spinal cord, and extending nervous system are one system. Because of that, it's literally could be stuck in your solar plexus, your right shoulder, whatever, but it shows up within your eyes. And the practitioners, Katie's a level 2 practitioner. She's really good at finding those nuances. Now, all of you here probably have felt it, like, ow, this is not fun, don't want to do this. It's kind of annoying. You feel the pull or blinking, or who put the sand in my eye? I must got an eyelash, whatever it might be. That is the area that you focus on and you work. And with it, your mental acuity just jumps, and you have no idea what that happens to be interconnected with. Rebecca earlier didn't really directly work on her seasonal affective disorder thing. She didn't work on that. She wasn't like, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use Cognomovement for this. No, it was a side effect. She was working on all these other things and connecting her brain up. So anyway, and obviously you could work on things directly, but that's what's going on. That was a great question. Thank you for asking that. There is so much more to this, but at least that gives you a basic understanding and motivation to go out and like, hey, I found the gold mine. I'm going to do something.
We have a bunch more questions
Yeah.
and comments for Katie, so I'm gonna have Leah pop in and read those for us.
Yeah, and then I also have an important question somebody asked, so I'll get to that. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your help and kindness. So enough, I had no desire to move, no more fragmentation, because so many different things to do. Stillness is so rich. Thanks, Katie. I had no idea that my belief of not being good enough was so strong. It made my eyes go crazy on my right side. I felt it in my pain body and all of my pain spots. I will do that again every day. I didn't realize that I had such blindness to how my pain is directly related to my belief that I am not enough. Wow, thank you. Katie, great session, so clear. I love it. It was shaky, then it was so much fun. Thank you, Katie. I feel humanity has been infected with the fear belief of not being good enough. Thanks to Cognomovement and practitioners like yourself, and we have hope to be liberated from this trauma. Love this, Katie. Keep rocking. And then the question is, every time I do a session, I get a massive pressure in my forehead, third eye, the bridge of the nose, and sometimes the cheeks and jaw. My doctor says that's because of brain damage from stress, that my brain can't communicate with itself, and that's the reason why I haven't experienced any real change with Cognomovement yet, or anything else of all the things I've tried so far. Should I only focus on the pressure in my face until my brain has healed enough to deal with emotions and the rest of my nervous system? I think there's a really good answer to this one. So, anybody?
Yeah, well, I'll answer that. There's so many answers to it, but yeah, focus on the pain. Focus on the pain. It is the sensation that likely is your emotion. This is the thing that gets really confused when people say, we have a lot of people say, I don't feel my emotions. But you can feel when you stub your toe or cut your finger, right? You feel that pain in your shoulder. This is so interesting. We find that frozen shoulder so often can be a result of an emotion, a feeling, and when it's gone, that feeling is gone. So the pain in your face is likely the emotion. Put your attention fully on whatever sensation you're feeling. Pain is one that really gets our attention, and do your work around that. I think one of the things that really, really holds people up in this work is trying to create meaning out of it. The truth is, like, why does your body hold the pain in your face? Who knows? During a session, you might actually, it might reveal itself to you. But the truth is, it's just the place that your nervous system relegated that neural pattern. We can understand that it is just a neural pattern. It's just a sensation our body's creating, and that our brain makes up the meaning. And then when the sensation is gone, there's no more meaning. We stop looking for deep meanings. Now, sometimes we find some cool ones. They're really interesting, but a good deal of the time it's just, oh, that's there, and then it's gone. So I would encourage you to really focus on that sensation in the face and do the work around it. And reach out and get help from a practitioner for this one. It sounds like this may be a little more than you can handle on your own. And I want you to know this, Bill and I reach out and get help from each other and Leah and our practitioners, because we can't always see ourselves and we can't always hold ourselves in the eye position that is going to create the change we need. So reach out to a practitioner.
I'm going to go through some more comments, but one of the, I get this question a lot in emails, and one of the most important things about Cognomovement is that it's really not about your emotion. It's about the sensation that comes up when you feel that emotion. It's about the pain in your body. So yes, focus on the feeling in your body first. The thing that is the most prominent is going to be the pain or the tingle or the whatever. Focus on that when you're doing your session, if that comes up, and you'll find that you'll get some better results with that. So Sherry said, I did notice memories in the areas when I felt pain from the eyes and strain. Yes. Beverly said, yes, perfect session. I've struggled with this issue for my whole life, so I imagine it is huge for so many. That was lovely, Katie. Cognomovement has helped me so much with this feeling since I started this in September. Katie, you are an amazing coach, healer, and mentor. I'm so grateful for Cognomovement and you. I felt tingly after this exercise. Does that mean anything? Yes. The short
Yeah,
answer is
go ahead, Katie or
yes.
Bill, answer that one. What is feeling
Go ahead.
tingly about?
Something moved or cleared. So that's what we were mapping in, is now the body is learning that new sensation. And so, yes, a change in sensation means we have shifted something in the neurology. One thing I wanted to add for those of you that, and it sounds like everybody did, thank you. You can go back the other way. I didn't do both directions just for sake of time, but going back the other direction, you may get very different answers. And so I encourage you to do that on your own after this and see what comes up when you do enough, going back whatever direction from where you started today.
Carrie said, if your body feels shaky while moving the ball left to right, I haven't noticed or experienced this before. Do we put our attention on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the interesting thing. There's wild stuff that happens during a session. You might sweat, you might be freezing, you might be cold, you're going to burp, you might fart, like you might feel your heart race. Like literally, it's the nervous system being like, okay, what things are changing, what's happening. And all of it's really normal, but it's just a side effect and of knowing that the system is changing. So what we always do is celebrate. If you ever had a session with one of us as a practitioner, one of these weird symptoms shows up and we're like, because it means the system is moving and changing.
So we just have a couple more minutes. So if we can answer these quickly, that would be good. I know a couple people have answered this, but I think it's important for everybody watching. Is there any shedding that happens with Cognomovement, like things getting worse before they get better?
Sometimes. You want to answer that, Katie or Bill? I see you nodding.
Yeah, and I answered in the chat as well. And it really depends on where you are. And if there are things in place that need to fall apart before something better can come in, then yes, sometimes things can feel worse before they get better. It never stays that way though. And that was part of my own Cognomovement story. Like right out of the gate, my first session with Bill, things felt like they fell apart. The first few months, it felt like fell apart. And then all this beautiful stuff came in that I did not have room for, with all that other stuff there that wasn't in alignment with me anymore. And so give yourself permission to let go of things that may not be serving you anymore for where you are now. They may have even served you last month. They may have served you yesterday, but maybe it doesn't serve you anymore today. And that's okay. It's absolutely okay to go with what feels best and most supportive for you.
For things to change, things have to change. And so often people say, I want everything to change, except for then when everything changes, it feels like you're in free fall. So you have to be aware that for things to change, things have to change. So my advice is change one thing at a time.
Yeah.
If you're aware of it, if you're afraid of everything falling apart, make little changes, let the world adjust around you, make another little change, let the world adjust around you. That's what I.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I'm gonna do one more question, and then anybody else who's asking questions, I'm going to save, and we'll answer them in the next hour. Are these small sessions going to truly work? What if we aren't feeling anything?
Let's let Bill answer that.
Good question. Yes, they will work. You are working your nervous system in a whole new way. The more you do it, the faster it works, the better it works. So the answer is yes. And there's a bunch of subtleties that you learn as a practitioner. There's not only how to speed the process up, but become more effective, and also the subtleties. You might very well, if you're not feeling anything in your eyes, what happens is typically somebody, if you look at my eyes and I go around, I'm doing a figure eight, and then I'll skip the entire side of my face. I'll just go right through it and skip it. And you're like, yeah, I'm moving my eyes around. No, you're not. And that part, when you do get over there, is actually, you can feel it. It's something's there. Anyway, the answer, basically, you're utilizing your brain and your nervous system in a whole new way, especially as you're focused on this particular issue. The other thing about this is that I want to point out, Cognomovement works from the negative to the positive or the positive to the negative. You may say, I want to win the lottery. That's my thing. But any objection you have to it will come up within your system. You also are like, I hate my fill in the blank. And you'll find it, your nervous system tells the truth. Anyway, I know I'm over time. I'm going to release that. We'll catch up on the next hour.
You're good. You can feel me. You can feel my eyes. Okay. It's time for Liza to share her story. So I'm going to let everybody go and let her have the floor to share her story. Thank you again so much, Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
And I put her link in the chat to book with her if you would like, or you can also find her at our Find a Practitioner tab. All right, Monica, I'm going to remove the spotlight for all of us because we're all in the bay.
Hi, thank you, Katie. That was actually really powerful. I am always amazed how much Cogno is constantly elevating my soul. When I first met Bill 3 years ago, I was in the utmost sadness, despair that I could have possibly wanted another human to go through. My husband of 20 years died of an alcoholic overdose. And it took me to the floor. It took my family to the floor. I have three teenage children going through all of this. And it just took me down. And the fact that I'm sitting here without tears in my eyes as I share this with you is truly because of my experience through Cogno. I reached out to Bill. Leah had sent out an email. If you have a problem, come to Cogno in San Diego. And I was like, I've got a huge problem. So I drove down to San Diego and I worked with one of the student practitioners, and Bill was, in the shadows, just kind of working through both of them working with me through me. And it was really life altering for me. I literally, at that point, if you were to tell me, how does your body feel? I didn't know. I was a trembling mess. And my soul was outside my body constantly. And I was constantly sad. And I was constantly, it was that any low vibration you can think of a word, that was my experience. And working with Cogno, working with Bill was so uplifting. My son ended up working with Bill. It was life altering. It was life altering. The fact that I'm sitting here and telling you that I can have a daily joyful session, like I am connected with my body. And it was just the constant working the ball, feeling those tugs, feeling that I was constantly about to go blind because there was something blinding me that I couldn't go through life with. And it was just the daily practice and daily mantras and the breath work. And it was like this lifting and this lifting and this lifting. And it was just like, I'm happy. I'm like, I'm happy. I was like, it's like I didn't think I could ever be happy again. And I cry now because I'm filled with gratitude. It's like, how do you say thank you to that? How do you say thank you to somebody, to something, to give you happiness? So I don't have tears of joy. I mean, tears of sadness. I have tears of joy. And it's Cognomovement has churned up my soul. It literally has churned up my soul that I can breathe through my whole energy system, and I'm lighter. And life hits, it's like, oh shoot, I'm my work and like my job, and the kids have problems, and life happens, but I don't get caught up with the life happens nearly. I mean, honestly, it's like I work my ball. I work my ball. I work my ball. If I'm in a really scary space, I'm just like, I call in the big guns, and I'm like, hey, Bill, can I build I'm close enough that I can get a session. And it was so altering for me that I decided to become a practitioner. And I'm in the baby steps in the beginning, but I've been able to work with my teenage children. One of my daughters is going through rage. And when I work with her, I see her nervous system like all over the place. And I can identify that it's not that she's just rageful and she's been a BIT. It's just because like the chick's she's suffering, right? She's still where I was. And being able to work with my girl, like, just stay with the balls, and I have now the tool sets, like, going through the classes, and every time it's like, get a student. My daughter's, she's just like, oh, I'll work with you, mama. And we do the ball together. We do the ball together. And it's like, I can see her eyes smoothing out. And afterward, there's just, oh, there's love. And so it's all just growth, right? And it's like we're every day there's challenges, but I feel there's growth. And I kind of, and Liz, your lessons that you speak them so well. I'm just like, okay, I can follow you. I can follow you. I'm with you. I'm with you. And then whenever I'm stuck, I'm just rewatching the heck out of them. So thanks, guys. I mean, honestly, it's just been, I mean, the fact that I can sit here and go, it has been 3 years and 2 months. And I mean, there's still grief and sadness, but I'm not lost in the sadness. And I really, truly feel that cognitive movement is just the tool that came into my life, and I love it. So, muchas gracias. And that's all I got.
Oh, Monica, I know I'm not the only person here you brought to tears. Thank you. Thank you. And it's just beautiful to see where you're helping your own daughter now, creating a different life for her. But because I know you and I get to see you now on in classes. You also mentioned about your parents too, that you were able to begin to help your parents.
I went to El Paso. I'm from Texas. So for Christmas, I went home and I took my balls because they were going to be my guinea pigs. And my parents they're both in their 80s. My aunt is in her 80s. And when I got there was just so much like heaviness, just, like my dad went through a stroke. He got the shot fast enough, but he's still cognitively slow. But what I found fascinating, and it's like, their lives, they shut down. The older it's just like, it's more despair. My dad, so our first language is Spanish, and he's bilingual. And what I found fascinating, I was sharing this morning, was just like, every time I would go one side, it was Spanish, one side it was English, one side it was Spanish, one side it was English. He kept going back and forth, and he had no idea. And so I just kept with him in that same spot, because I had like, this was where the was. And then all of a sudden he was English, 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 English. But then when he was English, English, wrong color, English, wrong color. So we kept staying there, English, wrong color. And all of a sudden it was English, right color, English, right color. And so he switched to English, and he was able to identify both colors. And the fascinating part about that is, he gets into the like, where do you go to school again? And what city do you live in? And he always asks the same questions. And that afternoon, he was just like, so how do you like San Luis Obispo? Like, he was telling the kids, like, connecting with the story, which it was, even the way he saw things was so much more alive. Like his world was so much more there. And my mom, she had knee surgery last year, and she doesn't want to have knee surgery again. So she walks with a limp. And when I did hers, she's like, Monica, the knee pain's gone. The knee pain's gone. And she kept getting around, and she's like, you guys, the knee pain's gone. And she's just like, this silly little ball cured me. She's just like, she's so into it that I do it daily with her. She's my, like, every morning after I do the immunity call part of the program. And I drop off the call, and then the nurse holds the ball for us. And I mean, my mom is walking. My mom is not sad. My mom has a propensity to depression, to being sad, and she's hopeful. Her eyes have changed. I mean, I took a picture of her right when we did this at Christmas, and her face, her coloring, she's pink. Like, she's just, I mean, every morning she was just like, she's so grateful that, and she's so sweet, because she's just like, she's like, you're healing me. And I'm like, and I'm like, oh, and it just, I'm like, Mama, you're healing, you're allowing. And this is my mom, who's like hardcore Catholic, like, but she was just like, this is the Holy Spirit going through us, with us. And I was like, and it's so powerful watching the people you love, my little girl going through her rage, calming down, dad being able to just participate in conversations. and mom being able to like not being caught up with depression because of what's happening to everybody, you know, getting older, which is a part of life, but going through it with a lot more grace. Even walking the dog earlier today, I was on the phone with her and she was just like, I can hear you light. You know, she's telling me that she can identify my lightness now. And we're both just having these conversations like life is good. Life is good. And I would not have if you would have told me for, you know, 3.5 years ago that I was going to be like this light, like life is good and light, I'd be like, yeah, no. But you know, it's just like, no, life is good. Life is good.
I have a question, Monica. Does it feel a bit like, this is a loaded question, does it feel a bit like a miracle to you to be able to affect change in the lives of the people you love so dramatically?
Oh, I mean, my heart feels light. Like, and that's when you know that it's a miracle, because it's like, especially in El Paso, like when I was working with my aunt, like I would feel light, like my heart, like I'm like going, is everybody feeling, you know, not to get overly biblical about this, but like, does everybody feel the light of God? Like, do you guys feel it? Like, do you feel it? Do you feel it? And every time I do a session with someone, I feel it. Like my heart just, it's like you have wings. It's just like this light vibration. And even right now with Katie doing the session, like the whole, like I didn't realize I was feeling unworthy. Like I was like my boom boom right here that I feel all the time. I'm like, I was just like, I connected with her with this session. And I was just like, I feel light. It's like you really do. This is good stuff. This is great stuff. And I'm really
Now, you went through a lot. You were going through a lot. You had to go through your process. But knowing what you know now, do you wish you'd joined practitioners sooner?
oh gosh, I am just like, I like honestly, F and A, I mean, excuse my language. But like, well, and I guess everything happens when it's ready to happen. But I am so like jazzed by it. Like I mean, I'm blowing through. I mean, I watch it as much as I can, and then when it's like, oh, you've hit the end of the week, you have, you know, I just rewatch them. Especially, it's. I mean, like, you guys created so much magic. I watched this one man yesterday that I would just. I mean, I wish I would have started a year ago. It would have, but you know, whatever, everything happens for a reason. And I am so invigorated by it right now. So that's why I feel like it's just, I feel very powerful. Like I do. It's very empowering is a better way of putting it. It's very empowering. Like it's just, you live life with grace versus in fear. And that's saying a lot. Yeah.
I share that with you. To me, it feels like real magic to have the ability to sit down across from somebody and affect real change in our lives. And our families are the hardest ones to work with. But as moms and as daughters and as aunts and as sisters, or, you know, in Bill's case, husbands and fathers and that kind of thing, you suffer when your family suffers. So to be able to actually help them, it to me feels like the most amazing magic. I just have to share this one. As we're talking about families, my husband the other day was at work and felt a real pull in his arm, and it was painful. And he's like, what I did though is I stopped, and then I did the eyes and felt that pain, and it left. I was like, he is not one that will like use Cognomovement or even want.
He's come over to the dark side.
He's gone to the dark side. But I was thinking to myself, oh my God, in the moment, he prevented a much deeper injury, likely, or maybe months of pain and physical therapy by simply knowing that his eye position could affect the muscles in that arm and changed it. And again, it felt like real magic to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the part that was like huge for me is like, you know, when you're in fear mode, like to huge extent, like you leave your body. Like you don't even know what pain is. And this is like, I mean, and that was just like being able to drop back in and feel your body again and actually feel all this was just like, it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it's
So,
very cool.
luckily we have some time to answer some more questions, and we have a few to get through. So I will go through those for a little bit. Thank you so much, Liza, for sharing your story with us. And I can't wait to see you at our live training in March. And keep up the good work.
Thanks, Leah.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Monica. That was, yeah, unbelievable.
And Monica's story warms our heart. Like, it's been a long road, and just to know that she's Liza Monica Dean. She goes by Monica, but for Bill and I, it brings us to tears just to know that you're able to create this for yourself and your family. It's massive, and for your kids. Oh my God, their lives will be so different from now on versus what they might have been just having to live through that pain for the rest of it. So congratulations, and we cannot wait to hear what happens next.
I also know that she has clarified before, but I'm sorry. I was thinking you go by Liza, but your first name's Monica, but it's the other way around. So sorry. I'm trying. Okay. So one of the questions is, what I've been wondering is how to identify what your purpose is in this lifetime.
Bill, you want to take that?
Oh my gosh. Hey, great one. Okay, there's actually a really interesting process. So you're gonna know it when you can do whatever it is and it gives you energy. You're not taxed by it. You're actually energized by it. Now, one of the Cognomovement techniques to start to unravel that, and it by the way, it might not be what you think. Like I'll give you the technique, and then you can try it out. But I'll tell you a little story. So the first part, the technique, is to simply do that infinity. You already know how to do it. You've been shown it here on the class. And what is it in my life that I've found that way? And that would be the first thing. The reason that I say is, some of us absolutely know, but it's something that comes natural to you, and you maybe don't think much of it. Like, there are some people who are incredible at hearing tones, and like tuning a piano would be like, oh gosh, child's play, but it's so easy, so natural. There's no resistance, and you get in, and you can get into it. When you combine this of being in service to somebody, that feeling and being in service, and that you're energized, you'll never work another day in your life. And that's why the whole thing with Cognomovement practitioners, that's what they all experience. If you would have asked me decades ago, what my purpose was, I don't think I could answer it very well, because it was mostly about service to self. And by the way, I had little to no joy. I had a lot of pleasure, lots of pleasure. Really, being on purpose and joyful was not it. But this will shift. This shifts if you go through that process, and that hopefully that helps out those couple little tips. And there was somebody else I noticed real quick. There was a question about dementia. And can this help with dementia? Well, again, we do not cure, diagnose, treat any named disease, physical or emotional. Having said that, we do build mental acuity. And if your mental acuity was built, would that be of service to you? If your physical performance was affected, would that be of use? If you had better sleep, would that be of use? If you had less stress, would that be of use? These things are things that we can do. And for people that are challenged with from whatever method, whether they got bashed on the head with a baseball bat or they went through a trauma like Monica's, it looks the same in a brain scan. It's literal brain damage. So anyway, hopefully that helps.
I was getting there.
And I just
That question was later.
I'm excitable. I'm excitable. I can't help myself.
I just want to do a quick follow-up on the knowing your purpose. For many of you out there, you know what your purpose is. You know what you came to the planet to do, but you're in hiding. And how do I know that? Because that was my life story. I did literally everything else I could do. I owned car dealerships. I was a cake decorating instructor. I was a makeup artist. I did everything I could to avoid being who I really am on the planet because I had weird ideas about what that meant for me. What my problem was is I didn't have a how that felt right to me until NLP and then developing this work. And I'll tell you that doing Cognomovement mini daily sessions, 5 minutes a day, at the end of 7 days, you are more of who you came to the planet to be. You're more of who you really are. And it just becomes obvious. You just start to be that person. You just start to do the thing you're meant to do. And then, like Coral said, the thing that is going to aid you in that, it finds you or you find it. You just stumble across the person, place, or thing that is like, oh, here's the next piece. Here's the next piece. That's what happened to me and Bill. So I would encourage you to do what you really know you're here to do and do your daily sessions to help uncover that more and more to figure out the how. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to let you guys know we've got 8 more minutes until we start with the next session. So keep that in mind when I'm asking the questions.
Okay, keep it short.
Yeah. So one thing I want to add about finding your purpose is when you start doing Cognomovement about the issues that you're having, even your daily Cognomovement sessions, that is going to start blooming and opening up opportunities for you. So even if you don't do a session about your specific purpose, releasing all of your blocks are going to get you there as well. You're going to have a primrose path at the end of it. The other thing about the question about dementia, as Bill said, because of FDA, we cannot say that we can cure or treat any known diagnosed illness. But what you're explaining is something that I'm also 33, and what I have also experienced that. I feel like a lot of people, especially in the last 2 years, have been experiencing forgetfulness, forgetting words and getting stuck mid-sentence. I forget I was even saying a sentence in the first place. I think this has a lot to do with our solar flares and the energy that's going on and the conflict in the world. So the best thing you can do is when you're feeling that frustration, do your session. When you are feeling like you forget something, look up like this, and you'll also remember things. Do your eyes back and forth from low to high, and you'll remember what you were saying. And as you keep going with Cognomovement, you'll start to rewire your nervous system, and you'll start being able to remember things better and not have so much forgetfulness. So I just wanted to say that about that question. So the next question.
Can I make just one quick interjection? It's an opportunity. When you find the resistance, again, that's the opportunity. Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting a word. Bam, it's time to wire, because you've got a circuit that is expressing itself and you're like, oh my gosh, it's time, it's go time. So it's a completely different view for a practitioner. When you find that incident, do what Leah said.
Yes, absolutely. So the next question is how to use Cognomovement for skill building, particularly learning NLP language patterns. Is there a way to use Cognomovement to speed up wiring language patterns in?
I mean, absolutely. And it's built into the core, the basic. If you have essentials, Cognomovement essentials, you could be doing this all day long. it immediately activates the learning centers, your auditory, your visual, and your kinesthetic learning centers. This is the way our body takes in information and learns. So the most basic pattern, do that for you, and you have more of your brain online to learn. If you're simply moving left and right, left, right, hemisphere, low to high, you are giving your full brain the opportunity to find the very best place to take on that new information. Most of the time when we're having trouble learning, it's because we're trying to learn with a part of the hemisphere that really isn't designed to take in that information. So with Cognomovement, we know how to access the whole brain, the whole nervous system, and to be able to absorb information in the part of the brain that is the most willing to take on that information. So it makes learning really, really fast.
Possibly the last question for now, and then I'll get to more in the next hour, is how can you move and stretch your eyes and think and feel enough? I can do either the eye thing or focus on the question and feeling.
Go ahead, Bill.
Oh my gosh. Well, hey, you came to the right place. You, your basic essential training, the essential program, we know this. It's been an issue that we figured out day one, and that is you need somebody to help remind you. You know, it's like go back to the issue, go back to the issue, roll your eyes up, and you follow the ball and you go back to the issue. Now, there's numerous different techniques to do this. Essentials, in the essential program, it has follow along. You turn it on, you play it in the background, it says, oh, do the figure eight, and it's gonna tell you to keep focusing on the issue every few seconds. So that is one method, and it's probably the most preferred method.
Well, yeah. And also it's sort of part of the game. The fact that we're asking your brain to do all kinds of things, your body too, while you're focused on an issue, is one of the sneaky secret parts of getting your nervous system to release the pattern. So like Bill says, 99% of the time you're focused on the sensation, but this is part of the game, and that confusion is also part of the system changing. You really can't do it wrong. So just keep going. Don't worry so much about doing it perfect. As you learn it and you get more comfortable with it, it becomes natural to know, when your head is turning, or when you're, kind of cheating is what I would say for that. But, just practice. Essentials is like training wheels, and over time it gets easier to do.
So there's something I don't think that we bring it out a lot in the essentials training, but set the value, put the value, 99% of the value, meaning importance, is the feeling, 1% is on your eyes and doing the exercise. Just enough to keep going, but 99% I'm feeling it, and just enough to keep the eyes there, okay?
Yes, and Floor said, well, that's not what they said. Floor said yes, even though I'm going to let you guys talk about essentials for a minute while I take care of this.
Yeah, Leah obviously has a ravenous pack of dogs in her house. So, yeah, I think that is, Flora says that she actually, even though she's been to many events and uses Cognomovement, she has essentials on in the background. And that's the way I always look at that is it's a form of training wheels. You use it until you're so familiar with the patterns that you don't really need it anymore. But then there'll come a time when you're like, I'm not holding myself in this. Like, I'm not really paying attention here. And then you go back and you watch your essentials program and follow along with us, and we hold you in it. The other thing to know is, like we've said before, sometimes you cannot see yourself. I had a situation, and my brother had died, like my mom and dad, like everybody had died in 18 months. I had to sell my brother's house. It was horrifying. And I was 100% sure that this situation could not resolve itself, and it was going to end in absolute devastation, like the world was going to end. Like, I know better, right? But it was so important that this is what my system felt like. And so I was working it and working, and I couldn't fix it. So I call Bill. I'm like, Bill, and I tell him this whole crazy story. And he knows I don't really get all that worked up. So he believed the story. Like it was bad. This thing was going south so fast. Right. So he helps me. We do the thing. I had a spot in my vision up over here that just wouldn't clear. I couldn't see myself. He helped me through. Right. I don't know. It wasn't that long, maybe 5-10 minutes. We did this session. So we get off. I'm like, hey, thanks very much. We get off. I feel better. And instantly the solution to selling my brother's house showed up. The answer to my huge world-ending issue was, okay, no problem. Like literally it resolved itself. And I quickly sold my brother's house and it was fine. And it was the most obvious thing in the world, but I couldn't clear it on my own. So I called Bill back and I'm like, oh, I figured it out. And he's like, what? What do you mean? Like it was the end of the world 3 minutes ago, and now it just worked itself out. Yep, it did, and that's the truth. It really did. So my point of the story is get help, find a practitioner if you can't seem to clear the issue, so that you have somebody else to help you who can see you through it.
I have tamed the beasts, and that seems to happen. That seems to happen a lot with Cognomovement. It's the end of the world, and then you do a session, and everything shifts for you. What I was saying originally was that Flora said, yes, even though I've been to the events and know how to do the exercises, I still always do essentials in the background, especially for a tough or sneaky pattern. Essentials is so powerful. You should have it even if you do, even if you work with a practitioner. Working with practitioners is amazing, and our practitioners recommend that you get Cognomovement essentials because you can work on these sessions, you can work on these problems in the background, and then when you get to work with a practitioner, you're working on the big stuff that you really need the help with. So get that essentials course. You're taking your control of your life if you get the essentials course. It's designed for specifically this. So I have put in the comments several times the link to go get essentials, but I will put it in again. And since we're a little bit over time, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. This is it, the moment you've all been waiting for. I made that song up. The creators of Cognomovement are here to share their insights and expertise. In their session, 3 Ways to Improve Brain Health as You Age, Liz and Bill are going to teach you practical, science-based techniques to keep your brain sharp, your body balanced, and your life thriving. Let's hear it.
Hey everybody, it's us. We're here. It's our turn, Bill. So what we're going to talk about today is actually brain health, and also with a side of brain aging. And I will kick off the conversation. Bill and I are going to show you 3 ways that you can actually make change today, but we'll talk about it a little bit. We'll set up some of the ideas so you can kind of have an understanding of how your eyes and your brain are so connected, and that you can create a real change in aging. So here's the thing. We can see aging on our skin, right? We have our little lines, we have our puffy, our hair turns gray. Our bodies start to move differently.
Wait. What?
Or we lose our hair.
Did you have to go there? Did you?
Say.
Damn.
But you cannot see externally brain aging, except for that you can with Cognomovement. There is a direct correlation between eye movement and brain health, and by extension, aging. As we age, we naturally stop moving our eyes as much as we did when we were kids. Everybody think about this. Everybody knows a little kid. Where are their eyeballs? Everywhere. Like you take them to the store and they're touching everything, right? When was the last time you were in a grocery store and you looked at the lights above your head? When was the last time you were in a grocery store and you actually looked at the top shelf. Do you have any idea what the ceiling in the grocery store looks like that you have been in 1,000 times? I would wager, unless something weird happened, likely no. As we get older, our brain feels like it knows what's around us, so it stops looking. Then that's one reason that our visual reference shrinks. Another reason is head injury. As we have head injury, and we all have them, everybody says no. Bill McKenna said he had no head injuries, except for that he fell out of an airplane and was a martial artist. So there were a few head injuries. That might tell you a little bit about the brain of our friend Bill McKenna.
A lot more than even that. Yeah. But it's stupidity. Is there anyway? It's a real thing, but there's a lot of reasons why you don't think you had one.
Yeah, but we all do. Like for women, we're famous for this. You open the cupboard, you bend down to get something else, and then you stand up and hit your head on the cupboard, you know? Or people don't think about this. Sports when you're a kid, little kids, high school, middle school, any kind of sport, if you played football, you've had a head injury. If you played volleyball or baseball, even as women, you've had a head injury. Did you ever fall off your bike? Did you ever fall out of your bed? I didn't really think I'd ever had head injury because I'm not good at sports, but I did fall out of a bunk bed. And after that happened, I really hurt my back. But after that happened, my life changed. My perspectives changed. It was around 10 years old and many, many things changed. And I never really associated it with that until we learned what we learned about this. So another thing that happens is surgeries and medication can create changes to our brain. And then trauma creates changes to our brain. Dr. Daniel Amen at the Amen Clinic has shown that a physical trauma and a emotional trauma look the same. But here's an extension to that. Bill and I have discovered that so often in just questioning our clients, that when there's been a big emotional trauma, there is almost always in the vicinity an actual head injury, a car accident, some kind of a fall, some kind of a sports injury will have happened. The one big story is a girl that I had, she was 14 and she'd been having eating disorders and she was really struggling with depression and stuff. She was the most beautiful girl, kind, loving, amazing human. So on the face, it would be like, why would she feel this way? When she came in, she told me about a story when she was 7 that was something that was really, really on the face of things like nothing. It was one of those weird little kid interactions. Her cousin had accused her of kicking her, and then the parents got involved. But this was her reason that she had all these problems. Well, I started to investigate and discovered that she was in karate. And the day before that happened and the day after that happened, she'd been kicked in the head in karate class. So her nervous system sealed this singular moment, emotional moment in time, into the biggest problem in her life. And we see this really, really often. So when you can unwind both the concussion and the emotional trauma, all of that seems to fade away. And then the person has much more access to the brain. So what have I missed, Bill? What are some of the other things where aging is really obvious through the eyes and some of the reasons for it? What did I miss?
Okay, well, you didn't really miss too much, but just to talk a little bit more about this, the nature of being a human, we're born, and then one thing after darn next. I wish it was a a golden path filled with flowers on the side and everything was easy, but we're all faced with traumas, loss, financial loss, physical loss, loss of loves, all of these things. We think that, oh yeah, put it behind you, and you do. But these insults, like Liz said, are actual insults in the brain, which mirror a physical insult, like getting hit with a baseball bat. It goes right along with each other. And I cannot emphasize enough the collapse of relationships, divorces, financial catastrophes, your digestion, your shoulders, all of these different things that you think, oh my gosh, my hips, they ache so much and I can't walk and I'm leaning over. Guess what? Guess what? These things are all interrelated. This
Why don't you tell that story about the boy? You mentioned a baseball bat, and you're telling all those things, but bring it all together with that. Tell us about the boy who got hit with the baseball bat, and then he also did a backflip and hit his head. The behavior,
Oh my.
emotional, and the relationship stuff. I think that ties it all together. What you're saying.
For everybody maybe that wants to explore that, if you type into YouTube, there's just an extra one. I think it's the title of it is Bill McKenna Brain Healing. There was an interview done specifically about this if you want to go into detail, but this poor little guy, this one is just gonna it just tears you up. Just a young boy gets hit in the head with a baseball, bam. And as a little boy, maybe he's in the 5th grade or so, he's a rough and tumble little guy, and he gets hit in the head with a baseball, and then he proceeds to run, and weeks later, and hits his head onto a tree, and he had all of these things that very early, 5th grade, 6th grade, that happened that ended up causing some brain injuries. And when I worked with him, he was around 14, and he was crying. No, and what I mean by crying, I don't mean crying emotionally, but his eyes were watering full time every day, couldn't do anything about it. Just the eyes are constantly watering. So it's, he's constantly with the, turns out right after the injury, he was on a field trip, and there was a girl who, the 6th grade camp, he really liked. And he bought her a little bracelet, and he gave the bracelet to her, and the little guy loved her. He just, and then the teacher found out, and she got that bracelet and just, you little blah blah blah, you stay away, blah blah blah, gave him back and he was distraught. Well, lost love, right? One of the basic premises that we talk about in Cognomovement is our body will express for us the emotion we cannot process, and literally body crying. Anyway, fast forward, he ends up having at 14 or 15, doing a backflip and slamming his head on the back in the cement, and everything went, as you can imagine, he was knocked out. Everything went wonky. And that's when, I started working with him. And all we built back his mental acuity. And all of those pieces of the brain, through the exercises, starting to get that connectivity going. The watering of the eyes stopped. But we worked emotionally on some of that pain as well. So many things happened there. But anyway, it was just a wonderful thing, because there were so many behaviors that were thought as behavioral issues which weren't. They weren't a behavioral issue. It was a brain issue, like getting up, like, get up. You got to go to school. Where's your homework? Oh my God, you forgot your homework? You didn't get your homework done? All of these things just vaporized. They went away. You think that, oh my gosh, this little guy, he can't listen, and he's just rebellious. Not rebellious. His brain needs a little help to exercise. And anyway, that was a beautiful, very heartwarming story, because the family relationship and dynamic changed. The relationship with the father, they started getting along and doing things. He was able to all of a sudden spontaneous gratitude, like, hey mom, I just realized all these things you do for me. Man, you're so nice. I love you. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing all these things for me. What parent wouldn't like that? Just, hey, buddy, you recognize, you best recognize, it's really, anyway, it's something really important, especially, obviously both male and female get head injuries, but boys, by their very nature, have more testosterone. So you're banging into things. And as a little boy, you like it. You like to wrestle. You like to bang your head on, like rams or, it's anyway, it's just one of the problems being a little boy with a lot of testosterone. But it's really important afterwards to rewire the brain and build that mental acuity back up. It's a real thing, and it works.
So somebody asked, like, what did you do specifically? Well, that this is a concussion this severe is something that a Cognomovement practitioner needs to handle. It is done slowly, especially immediately after an injury like that. It's done in mini sessions. You need somebody who can expertly see what part of the brain is struggling and know how to manage the nervous system as you recover. So in those cases, we have what's called a concussion set and a reconnecting set. So many pieces of the brain have to be reconnected, including proprioception and depth perception and vision and non-focused vision and movement. So that's a really complex question. And it really is one of those things that a person doing it themselves with essentials, you're going to accidentally help reconnect concussions, but you really want an expert for this one. And along these lines, it's incidents like these in childhood that often add up to these terrible struggles we have in our life later. Alcoholism, drug abuse, depression. Yeah, Bill knows this. It's true. They add up to, and then
every problem.
What's that? Every problem. And then they add up to this aging issue, which is what we're kind of focused on. I mean, it's also encompassing that it's hard to stay on one topic, but aging, what happens is as the brain has multiple injuries, and as the nervous system learns, as it does starting at conception, the limbic system is starting to form, and it learns what's safe and what's not safe, and the nervous system will get biased and start to focus its attention on very specific moments in time. And some of that's because of head injury, and some of that happens at birth, and some of it happens when you're learning to walk, and right, this massive computer in our head gets knocked around. When it gets knocked around, it reroutes around whatever function is injured, right? So when you're a child, your brain is developing left hemisphere, right hemisphere, left hemisphere, right hemisphere. Daily it shifts. And if you get hit in the head and you're in a left hemisphere brain moment, and now somebody tries to teach you math or tries to teach you how to regulate your emotions, that's a no-go, right? Or vice versa on the left. So it's very complicated. But what happens over time is they all add up, and unchecked, as we age, they diminish our range of vision down to here. Now, in this day and age, it's worse because what are we doing all day long, right? Or this all day long, right? or we're driving, or we're watching TV, or we're reading, right? This capacity to move the eyes, it diminishes. And with that, our access to our brain diminishes for this one single reason. As you move your eyes, you access the files in your brain. If I look up, I'm accessing ideas and inspiration. If somebody says, hey, think about this, what do you do? Oh, right. Or if somebody says, how do you feel about that? You're likely to go like this. How do I feel? Oh, kinesthetic body, right? If you're zoning out, you're likely to go here, right? Have you heard lately? Your eyes are going to move to auditory, right? But we'll move in this tiny range. And then add glasses that we all get as we get older. And now guess what? The brain stops trying to look through our frames, right? Why would it look there? It can't see. It can't see through here, 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 here. So our vision becomes even more and more narrowed. So how do you tell the function of the brain? How do you tell how healthy your brain is or how old your brain is through your eyes? Notice how much they move. Somebody asked about dementia or other brain illnesses. You can see that a person with a real brain injury or degenerative illness, they cannot move their eyes up. You'll hear from Colby later. This is something with people with autism have this issue as well, or other brain injury. There's no movement up. And there's almost never any movement in this zone. Like who moves their eyes up here or here or here or here or here or here? Just don't do it. So you can see as the brain moves or does not move, you can see how aging is affecting the brain. But the fantastical news is you can get it all back. And like Monica has shared, just being able to expand the vision 1/4 of an inch on either side will open up so much of the brain that it changes your perspective. It changes your ability to see perspective. Why are people who are older locked in their ways, right? Because this is as far as they see. If you cannot actually see, you can't see other people's perspectives either. You can't learn anything new. Old dogs can't learn new tricks, except for they can if you can expand their vision. So I'll have you add to that really quickly, Bill, and then let's move into showing people how to get their eyes really moving.
Okay, this is exciting. You guys do this exercise because we're going to get your brain starting to function here. Now, there's cumulative, right? The trauma that you had when you got the divorce, you got the breakup, you lost the love of your life, mom died, dad died, whatever, all these things, right? They're all these insults. And so over time, the nature before Cognomovement was diminishment. You become shut down more and more and more as the brain gets these insults. So this is basically reversing all of that. It will be reflected in the way you walk, the way you talk. It'll be reflected in your activity. It'll be reflected in if you redecorate your house or you get a new car, all of these different things, the recognizing things and being able to be flexible enough to change them. When someone like that kid that was 14 or somebody that's 60 years old and they're having a hard time hearing you or changing their mind, you're like, I really want you not to do that, or I really want you to do this. Well, guess what? They probably can see part of their vision, but part not. NFL, Liz and myself, we work with some NFL players, and obviously they've taken a few hits, and so many of them, you see them on the news, and they're making decisions like, oh my God, why are you doing that? Why are you robbing that bank? Why are you in this domestic violence situation? not there. I know I'm personal responsibility, but I'm saying that it's the real issue is a physical brain issue, and it's being expressed. The symptom of it is their behavior or their inability to see another perspective. The beauty of this, by the way, and there's been some wonderful examples of this that we've had, where it opens back up, and people in their 80s, are like the best, most vibrant relationships in all ways. Like, some of them are shocking, that they're like teenagers as far as, relationship, the health of their marriage. There's the relationship of family, and being able to see new perspectives, and to be able to be flexible. Flexibility is just there. Anyway, enough talk. Let's start doing. Let's get to work. Liz?
Okay. I'm going to start with the focused vision, and then Bill is going to help you with the non-focused vision. So what we mean by non-focused vision is what some people would call peripheral, but what we're talking about is where you're actually seeing here and here at the same time. But focused and non-focused have everything to do with how your brain takes in information. I just want to remind everybody, this is what we're doing with all of Cognomovement, is we're changing the way the mind and body takes in information. And the side effect is that symptoms of a concussion seem to fade, that emotional issues change. So let's start with some things that you can do for yourself. You can start, actually even try this on other people if you have somebody that's aging. And the effects of it are really multifold. It really does help your vision. And I'll tell you why. Because these muscles around your eyeball have everything to do with how you see. So when you squint as you get older, what it's doing is pulling the muscles so it shapes your eyeball, so you have a little more vision, right? So the muscles have everything to do with it. So let's start there. So we're going to start with the ball, and also, you guys, we're using some really basic Cognomovement tools so that everyone can follow along. There are hundreds of tools in the Cognomovement toolkit, so these are some of the basic. So I want you to start where you're really very close to your head, like less than a hand movement around your head, like this, very close to your head. And you're going to start down low. And just let your eyes gaze here, keeping your head straight and level. And notice, can you actually see what's here? If you pulled it down farther, can you actually see what's here? Now, for most of you, at about here, you're going to go, whoa, that does not feel good. The eyes are going to ache and be painful. But, find an item, hold it right about there, and just notice. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a big deep breath. Push your eyes down a little bit and actively relax the body. It looks like this. So you're going to notice tension in the body and actively relax the body where you move the eyes down just a little further. Ready? Push the eyes down just a little further. Push them towards the ball or the item. Relax the body. And we want to do this about 3 times. And what you'll notice is that you have a little more movement and a little more movement. In the eyes down position, this far down, if you are not able to actually see here, if your eyes can't move, you are likely missing really important clues that your body is giving you. And you may start to shuffle. You may start to fall. You may not be able to see the ground beneath your feet. And pretty soon you'll find your head down and you're watching the floor. And this is where you see people starting to shuffle and elderly people starting to fall. So this part of our vision is massively important to our mobility. Okay, so move over to like the armpit level now. I'm holding the ball like this, and let your eyes go there. And notice, is it tight? Make sure you're not cheating. Keep your head straight and level. Big deep breath. Relax that body and let the eyes move. Think about it. When was the last time you tried to look at your own armpit without moving your head? Okay, this is a part of your vision that really matters. You know, what's here, red on the side? Where are your feet in space? Okay, move to the opposite side. You might find that it's now already easier on the opposite side. Ready? Breathe again. Try to keep your head from turning. Stretch those eyes. I know it's uncomfortable. And one more. Great. Okay, next one, we're going to move right up to auditory. Now, any of these spots in between you want to try, but just for saving time, I'm going to kind of hit the big ones. Right here, when was the last time you tried to look at your own ear without turning your head? And notice, can you actually see whatever item you're holding in your hand? Is it double? Does it hurt like hell? Keep keeping your head straight and level. Ready? Big deep breath. Actively relax the body and let those eyes move farther. One more time. And one more time. Now, why are we doing this? Why are we actively relaxing the body? Because we are releasing the muscles that are holding those eyes in tight. That's what we're doing. We're releasing the muscles here. And actually, as we do, we release muscles in the whole body. All right, let's move up now to like your eyebrow. Bring it in tight. When was the last time you tried to look at the edge of your own eyebrow? Big deep breath, push the eyes, relax the body. You may notice that you've got more space. Big deep breath. Relax the eyes, drop the body. And again. Okay. So I just want to point out that there are many, many ways to do this. This is just one, but it's one that's pretty effective and it allows the big muscle releases. Okay. Let's move up over the head. Now, here is the place that we get in so much trouble as we age. And when you see in degenerative brain illnesses, this area or big brain injury that you can't move. So keep your chin down and you're going to look up as though you're looking like almost at your own hairline here. And notice how much you can see of the item you have in your hand. For most of you, you're going to see very little or half. Ready? Big deep breath. Relax your body, push your eyes. Big deep breath. Relax the body, push the eyes. And one more time. Why do we do 3? Because it gives us a really good chance of getting a very deep stretch, 3 big stretches. Now, in this area, if you're doing this on your own, you're going to go up and to the left as well. Let's just do one real quick. We'll just do one so I can show you the position. Big deep breath. There you go. Some of you may have noticed that you just got really hot or cold. And as you do, it's the body changing as you're releasing and opening new neural patterns. So on the other side, you would do that too. Way up in the up position, but off to the left or right. Big deep breath. Let's just do one more here. Now the trick is to really hold yourself in it, really hold your eyes in it. Okay, let's move down to auditory on the right. Big deep breath. And you may find that on one side you can see way better than the other. This is perfectly normal. And it also gives you clues and indicators of where injury might be in your brain. So ready, big deep breath. Keep your head straight and level. Big deep breath. Relax the body, push the eyes. And let's do one more. Good. Now, to see greater perspective, we're going to work these side areas. Like I said, if you start real close and you move the ball around, this will be a second way, and move the ball in a circle, you will notice where you can and cannot see the ball, where the eyes will and will not go. This is one of the most basic stretches that we do. And if you can move your eyes, if you can open it even a quarter of an inch, you are going to get more brain. Excuse me. So on the sides, the more you can expand this, the more you're going to have greater perspective of the world and of what people are saying and what you're thinking this way. This way, you're going to have more ideas and inspiration. This is the one that helps you become more of who you really are in a fast way, because it allows that ideas and inspiration. It's up here in this part of the brain. This is also praise and worship. So you will find that your consciousness expands, that you have more compassion. Consider that if you've got somebody whose eyes or vision is very small, they don't have compassion for a lot of other people. They're very narrow-minded. That's exactly what that means, narrow-minded. In this lower section, this is going to be that kinesthetic body. How connected am I to my body? How do I know what my body needs? How can I nourish and feed my body? So get the eyes in a stretched position, big deep breath, relax the body. Now, everybody, please do this one with me, where I said you're really close to the head. Let's do this. Ready? Big deep breath, head straight and level, and just move the eyes in an oval, slow, about this speed, and breathe. Slow. And we're just getting a really deep stretch. Now, doing this daily will really improve your vision. It'll really open up your brain, but it also show you where you've got a trouble spot. And in that trouble spot, you're just going to hold it there for a few more seconds and do what we did before. Big deep breath. Push the eyes a little further and relax the body. Big deep breath. You can wiggle the ball a little, rotate it a bit, and then continue on your little journey. And shockingly, 1 to 3 minutes of just this a day will create massive change in the way the brain functions, more access to the brain, a calmer nervous system, a down-regulated nervous system. And people who have brain injuries and illness will often find that they have just a much better day. Their cognition is better. You can find the word faster. Their mobility is better. They find that they are not in so much depression by the simple thing of opening up the vision, releasing the muscles, and allowing yourself to have more access. So that's just a real basic primer. If you want to know a lot more about this, reach out to a practitioner or consider becoming a practitioner. But let's pass it over to Bill, because I want to make sure there's enough time to talk about this incredible part of the vision and brain access called non-focused vision. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. This is really significant, is to be able to open up this other non-focused vision, also peripheral. So as we do this exercise right now, the interesting thing is that you are not how do I say this? Your peripheral or non-focused vision is not fixed, meaning as your brain comes online, so too will you be able to see more and more. So we're going to actually experience this. This is so significant in so many ways. Not only is it going to help to relax, but your perception. Remember, your physical and your emotional or mental all are intermingled. As my perception widens, literally, in your brain, and being able to see other points of view. So here we go. We're gonna take this step by step. Now, if you have a Cognomovement ball, you're just gonna park this over the shoulder. If you don't have a Cognomovement ball, I would prefer if you have a clicky pen, a pen that makes a sound. Okay? If you don't have a clicky pen, you can use your finger to make a little noise. Okay? So here we go. You're going to put your ball over the shoulder, and I'm going to call this, we're going to start here at the 3 o'clock position. Now, keep your head straight forward and level. And what you're going to do is you're going to move this to the point where I can't see, I just, the very tip of it, I can see the very tip of it. So we'll go back, take it back, back. And if you have a pen, same thing. Your head is straightforward and level, and fix your eyeball on one point. We're only using our vision, our non-focused, or whatever you want to call it, peripheral. And you get it right to the edge. Now, what you do here is you can begin tapping. Now, obviously, I can see this in the computer, but what you're going to do, you don't want to look at the computer. Look at a spot and you tap. You make a little bit of a sound, and then notice, can I see it more clearly now? Move it a little bit back and tap. Keep your eyes fixed. Don't look. Notice. Take your hand down. Can I see it more clearly? Take a breath. Relax. Tap. Notice your clarity. Now, we're going to move down to the 4 o'clock position. And notice, moving the ball backwards, where's the edge? Where's the edge? Where I can barely see it. Tap. Feel it with your finger, hear it with your ears, and see it in the periphery. Take your hand down. Breathe. Notice if you have more of the ball now, or more of the pen. If you have a pen, you click it or you tap it to make a sound. Back it up a little bit to the point where now there's a new threshold where I can barely see it. And again, tap. Notice, do I have more? Tap again or click. Breathe. Okay, very good. Close your eyes for a second, give it a break. For some of you, not all, but some of you that have had brain injuries, as you close your eyes, you may have experienced, a lot of sensation in your brain as you do this physically. They say you can't feel your brain, but the neurologists who really know brain injuries, they know that you can. For people that never had a brain injury, they typically don't feel much. But people that have, when they do this type of exercise, they can really feel it. Okay, and now what you're going to do is move the ball down, or your pen downwards to the point where you can barely see it. Now, for some of you, you'll say, "Oh, my belly is keeping that ball away. But you're going to notice that to different degrees, how far back on the ball can you see? So you put it right in your chest. My head is straightforward, level, and you're looking at one point. And now look at how far back on the ball can I see? And then just right there, tap. Hear it, feel your finger, and then take it away. Notice, do I have a little bit more? Do I have a little bit more? For some of you, you'll start to see color back there. For some of you, the rest of the ball will start to show up. Go back again. Tap. And notice, how much of it do I have? There's another very odd phenomenon that happens. It turns out the electrical circuit for this interfaces our neurology with the right brain and the heart. And some of you might all of a sudden start to feel like, why am I feeling love? Why am I feeling this good feeling in my chest? It's because you're just activating that circuit. It's kind of a weird phenomenon, but it's good. Ready? We'll do it again. Tap. Really put your attention there. Your head is fixed. Your eyes are forward. And then noticing. Okay. Ready? Now we're going to be going to the 7 o'clock position. Take it over to about the 7 position. And we're going to do it again. We're going to back it up. Back it up. You can use your hands to roll it across your body. For some of you, it's going to be back here. Okay. Where's the edge? Where's the edge? Just right to the edge. Tap. Notice. Tap. You feel it with your finger and you hear it with your ears. It turns out that your eyes, brain, and your touch are all interconnected, and it activates your brain. Where maybe my eyes wouldn't work, I can use my touch and my hearing to cause an activation. So it's really cool. You can back it up just a hair, so to the point where it's not really visible anymore, and then tap again. See if you can get it to expand. Yeah, that feels good. All right. All right. Now we'll move it right up to the 3 o'clock position. Oops, not 3, 9. Ready? And you got the idea. Ready? And we're right at the edge, the livid edge. Tap. Notice. Tap. Notice. Breathe. Back it up a hair. If you got some, I like to call it real estate. You know, if you got some more real estate, then tap again. See if you can get some more out of it. More. Beautiful. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to move to the 10 o'clock position. 10 to 11. Right there, 10 to 11. Ready? And eyes are forward again. And we're going to move it right to the edge and tap. Eyes are forward, head's fixed. Breathe. Tap. Listen to it. Where is it in time and space? There we go. For some of you, you'll actually feel the tension in your eyes in certain positions as you do this. it's not just with your focal vision or you're moving your eyes, but you'll actually feel it. It's really interesting. Move it back a little bit and tap. Notice. Move it back if you got anything and tap. Beautiful. Okay. And now we're straight up overhead. 12 o'clock. For some of you, you're going to feel this one. Move it right overhead. Some of you, it'll be way out here. Others of you, it'll be back. So find that place right back where it disappears. You just want a hair of it. Just a hair. And then tap. Keep your eyes forward. Beautiful. Breathe. Back it up ever so slightly to the point where it disappears again, or just right on the edge. Tap. Some of these places can be stubborn. And that's okay. It takes a little while. And you get little pieces at a time, but over time it will expand. Breathe in. And now let's move over to that 1 to 2 position. This is the last bit here. This is it. Move it backwards. Eyes forward. Move it back. And tap. Breathe. Move it back again if you have some availability. You move it back again. Move it back. And now we want to balance you out here. That's this sounds like, oh gosh, not a big deal, but I want to balance you out, okay? Grab your ball or your pen if you have, and let's just go left to right and say the color, orange, whatever you see, red. You're down low. Let's move it up to the shoulder. Say the color. Ready? Breathe. Eye level. Say the color. Up above. Say the color. Breathe in. Okay. Now, put your head straight forward, level. Look at that same point. And now, open up. Notice how far up, back, and down. Notice, allow yourself to notice the edge. What is the edge? What is the furthest possibility in all directions? Let go and let your brain, as Liz Larson says, let your brain see. Let your brain see. Just open it up. Keep opening further and further. Notice the entire way. How far back can I now make out what's going on? And notice here, how do I feel? Do I feel kind of a really good feeling? If you did feel a really good feeling in your your center line, make a little comment there that you felt something that was a good feeling.
That the edge feels spherical. The edges of it feels spherical, you know, that panoramic vision.
Yeah, panoramic vision. Yeah. So if you felt something good, let us know. If you felt expanded, let us know. Yeah. Golden glow, positive golden glow.
Sherry says she's more aware.
Ah, good. There we go. It is exactly that. It is exactly that. You should, anyhow, it's hard for me to keep up there.
Just, I think it was about checking how far you can see before you did and after. That's true. Testing is really a good idea, and writing it down so that you have something to compare it to as well. You know what I just want to say too, these are things that we do personally daily. Like we practice, you know, opening panoramic vision. I mean, when we're just driving in the car or watching TV or, you know, looking at the computer, we stretch our eyes daily and make sure that there's no parts of the brain that are you know, having trouble. Like your neck can be out and you'll end up with a really sore eye position and not be able to see. Or maybe someone upset you, or maybe you ate something that really put your body in inflammation. So daily, you want to be using these stretches, you want to be expanding your vision. And this will really have an impact on how young your brain appears. And here's what's interesting. Even if you've had severe damage in the brain, what we have seen, and with brain scans to prove it, that other parts of the brain will take over. And sometimes the brain heals itself, but you get the function back, sometimes 110%, by finding another part of the brain that is willing to do that. And we have, we can't talk about it now because we only have 3 minutes to the end in the next session, but you know, we have people in their late 70s, early 80s, and even 90s who are getting massive changes and seem to be aging backwards, not only mentally, but emotionally. They've cleared up a lifelong trauma in their 80s, you know. Their mobility changes rapidly and they get back a lot of their mobility, their energy changes. So,
Confident.
you know, I think, Bill, we're moving into a new era of what aging could look like. And these tools are some that are so simple, you know, uh, very, very inexpensive, free if you're watching the show today, to do to create real lasting change and, you know, reverse the signs of aging. And for many of us, we actually physically start to look much younger. So, yeah. All right, you guys, we are at our limit. Leah, we finished with 2 minutes to go. So are you proud of us?
Wow, I am so, so proud and shocked, really. All right, so we've got lots of comments, but we don't have a lot of time for questions for this hour, but I will get to them in the next one for sure. So before we get started with Miriam, let's see, I just want to make sure Miriam is here for her session. Okay, I'm going to ask her to unmute while I'm babbling.
Here.
Oh,
There she
awesome. Okay, everybody say thank you so much to Bill and Liz. We'll obviously be around for questions and all of that, but keep up with your questions, keep up with your comments. And before we get started with Miriam, I just want to say that, and also ask you in the comments, isn't it amazing to see how practical techniques can make such a profound difference in how we think and feel and even age? So every time we hear Bill and Liz speak, we're reminded of how powerful Cognomovement really is in transforming every era of our lives. So while you're up here on this high, I just want to say thank you so much, everybody, for being here and doing the work. We are all so proud of you for being here for this day, even if you have to go in and out. I know you'll watch the replay, and you guys are amazing for doing this work and making changes in your life. So while we're here, I want to talk to you a little bit about our upcoming events. So if you want to look at them yourselves, you can just go to cognomovement.com/upcoming-events. I'll put it in the comments when I'm done. We've got really exciting things coming up. So you've heard a couple of people mention Cogno Conscious. It's the ultimate 5-day transformational experience. So if you have been feeling stuck in cycles of fear, frustration, and hopelessness, if you're battling guilt, regret, or shame that keeps you anchored in the past, if you feel like you're carrying emotional weights that you just can't let go of, they're not just feelings, they're symptoms of what we call the survival paradigm. It's the third dimension of human experience, and it's a space where fear and anxiety dominate. But what if you could move beyond survival into a space of peace, joy, and unconditional love? That's what Cogno Conscious is all about. In just 5 days, we're going to guide you through transformational sessions designed to clear emotional baggage, rewire your nervous system, and elevate your consciousness. So Cogno Conscious is different because we use exclusive techniques. Our methods are truly one of a kind, and they deliver results you won't find anywhere else. You get accelerated growth. So what could take you 20 years of self-development is condensed into just 5 life-changing days. We've had a lot of stories of people who've had the same problem for 20, 30, 40 years, and it's gone with this event and with Cognomovement. And you get empowerment and insight. You're going to gain clarity, emotional freedom, and the tools to create the life you've always dreamed of. It's fast, it's effective, it's a lot of work and really intense, and it's designed to shift your life in ways you can't imagine. The seats are limited. We're on early bird prices right now, and if you use the code Leah, just my name, you are going to get 15% off right now on top of those early bird prices. So any of our event tickets, you can use that coupon code right now for this day, specifically for all of you who are doing the work. I want to introduce to you our relationship series, Break the Loop, Build Harmony. So we all experience relationships, whether it's with your partner, family, colleagues, or even your relationship with yourself. We all know how challenging these dynamics can be. So that's why we're introducing the relationship series. You are all the first people to hear about this event. It's a step-by-step approach for clearing unresolved issues, breaking the cycle of miscommunication, and creating deeper and more meaningful connection. So what's included in this series is romantic relationships, build trust, communication, and joy with your partner, kids and family dynamics, address challenges with siblings, parents and children, cousins, any mother-in-laws, for a harmonious family life, career and work relationships, learn how to navigate workplace dynamics and improve collaboration, self-love and acceptance. You can transform your relationship with yourself by clearing blocks to self-worth and confidence. Interactions in the world, shift how you show up in public, turning negative interactions into positive ones. If you've ever felt stuck in the same arguments or dynamics, this series is for you. It's about giving you the tools to clear emotional blocks that stand in the way of healthy, joyful relationships. So you can get tickets for each individual one, or you can save by getting a series pass and coming to the whole series. It's all online. It is not in person. It's live online, and you can get your tickets at upcoming events. The last thing I want to talk about before I let Miriam take over is our practitioner training program. You have heard a lot of us talk about the practitioner training program. It transforms others that you work with, but it really also transforms yourself. So it's not just for people who want to work with clients, it's for anybody who's ready to experience a profound transformation in their own life. So this program stands out because you get personal growth, you learn how to clear your own emotional baggage, break through limiting patterns, and step into the best version of yourself. You're going to work closely with Liz and Bill. It's the only program where you get hands-on training and mentorship from the creators of Cognomovement. Even our VIP clients don't get this level of attention and care with, they get a lot of care, but this level of attention with Bill and Liz in this program. You get a global community. You can join an amazing network of practitioners who are passionate about healing and growth. You get to trade sessions. You get to be the first people to learn about new Cognomovement. techniques, and you get real world opportunities. As a practitioner, you'll have the chance to collaborate with us on new techniques, studies, and events that are shaping the future of Cognomovement. The best part is in 2025, we're offering live trainings in the US, in San Diego, and and advanced training in New Jersey, and in London. So if you've been waiting for the perfect time to join us, this is it. If you're ready to make a lasting impact for yourself and others, apply to become a Cognomovement practitioner. Essentials is a prerequisite. Cognomovement Essentials is a prerequisite to become a practitioner. But fill out that application and get started. This is the most transformational and amazing and supportive program that you probably will ever experience, if we do say so ourselves. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Miriam. Sorry, I am trying not to cough in the in the middle of my spiel here. So let's see. Sorry, I have lost where I am. I'm gonna get Miriam on. Miriam, are you muted? Yes, you're muted. I'm going to.
There we go.
Add her spotlight here, and we will get back to you in just I hope you guys enjoy my songs that I make up. They're really the best. Miriam, I am having a problem with my computer. If you wouldn't mind, would you please tell everybody a little bit about yourself, a little bit about the session that you're going to do? What I will say is that Miriam is an absolutely phenomenal practitioner, and she is doing amazing work with her students. So.
Awesome. I'm so excited to be here. Oh my goodness, the energy. I'm Miriam Kotelis, and today I'm a level 1 practitioner. I'm so excited to be here. I am going to be doing a session that I do all the time personally, and it helps me realign with my goals. And I have a really good imagination, but I'm also very cynical. So, theoretically, we know what we're supposed to be thinking, but then there's a huge gap between what we're supposed to do and then implementing that. So, this is sort of a way to bypass that, and Cognomovement has been very helpful with it. I've always believed that we have guides. So I was, I'm kind of excited about, I'm thinking guides, and just go with me for a minute. And I also follow lots of near-death experience. And the idea of a guide, someone came up with this story of a higher self might be your guide, or your guide might be your higher self. Sorry, the other way around. And I love that idea, the fact that that you yourself at a higher level give you unconditional love and loving guidance. So I started thinking, what would happen if I started meditating on what this higher self looked like? And then that same week that I was thinking that, I ran across this quote, and the quote is, "Align with your perfection." And I have this quote peppered all over my house. I have it on my fridge. I have it in my bathroom, in my art room, and align with your perfection. And the way that Cognomovement has helped me is 3 ways. It helps me to unclutter my mind so that I can have these very imaginative sessions. It allows me to have the resistance that comes up, or the but that kind of feeling, the resistance that does come up, it gives it room, it allows it to exist, and it allows us to welcome it and be curious and play with it, and then it because we do that and we're not forcing it down, it dissipates. So the resistance dissipates. And then the last reason why Cognomovement helps is that we're able to, it helps because there's no clutter. I'm able to clearly envision this higher version of myself. And once you have that clear vision of what your higher you or your perfection is, it lives with you. Like you walk around with it. And I'm a teacher, so there's this thing called bridging the gap. So this is your higher self, and this is you. And by having such a clear vision, you're able to bridge that gap much faster. So that's what we're going to do today. I'm so excited. I can get to share this awesome thing that I do. And you're going to need your ball. And I think we have 20 minutes. So we're gonna get this wonderful session done. Can you all hear me very well? Because I'm moving away from the camera a little bit. Can you hear me? Okay, beautiful.
You're good.
All right, so get your ball. And we're going to hold it at the low position. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to connect with unconditional love, because that will guide us into our perfection. So we're going to connect with unconditional love. And first, you're going to hold your ball down. You're going to keep your head straight. And we're going to just take some deep breaths to calm our bodies. I'm going to keep my eyes open, facing forward. And I want you to think of somebody, or maybe even a pet. This person or pet does not need to be alive. It could have been someone in your past. And I want you to just bring them forth in your mind. So just to take a second and just bring them forth as if they're standing in front of you, or they're in front of you. Imagine them there. Take a deep breath. Imagine them there right now. And I want you to feel around and see where your body rises to meet this unconditional love that you feel for this being. And there are no wrong answers here. It could be your little toe, just anywhere in your body. And let's just focus on that. And I want you to take note of where this location is, because we're going to focus on it as we move our ball from left to right. And we're going to start with our hip area. I am sitting. You do not need to be standing to do this. And you're going to be moving the ball left to right, and keep your head straight as you keep your eyes on the ball left to right. Take a deep breath. And when I say take a deep breath, I really need you to take a deep breath and make it audible exhale. And that feels really good for the body. So keep following the ball with your eyes. And you are now at chest level. And I'm going to unconditional love. Stay with the unconditional love. Go back to that place in your body. Take a deep breath. Slow down even more. Take another deep breath. Make the exhale audible. Doing an excellent job. We're now at your shoulder level. Slow down even more. And you're just following the ball with your eyes. Unconditional love. Love. Now at the neck or your chin. Love. Another deep breath. Audible exhale. Nice and slow. If you forget to track the ball, go back. Track the ball with your eyes. Take another deep breath. Unconditional love. Love. And if you're muted, you might just want to say that person or that pet's name out loud. Unconditional love. Love. Stay in the feeling. Stay in that part of your body that holds unconditional love. You're by your forehead now. Love. Unconditional love. Slow down even more. You're doing wonderful. Excellent. Over your head now. Love. 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 Take a deep breath. Bring the ball down. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So now is when we play. And again, I'm going to ask you again that for the infinity, we are going to reach, allow, stretch, welcome, play, be curious, be silly. All right. Let's just be really open, stretch open. So what I'm going to do is, for the sake of time, I have 4 questions that I'm going to ask you during the infinity. And for those, those who just joined, the infinity is you're just drawing a number 8 in front of your face, nice and slow, and you're following the ball, you're tracking the ball. I'm just going over that in case. All right, so what I'm going to do is you're going to slow the ball down even further. If you have glasses on, you might want to take them off. I have notes, so I need to keep my glasses on. But if you have glasses on, you might want to take them off. And you're following the ball as it's moving around the figure 8. I'm going to ask you 4 questions. And again, we're going to play, stretch, allow. And you're welcome. I'm actually encouraging you to answer the questions out loud. All right. Since you're muted, this is an excellent opportunity for your body, the whole body, to hear your answers. Ready? All right. If there was a higher version of yourself, what would this person look like? And again, play, allow. If you notice any resistance, like, oh no, that's not possible, just even say that. Just let it come out, voice it, give any resistance voice. What would this person look like? Slow down the ball even more, take a deep breath. My eye is doing some weird things over here. I'm going to stay here a little longer. If you notice any discomfort or your eyes hurting somewhere, stay there just a tiny bit longer. Make sure your eyes tracking the ball. What would this person look like? Give me more information. Remember to answer me out loud. What would this person look like? If you feel silly being on video and talking, feel free to take off the video. It doesn't matter. I can't see you anyway. Excellent. You're doing great. What else? Tell me more. Excellent. Follow the ball. You're doing nice and slow. Who would the people in your life be? Look around you. Who are you surrounded by? This higher self you've aligned with your perfection. Who are these people? What are they like? How do you treat each other? Keep the ball moving. Follow the ball with your eyes. Take a deep breath. If you feel like you could take notes if you want, but just speak the answers out loud. Tell me more. Tell me more about the people in your life. If this higher self existed. Right? Here's another one. It's moving in space. This person, how do they move in space? They're walking in the gym. They're walking in the supermarket. Take a deep breath. They're at work. Feel being in their body. What does it feel like? Walking, doing everyday things. Walking across the theater. Feel being in that space in their body. And your own space. How about where you live? Look around you. Describe where you live. And again, any resistance, you can also voice it. Just are no wrong answers. We're just really curious about what our imagination decides to come up with. If a higher self, higher version of yourself existed, where would this person live? What would the place look like? What would your bedroom look like? If you're not getting a lot of answers, slow down the ball even more. Take a deep breath. Any and all answers are welcomed. Just keep talking. Excellent job. Where do you live? And I know I said 4 questions, but we have one more. And it's, what name? Like, imagine if you can just pick a name for this higher version. That really helped me when I did mine. Just having a different name unlocked so much. So just play, allow, welcome. What name? You could just give this higher version of yourself a name. Excellent. All right. For the sake of time, I'm going to give us 1 minute to do an infinity walk. And I'm going to do it too. Because here we go. And I'm just going to walk around. There we go. I have a tiny space, and actually that doesn't matter. You just make sure you're not tripping on anything. And I want you again to just say the person or being's name that we talked about earlier. Or you can just say the word love as you're walking in your infinity. Love. Lift your head up and look around you. See, find something that you might have not noticed before. This is an old space that I've always been in, but every time I ask that prompt to myself, I find something different that I've never seen before. Excellent. Take a seat, and we have a few minutes. Now, the next part is actually really essential, so I'm going to make sure we get it all in time. Now, the next part I got from that really cool thing that's going around with ChatGPT, where you imagine what your day looks like. So we're going to do that. So we're going to use, instead of the infinity, I also love doing the ball. And I know I saw Katie in here. She, my mentor, and she uses the circle, and I started using the circle. She's amazing. So let's do that. Let's do the circle. And again, the prompt for this one is super simple, is I want you to just walk me through or tell me the story out loud. Very important, out loud. Again, not for me, obviously, because I can't hear you, but for yourself, for you to hear it. Tell the story out loud of what a typical day would look like in your higher self. Let's just like get in there and get really just be silly. And I love the word silly because it just kind of makes it doesn't have to be perfect, although we're talking about aligning your perfection. Good, ready? All right, we're going to start. And you're going to tell me the story of your day. Start with your morning. And again, anytime you feel, oh no, this is not possible, you can welcome to say it. You're going to allow the doubts, reservations to also be voiced. Take a deep breath. Let's get silly, guys. All right, what else? What else? Tell me about your day. What would this perfection, what was this higher version of yourself? What would they do with their day? What does their day, one day look like? Self-correct if you need to. Here we go. Even us practitioners have to self-correct. There we go. What would it look like? Tell me the story. And if your story was way too short, elaborate. Tell me more. What time do you wake up? What do you have for breakfast? Take a deep breath. Remember, audible exhales, please. Excellent. Right, keep following. If you notice your eyes are not tracking the ball, go back and make sure they're tracking the ball. Excellent. Right, stay in the feeling. What else? What else? Let's get silly. Anytime you feel resistance, push through. Of course, allow the resistance to exist by voicing it, but then just say it anyway. What else? What does a day in the life of the higher level you look like? Excellent. Let's spend a couple of seconds up here. What does it look like? You have a few more minutes. Take another deep breath. Excellent. Let's get silly. You might want to just keep at it, guys. Don't give up. Excellent. Stretch that imagination. Excellent. Take a deep breath, bring the ball down. Guys are amazing. All right. So Bill used a phrase, I don't remember, it was finish it up. I don't know what he said, but I should have written it down. All right. So I need to copy that. All right. So we're going to just finish it up. I guess that's not the phrase he used, but we're going to call the colors out from low to high and just nice and quick. We're going to just go left, right, call the colors. I'm not doing them because I don't want to confuse you. All the way to the top. Remember to take a deep breath. Keep your eye on the ball. Both hands on the ball. Excellent. Excellent. Take a deep breath. Bring the ball down. Whew, I have 4 minutes to spare. Very cool. You guys were amazing. My vision is so bad, but I could see the people going and it just made my heart, my Cogno heart warm. So thank you so much for letting me guide you with this, with the thing that I do all the time. So I'm very excited.
Wow, these are gorgeous, gorgeous prompts, Miriam.
Oh, thanks. You're going to make me cry.
So beautiful. I just absolutely love those prompts. I hope everybody loved it as much as I do. What I love about this is Cognomovement is very, very practical and functional, but there is this whole massive aspect of opening our consciousness. And I feel like this is one of those ways that a person could do this daily and gently, even if they're just starting out in consciousness or spirituality or learning about their higher self. I feel like this is such a beautiful, gentle but powerful way to do it. I loved it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. While we've got you, I can't help but have you just share just for a minute, because I know Leah's going to ring the buzzer on us. But you use Cognomovement. You're a teacher, you're an art teacher, as well as a Cognomovement practitioner and all kinds of other fabulous things. You're an artist yourself. And I know that you've shared that you use Cognomovement, bits of Cognomovement in the classroom because it's public school, right?
Mhm.
So there's only so much allowed. And one of the things you did was actually put a figure eight on the floor for the kids to watch. Would you share with everybody just a couple of things that you've noticed that helps with in the classroom with learning or behavior or anything else?
Before you answer, just sorry. I just want to get Glenn queued up. So Glenn, I can't find your name in here. So if you are here, please message me in the chat. Okay, sorry, Miriam, go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. So I teach elementary students. I'm art teacher, but I'm trained in special ed. So a lot of I did put an infinity rug in my classroom. It looks like the yellow brick road. And if you want to see it, it's on my Instagram page. I'll share it with over here. But the kids are allowed to get up and walk the figure eight whenever they want, and they have to do it 3 times, and they have to wait until no one's on it for them to get on the rug. And I notice my students with disabilities, especially my children with autism, really navigate towards the rug. So, and they come in, and it's just a matter of they just come in, they walk around, and they go right to work. And on the way, and whenever the transition happens, which is usually when they fall apart. So it's great. I mean, and it's just like this weird sort of magical little rug we have. And I did paint it like a yellow brick road, and then it has like leaves all around. So They love walking the yellow brick road, and it's allowed them to move their bodies, and especially the wiggly kids. And it doesn't have to just be for kids with disabilities. All kids are wiggly. So, so
So you're saying it helps them with the transition. They come in and they walk the figure eight, and then it helps them to settle
yeah,
into the classroom.
it definitely calms their bodies down where they're able to then go back and focus. And
That's amazing. But for everybody who doesn't know, the figure eight is based on labyrinth technology, and what it does, like many things in Cognomovement, is it helps shift the hemispheres of the brain. And this is one of the things we talked about early on, is that getting stuck in one hemisphere or one part of the brain can create a lot of problems, behavioral and learning and all kinds of other things. So that brilliant thing that you did in your classroom of creating that figure eight for them to walk and use has so many uses for kids and learning and behavior and all that sort of thing. So bravo.
I'll share the picture on the chat in a few seconds.
Yeah, that was an absolutely gorgeous session. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you for letting me be here today. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Go
ahead, Bill. I just thank you, and for and for what you're doing for those kids. Just so awesome.
While we're waiting to see if Glenn is on or if he's coming on, I didn't get to give Miriam a proper intro because all of my notes went away. But you can book sessions with Miriam. And she is, I put her website in the chat here, just a couple of comments above. So you can check out more about her. And just to say a little bit more, since I didn't get to, Miriam is a level 1 Cognomovement practitioner, and obviously she has a passion for helping people overcome emotional challenges, unwanted patterns, and fears. Miriam's unique background as an artist and teacher, combined with her experience in Cognomovement, gives her a creative and heartfelt approach to transformation, which makes her a wonderful practitioner. So if you want more info about her website is in the chat, and she's also gonna post an Instagram link for you. While we're waiting for Glenn, I haven't heard anything. So we can answer some questions, or if you had more questions for Miriam, you can ask them. Otherwise, I will begin with some questions.
I have one. So Miriam, just because of the nature of your session, have you found for yourself, because I know you're into spiritual things and you're a spiritual being and all of that, have you found that this has actually helped you expand your consciousness using Cognomovement?
Glenn, there's 74 people waiting on
Glenn, you. Or Bill, you're go ahead.
Sorry.
You're muted, Miriam, I think.
Oh, how did Miriam get muted? Okay, hold on. I'm working on it.
Can you hear me, Miriam?
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I heard what you said. Yeah, since I started doing Cognomovement, actually, Coral inspired me when she said she does Cognomovement every day, and I was like, oh, I can do that. So I started doing Cognomovement every day, and of course, they're not full sessions every day, but maybe about 10 minutes a day. And ever since I started doing it, I have the most fascinating like coincidences, like downloads, synchronicities. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm not even surprised anymore. And actually, for those of you who are wondering about becoming a practitioner, like that's pretty much what we all do. We share the magic during the meetings because we're not surprised anymore by the amount of synchronicities that happen. So I always think of it as magic. I'm like, I don't know what it is, but something is becoming aligned to where something is happening. It's magical, and I want to be part of it. So yeah. So definitely, if you're, every day, do it every day.
The Cogno magic is real.
Cogno magic is real. I have to say that for myself personally. That's what happens with me. And it's one of the biggest reasons that I like to use Cognomovement. It's like a motivation. Obviously, it's for the things that are kind of sucking. You need to get out of your system so that you can have a better day. But the amount of downloads, the amount of information. I feel like I have access, like I'm connected into the internet through my brain when I've done my Cognomovement session. And I know that I'm, like you said, I'm not surprised at these weird coincidences that happen anymore. It's almost like you expect it because there's no roadblock to it. But I feel like for me, my consciousness has changed exponentially by doing this because I'm no longer tethered to all the stuff that my body would have been focused on in the past, like all the crappy stuff. Do you feel like that's your experience as well?
That's a beautiful way of describing it. You're right. And the things that you used to sweat, the small stuff kind of, so the sweat, you're not sweating the small stuff anymore, so that you can see the world more clearly. And yeah, you're operating on a completely different level. Yeah. Oh gosh, I don't
Well,
I'm
don't you feel like
I'm
that's
happiest at, my age now than I've ever been. And it's because of Cognomovement. So you
an
guys
amazing thing to
are
say,
magicians.
isn't it? Isn't it an amazing thing to say? I feel like that too, like before Cognomovement, it's so easy to let something completely throw you off course during a day, some small thing. But if you like, okay, I see what's going on here, you go and do your mini session, like a minute or 5 minutes, and then you're free to move about the planet and do whatever the heck you want. So to me, that is so valuable.
Yeah, I can't live without it now, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like Leah's here. That means
Thank you,
my
guys.
lesson's coming on. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you so much, Miriam.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask some questions since we don't seem to have Glenn, which is great because we got a lot of them. So I'm gonna try to get through some of them. Bill, are you ready to get back on as well for the questions?
He's nodding yes.
Oh, okay. I'm asking him to unmute, and then I'll get you.
There we go. And I'm back.
Spotlight. Okay. What you guys don't? I mean, you're not appreciating my songs. I just feel like they're inspired. Okay.
Hey, Leah, wait a minute. Before you do that, I just want to say I got to asking Miriam questions and we skipped this part. Sandy said that was great, Miriam. Thank you. Thank you for the session. Beautiful session, Miriam. Yes, I love being part of the magic. Our darling practitioner in Canada, Sheila said. Flora says, I'm still surprised how it comes about with the laugh. And then Katie says she looks and feels better at 50 than she did at 40 because of Cognomovement. And Sheila says she really appreciates your song.
They're just inspired, I just
came up with that is the hidden, that's the hidden gem. The hidden gem, we get practitioner and helping other people, but the hidden gem is transformation and your life going in reverse in a good way, and feeling better, in every way, physical, emotional, body movement, ability to process. I mean, the living example. It's so nice. You know what? I think that's one of the best things about World Cognomovement Day is, people getting to see this real. So anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miriam.
Katie says Benjamin Button Cognomovement style. If you are able to, I don't know if you can find it anymore because we post so much on the group, but if you can find Katie's before and after pictures, they're really cool. So one of the
just came in, Leah.
Okay, let's answer this one question. Is it normal for the eyes to pull and blink so much so you can barely see anything?
Yes, that is real.
It's money.
As you are moving the ball, the places where your brain it's not functioning well, but also it doesn't want to look. I mean, it will do everything it can to get away from it. It'll blink, your eyes will water, it'll go double. And really what you do is you want to make sure you deeply relax. You don't want to let the tension build and stay in that area, moving the ball in like a little asterisk or a circle slowly and breathe deeply. And pretty soon, 30 seconds, a minute, all of a sudden you'll find that that will clear and stop. Go ahead, Bill.
This is what Liz is saying is so important. You know, the life change that you desire will come when these places come online. And it's the reason that life has not changed. You can't access this part of your brain. Think about this. Would you ever in a million years look into that position, voluntarily? If you're having a discussion, you're thinking of, what should I eat today? Would you go over there? You'd be like, no, you'd move your eyes away from it. It does not feel good to be blinking and pulling. That is where your life change is going to start to really come, because that part of the brain is going to come online. It's like lifting weights. You'll get there, you'll get there. Just more reps.
Well, this is what Bill says all the time. The problem and solution are in the same place. So and this is the beauty of this thing that we do, where you find those tightening, those places that are tight or hard to look, your eyes don't want to go, that is where your solution is. It does feel like it's where the problem is. And a lot of times you'll actually see what the root of the problem is, but it's also where the solution, once you can open that up and clear that tension, you will open up that part of your brain and one end of the neural pathway to create real change. So with Cognomovement, we get really excited when we find one of these spots. And here's what I want you to know about this. Daily, that can change. Like I said, like your neck can be out or your back can be out and your eyes will hurt in a different spot. Some of us have places like I do, like right here, not so much anymore, but for quite a long time, I would have to clear this spot every day. It's my own natural place where there's but on any topic, like let's say you get onto a certain emotion, and normally you don't have a problem here, but you get onto that big problem in your life and whammo, it's like right here, my eyes won't go. What you found is the source of the problem. You'll probably find as you work there a memory, a moment in time, a realization. And as that happens, that part of the eyes let go, you connect with the brain and the whole system goes, oh, thank goodness, I don't have to deal with that anymore. So those are little mini gold mines for you.
Okay, so we have Glenn. I'm just waiting for him to unmute himself.
I am unmuted.
There we go. All right, Glenn, you've just got a couple of minutes to share your story. Thank you for being here, and go right ahead.
Sure. Hey, I just wanted to participate here in this wonderful World Cognomovement Day and just share a little bit about what's been happening with me. I discovered Cogno about 2 years ago, and my background is I'm an executive high performance coach and energy healer. I've been doing that for about 20 years, and I'm if you would call a healing connoisseur, in that I'm always keep my eyes open for effective healing modalities, and I'm certified in at least a dozen of them, from being a certified NLP trainer to energy healer towards high performance coach. Got all the certifications there, but I always keep my eyes open. And I saw an ad on I think it was YouTube 2 years ago for Cognomovement, and I noticed that they were doing some things that I was familiar with and some things that I wasn't familiar with. And I thought, wow, this could be an interesting hybrid or an interesting new development. So I went and did the Cogno Conscious week intensive and got tremendous results there. And it was life-changing. And right about that time, a dear friend of mine was having a very serious medical challenge that no one could help him with. And he went to about a dozen doctors, and no one could help him. And he was in real bad shape. And having had a week experience of the Cogno Conscious, I put him together with Bill and Liz, and the results that he's been getting is just remarkable. And I got to witness that firsthand. So I have I already had an existing coaching and healing business beforehand, and I've added Cognomovement to my skills, to my skill set, and what I offer my clients and students. And the results in the past year are astounding. Uh, uh, I've had people come to me with serious challenges, serious problems, personality wise, personal change, behavior, emotions, and doing the cognitive work has gotten them tremendous results. So much to the fact that uh, their lives have changed, and they're very grateful to me. And I've introduced them to both Bill and Liz, and I just can't say enough about this work. I'm continuing to learn. I'm getting, my certification soon, but I've already instituted some of the things I'm learning in my general practice. And one of the things I wanted to mention, if you talked about this, is the ability to put yourself in the highest performing states. If you're an athlete, if you're a speaker, if you're a musician or an artist in any way, one of the biggest challenges that we have is the ability to consistently perform. You see so many athletes get into slumps, and where people have writer's block or things of that nature. And one of the most amazing discoveries I've made is that doing Cogno can put you into your highest performing state virtually at will. And in addition to being a healer, I'm also a musician and a singer. So I've been using this work extensively on myself and my own art. And I've been studying and been doing this for a long time. And one of the challenges that I had in singing was constriction, being so tight that you can't make a good sound. And I've been battling that for decades, and almost given up hope. And Bill worked with me on that over here at my house a number of times, and the results were startling, of a freeing up of the voice. And the voice is just a metaphor for being able to be freed up from life. And I noticed that so many things have shifted in both professionally and personally. And I'm just such a fan of this work, and I just wanted to come on and let you know that this is just the start of great things to happen with this. And if you're hearing about this for the first time, I couldn't recommend it more highly. I'm in the West Hollywood, Los Angeles area, and as you know, we've had some very big challenges, big fires, there's a lot of strife going on, and it's not, when you're dealing with people as a healer. I deal with two things. I deal with what happened to them, and then the thoughts and the emotional aftermath of those things. And Cogno is remarkable in the ability to take a catastrophe or something that caused grief, and to be able to realign yourself mentally and emotionally to be able to deal with the situation at hand. And I'm using that now as I get even more busy, as people are starting to come back to their houses and kind of deal with what's happened, with the shell shock. So I've got my hands full here, but I just wanted to come on. I'm very grateful, for meeting Bill and Liz and this work, and I can't wait to take it to the next level.
Hey, Glenn. Glenn, you're being modest. Okay. Tell them about your singing. Now, Glenn, he's just like, oh yeah, I'm a singer. No. You don't understand. This is, how many years have you been practicing singing? And he's invested heavily with the world's best. And when I say best, I mean every name you've ever heard on the radio. 2 out of 3 are his instructors. I mean, he is the very best instructors in the world for the past, how many years have you been going at it?
Multiple decades.
Multiple decades. Okay. The because this was so fun. This was a fun project with Glenn. Glenn, you have been working at your voice for multiple decades, and it's a daily type deal. So how many notes and what happened with very specifically with your voice when you did these Cogno sessions?
Well, just to give you a little background, I have a music degree, and I was a composer here in Los Angeles for a number of years. So that was my background before I got into healing. And I play about 4 or 5 different instruments very well, but my voice never got to the level of professionalism that I wanted to, that I could do with the piano or guitar. And I had studied with world class famous voice coaches in San Francisco, opera coaches, and my current teacher right now for voice. And they would work the techniques, but there's something in me that just couldn't get it, and they'd say you're trying too hard, or you got a block or whatever. And I realize now doing Cogno that it wasn't the technique, it was my ability to the block that I had in my body from the trauma that I've been through, that I was holding in the past, that I've worked on, but the constriction. And this is one of the powers of Cogno. It's you can try to learn something, like for example singing. You can learn the technique of singing. You learn how to use your throat and how to breathe and stuff. But if you've got any kind of blockage or fear of putting yourself out there, or afraid of what people will think, or maybe somebody told you, like I was told when I was a little kid, you can't sing, you don't have any voice. That kind of stuff blocks you from being able to implement world-class teaching. And that's what I found, and that was a trigger I had. I'm spending decades. I was able to do it with the piano, I was able to do it with guitar, I was able to do it with everything except the voice. And working with Bill was that missing link where he was able to. It wasn't even about the voice. We didn't do any voice training, but what we did do was the Cogno and the eye movements and the release of what was in the way of me being able to take world-class instruction. So, and I'm happy to say that it worked, and I'm very grateful for it. Grateful for you, Bill and Liz, for helping me out on that. And that's given me the idea to help others. There's so many other people who are the same way.
Now, as I recall, and because I'm not musically aware, and of these things, but 3 notes higher, is that 3
correct?
Notes higher, and also with the lower notes more resonance.
There was a freeing. That's the beautiful thing, that it's almost effortless now. And anybody who's a master at something, it looks like it looks like it's a piece of cake, whether you're a ballet dancer or a quarterback. You just do it. It just looks so easy when they do that. And I think it was the same thing in singing, where you're trying to think of all these things, your position and your tongue and your breathing and all these stuff, and instead of just letting that stuff go and enjoying and making it be easy. And if you hear the great singers in the world, when they sing, it's so beautiful, because it's like birds' wings floating on the air. So that's what's taken place here. And now I'm finally ready to do some recording. So you're going to be hearing from me, you guys. Keep an eye out for me on social media. I'm gonna.
Hey, this year practitioner Cogno Conscious, maybe we'll have a new song. When you came the last time, you played the most beautiful song for us. So we're looking forward to the next one.
Okay. Uh-oh, she's laid down the challenge for this year for
There it is. I relayed the gauntlet. Hey, before we lose Glenn, I just want to say, Glenn, as you move forward there in LA, it is such a big challenge, and our hearts are all with you.
Thank you.
For anybody who's out there in the LA area, consider that Cognomovement can help you move through the grief and the shock. I think, talked about Angelica, the war that she went to. LA looks like a war zone. So many people have lost everything. And collectively, there's this grief and shock of the loss that, you can use Cognomovement to help work your way through. So we're all here with you, Glenn, and we hope that people reach out to you and actually get some help with that to move through quickly and collectively.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve, and I'm just trying to figure out more ways to be able to be of service to people here. So thank you for that encouragement, and we'll put some ideas together to see what we can do.
Yeah, I think the kids are going to be important to help through this too, because this is going to create some generational stuff. So
absolutely.
Well, thank you for telling your story. Thank you for being here, and I'm looking forward to that song.
Great. Thank you for having me.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I was hoping to get to some more questions, but we're a little bit out of time and we're running up to our next session. So I'm just gonna get started getting Colby on here. I do really quickly want to share this picture that Katie shared with us. And this is her before and after Cognomovement. So I don't know if you guys can see this well enough.
We can.
But, obviously, Katie before and Katie after. And it's an amazing, amazing before and after. So if you are doing Cognomovement, she says it's 17 months apart. So if you're getting results like this, if you are getting results just from these free sessions, just imagine what Cognomovement can do for you. It's not only for the inside, but clearly for the outside. So I just wanted to share that before we continue. I hope I stopped sharing that.
You did.
Okay, cool. So again, this Cognomovement's unique. If you have been here the whole day, you obviously know that that this is just the most unique thing and the most effective, and it's amazing. And if you are ready to get started, get that Essentials course. Invest in your future. Cognomovement Essentials is a prerequisite to everything we have. If you want to become a certified Cognomovement practitioner, you must have Cognomovement Essentials. If you want to come to Cogno Conscious, you must have Cognomovement Essentials. If you want other courses like Cogno Quantum and Cogno Cravings and the Elevate and Illuminate series, you must have Essentials. You can get those as bundles too, but you definitely need Essentials. You can start doing sessions today, literally today, to make changes. So it's an amazing, amazing course. It's our foundational course, and even with the basics, you can make crazy, amazing change. So just so we can get back into our time here, I'm gonna get Colby on. And Colby Kaiser is incredible. If you did not watch our latest Gaia episode, definitely go watch it, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Colby is featured on there, and Colby and Liz's story about how the square came to be is really, really inspiring. And on YouTube, we also shared the unedited full version of that story. So Colby Kaiser, she is a certified Cognomovement practitioner and speech language pathologist with over 25 years of experience. Colby specializes in working with autistic children and adults, helping them find their voice and regulate their nervous systems through a unique blend of Cognomovement and traditional therapy techniques. So in today's session, Colby is going to share some of the Cognomovement techniques she uses with her clients, including the square and modified exercises tailored to individual motor patterns. This session will highlight the practical and adaptable nature of Cognomovement for people of all abilities. So let's welcome Colby.
Thank you, everybody. It has been a pleasure just being on today and listening to everybody's stories. It's one of my favorite things about Cognomovement is when we just share stories about the things that are happening in our lives, things that happen with our clients. I can have the worst day ever and sit down to one of our trainings and, end the night feeling on top of the world. So Cognomovement has definitely 100% changed my life. It came to me in 2022 when early 2022 when a friend sent me the Gaia program with Bill on it, and she said to me, I want you to learn how to do this so that you can do it to me. So I checked into it, and I was at a time in my life where my husband had died in 2020 from glioblastoma, so I was dealing with a lot of grief and just kind of not really knowing how to move forward. And then also experiencing, we were coming out of COVID, and then also experiencing just, where do I go with some of my clients? At the time I was working in a school with children with autism. Most of my caseload was non-speaking or minimally speaking individuals. And for me, it's like if I'm going to learn something new, I want to know how it can benefit not only me, but my work and the students that I work with. And so when I sat down with Bill and Liz and, told them my story, and then I asked them, can we use this with kids with autism? And well, turns out we certainly can. And it has been such a journey, continues to be a journey, and such a gift as well. So Cognomovement did 100% help me move through my grief. I cannot say enough about it. The practitioners who helped me through it, myself, my daily sessions, anytime I needed a hit, Cognomovement was there to get my perspective, keep me moving forward. I cannot say enough about how this can transform grief into something really beautiful. But as far as work, so we have our basic 3 movements, which is the side to side, up and down. We also have the infinity or the circle around, and then we have the figure 8 that we walk on the floor. So a lot of my kids, so autism is a motor disorder, less of a cognitive, and it's not a cognitive disorder, it's a motor disorder for these kids, and they have a lot of difficulty controlling their movements, doing what they want when they want to do it. And there can be aggression, there can be what looks like kids not following directions. There can be a lot of actions that these kids do that can be really misinterpreted. And what I found with Cognomovement was not only did this help regulate, so we call when the body is not doing what it wants, what the person wants it to do, we call that dysregulated. The nervous system is dysregulated, the body is dysregulated. And for me as a speech therapist to sit down and have a person sit down and try and do a lesson, communication, I'm also an augmentative alternative communication specialist. And so I work with that, I do typing, and a person can't do that if their bodies are not regulated. And so we do deep pressure, we do all of the traditional OT things, a lot of sensory things. But when the ball came and I started doing this, I was like, oh my goodness, there's something to this. So when I first started, I would start each session, and they would take the ball, and a lot of them, some of them could hold it, some of them couldn't. A lot of them can't throw it or catch it back to me. So what I would do with a lot of them was to put my hands, have them put their hands on the ball. I wish I had a video of this. I would give the ball to them. They would put their hands on it, and then I would put my hands over top of it. And then I would move it side to side for them. And what I would do is I would have them move their eyes to the ball. Now, for some of my guys, this is so hard. Autism touches all of us to some degree, I'm sure. But if you are fortunate enough to know a non-speaking individual with autism, you might notice that their eyes just do not move the way other people's eyes move. Traumatic brain injury as well. And so it takes a lot of patience, a lot of time, but the progress that my kids have made with moving their eyes and moving the ball has been unbelievable. So I would bring it over here and I'd tap on the ball. I use a lot of noise. I might do this. Okay, what color is this? What color is this? If they can say the color, they can say the color. If not, I'll just say, I'll wait until their eyes move, and then I'll say yellow. I'll say it for them. So doing this hand over hand was how I first started it, and we did it all the way up. And for some of my guys, it was really, really challenging in the beginning. And what this morphed into, I still do this with some, but now what I do is I hold the ball over here and I have them point. So I'll have them, so I'll move the ball over here and I'll say, okay, move your eyes to yellow. Okay, so when we're dealing with motor planning, giving them directions, specific directions on what to do is really helpful. So move your eyes to yellow, move your eyes towards the wall and look at yellow. And then take your hand and touch. So sometimes I'll just tap their hands because the first thing they want to do is use the same hand. So the cross motor, the cross body is so important. So I would just kind of like tap their arms, and then they would go over and touch. And we would do this, and we do this the same way, going up the body in the same way. So it really is dependent upon the student which one I use. And it also is how regulated they are when I'm doing this, because some of them still need me to put hand over hand and move it. And then the infinity, when I first start with a student, so difficult for them to follow this at all. Very, very difficult. And what happens, and I'm going to bring up really close, is, and this is for other practitioners too who are listening, they might be able to look at it, but then come down. You might be able to get them to briefly look at it, which is huge, because sometimes they can't always do that. So that was the first step, is to just get them to just keep looking up and having them look down. But I've discovered a new thing now that they're used to it. What I do is I just say red, blue, and I just keep verbalizing the color. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I want them to get a little bit smoother. And so I keep shooting off colors for them to look up. And it increases the time that they can spend, and it smooths out that movement, because we are we're pretty much distracting the nervous system, and bringing in colors. not everyone, of course, but a lot of my guys know colors really well. I mean, they know a lot really well, but colors, shapes, for some reason, when you say that, it really just gets their attention. They also really understand what it's doing. My kids who can type, I have asked them, of course, what this ball means to them. And one of my students said, Colby, the ball changed me. He hates it. He absolutely hates it, but it changed him. And he has been able to really, his communication, he's a typer, so his communication has improved exponentially. I have used it in the middle of what you might call a meltdown, where the body just can't contain itself. So that can look like any number of things. But if I can get them, it's also can be called a motor loop. So they get stuck in these loops. This nervous system is just stuck in this loop of trying to protect itself. So if I can get their ball, their hand, and try and move it and try and distract them into calling out colors, it has, with one particular client, I can move him out of a self-injurious action, where he would be hitting himself. I can actually move him out of that with this. And then to the point where then we can keep working. So before Cognomovement, if he got into one of those states, I would lose him for the entire session. But now, and not all the time, but for the majority of the time, I can get his body to regulate a little bit better. And like I said, not everyone, not all the time, but the times that I can do it is so much greater than before I even found Cognomovement. So those are the two sets. I'm just checking time. I'm not keeping track of it. And then the next one is the figure eight. And oftentimes I have to I can guide them. Some of them I guide from behind. Others I'll just, point and have them walk in the figure eight. I need one of Miriam's carpets. That would be great. I've also used two pieces, like two stones or two objects, and have them walk around the objects. And it is beautiful to see them improve week to week and in their ability to walk. So this has been something that has just changed everything that I do in my therapy sessions. And then, of course, comes the square. And the square came about as, if anyone has seen the Gaia, Liz came out to work with some of my students, and we were working with one young man, and this just came to Liz as things come to Liz, and that's where the whole non-focused vision came up. We were working with his body, and he said that he had told us he was typing. We were typing with him, and his body was very unregulated, and it was taking him a lot of effort to do his typing. And yes, okay, thanks, Leah. So we we're just trying to find out ways that we could get more action from his limbs, from helping him just to do things a little bit better. And Liz came up with this, and we practiced it. And it's basically taking the ball and moving the ball in a square around the face. And what my kids have told me, not just this specific man, but other kids that I use this with, is what they've told me is that it just relaxes them. And when you think about it, our kids are extremely sensitive. And so everything, some of them have not the ability to filter things coming into their vision. They see kind of everything. One of my kids says that she can see 360. So everybody's different, but we know that there's a lot of sensory input, or under sensory input. There could be over or under stimulation. So by doing this, we are giving the non-focused vision something to focus on. And as long as there is something to focus on, all this other stuff in the background kind of becomes more in the background. And the nervous system can relax a little because there is this rhythmic pattern that's happening in the non-focused vision. So there's no threat of things coming in at any time, which can then spike the nervous system again. So that is my story. And it has been just a joy and a pleasure sharing this with my families. I just want to say also, Cognomovement is not only used with my students, but with the families, parents. And if you have a child with special needs, your life can be very chaotic. There can be a lot of emotions going on within the families: guilt, shame, fear, things about the future, of course, joy and happiness too. But our kids are so sensitive and they feel everything. They feel everything from the people around them. And so for me, it is so important for me to clear myself before I sit and work with someone, because they feel everything that I feel. So to families, parents of kids with autism, please know that this is an amazing tool to be used on yourself, which improves the interaction with you and your child. Because when you are not just calm on the outside, because they see through that, it's more than a smile and a calm body. It is being clear inside about who you are, what you want for your child, with your child. And they see it all. So it is really, really important for you to be aware of what is in your field at all times, so that if it's something that you are uncomfortable with them knowing, then you can communicate that to them. I'm not really happy with what's going on in this particular situation, but this is what's happening, rather than just having them feel this intense emotion coming from you. It's very dysregulating to both of you. So Cognomovement is a beautiful tool for families to regulate everyone in the family.
This is so groundbreaking, the work that you have pioneered, Colby. I think for some families has to be life-saving, especially for the parents. So I just kind of want to set the stage even a little bit more. At the time that I met Colby and a lot of the people that she worked with, a lot of them were just barely beginning to communicate with parents. You've got these people that have they can't speak and they have autism, and they are not communicating with their parents at the level of their age. A lot of times I could see from some of the behaviors, they're almost treated like toddlers. And if you could see the situation, you understand why. But would you share some of the communication that is now happening fully with parents and some of these young adults that literally had never happened before?
So it's when a child starts to communicate, really communicate their thoughts, it can be, it's challenging for an entire family, especially if you have an older person who hasn't communicated their entire life. And there are things that, parents might do for kids thinking that they're unable to do it. And then kids start to communicate and it's kind of like, oh, you knew that. So there's this time where you kind of have to reintroduce yourself to each other. You have to relearn each other. And there's a lot of grief. There's a lot of forgiveness that happens. There are so many emotions that that we all take for granted, that they experience. And yes, I mean, when a child starts to communicate for the first time, when they haven't for so long, it's amazing. But there's also some other challenges that go along with that. And to have your child say that, you know, they love you for the first time, or even that they're mad at you for the first time, is challenging for everyone. And so Cognomovement is something that can help everyone through that. And I have worked with the kids who are non-speaking with their emotions, which I wasn't sure if I could do that, you know, at first, but I can, you can. And they actually process things a lot quicker than we do because there's less gunk in there. Not that there's not trauma. I mean, our kids have experienced trauma. I mean, if you didn't speak for, you know, 10, 15, 20 years, however long, but you were 100% cognizant and capable inside your body, there's trauma with that. And it's nobody's fault. And there should be no guilt felt or blame placed. But oftentimes it's just a byproduct of it. But it should be, Cognomovement helps deal with it in a very compassionate way, in a gentle way. But it can be challenging. But yes, when a child communicates, it is life-changing. Yeah, it's life-changing.
You have shared about one family where the child was very, very aggressive, and even though he loved his mom dearly. And over the time that you've been working with them since the square was developed, that has changed radically, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I mean, and not that there's not still points of aggression, but it has changed their relationship, and to the point where he wasn't going home. He's an adult, so he was not placed, but he wanted to move to a different living situation, and things got better because he wasn't living at home, but he's now able to go home and not have these situations. So I mean, we take for granted how much can build up in the system, and when you're unable to express it, it can come out in ways that, you know, and then throw in a body that just doesn't do what you want it to do. You can get into these situations that, you know, can hurt a family. And for this tool to be available as a tool is life-changing. It's not the magic bullet that solves every problem, but it is right up there. And if it's used daily, like we all do, it can affect the whole family unit in such a beautiful way.
Well, the nature of the Cognomovement work helps the brain and body reconnect itself, reconfigure the way the neurology is running. And one of the biggest things that we discovered when I was there with you is that after utilizing the square with the non-focused vision, the nervous system rested for the first time for this one person. And then they shared with us that for the first time they could actually feel all of their limbs and knew where they were in space, which was amazing. We didn't know that. And from there, the idea has come that they don't want to make these movements. The body's doing it for them, right? So just knowing that, for some families, understanding that it's not the person inside that is doing these things and that wants to do them, but that their body is kind of acting, right? That, I think that's huge just by itself.
Yeah. And we're being educated more and more about this to see autism in a totally different way than has been seen in the past several years. And the biggest thing is that it's a, you know, for these kids who are non-speaking, it is a mode, or partially speaking, or whatever. It is their bodies that do things that they are not in control of. And so what we're trying to do is really help them make purposeful movements so that they can get better at doing things when they want to do it and how they want to do it. And Cognomovement definitely works with that purposeful motor, and, you know, just with those cross-body movements, moving your eyes, very, very helpful.
Yeah, we have a lot of stories. In fact, the one person here today, I can see her, who you know, a lot of people will ask when we're doing sessions, oh, I have an autistic grandchild or a small child. And you know, we'll just give them the basic Cognomovement movements with some pretty amazing outcomes. And I know that early intervention is not necessarily your area, but have you worked with
one
some?
now?
You have one now.
I have one now, yeah. And he loves the ball. And he, you know, every time I walk in, and he does not like a lot of people. So every time I walk in and I have that ball, he grabs the ball. We put stickers all over it, and it's great because I hold it up here and he has to move his eyes and he has to put his sticker, you know. So we do all kinds of fun things with the ball and getting his eyes to move. And he's actually quite good with following right now in the circle. And yeah, I mean, I've been seeing him for probably 3 months now, and he has had some words come, which has been great. I have a communication system for him that we're starting, and he's, you know, becoming more open with that. So I love that I have this little guy to work with, from doing it at such a young age with him. So.
Well, the work that you are doing, Colby, is absolutely, absolutely groundbreaking. And anybody out there who has someone in their life who has autism or a significant brain injury and wants to have some help with not just Cognomovement, but Colby's amazing expertise in the field, please reach out to Colby. Leah, are you going to put Colby's information in the chat? You are located in Philadelphia, correct? Outside of Philadelphia?
North of Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'll be going out and working with Colby again this summer. So we are hoping to have many, many more advancements in this field. But the interesting thing is when we make advancements with people that are not neurotypical, I don't know who is neurotypical really, but who have these significant challenges, it always teaches us a lot more about ourselves and our own brain and what is possible. And it's true. A whole new branch of Cognomovement came out of working with them. It was such an amazing resource. And you know, I just can't wait to hear what else happens next with you, because you really, really do change lives in a magnificent way.
Thank you. And for anyone who's interested, who's not in the area, I have a course that I run that is for parents, and they work with me on the communication with their child, you know, on things around communication. And then I also give coaching sessions in with that to help the parents work with your children. And Tia, who is a practitioner, has gone through that with me. And I think actually she's going to be talking about that a little bit later. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Colby.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And let's see, Alicia, if you are here, I can't find your name in the participants, so please message me on the chat, and I will get you. I'll get you going. Liz is going to be there in Philadelphia working with Colby, and then going to New Jersey for our advanced practitioner training. And if you are somebody who would like to join the advanced practitioner training, you must be certified as a practitioner. So now is the best time to do that so you can be finished in time. Once again, I put Colby's information in the chat so that you can book with her and check out her website. And while I'm waiting for Alicia to be on, we will ask some more questions.
Bill didn't get a chance to chat with Colby, so he might have some additional things before we let her go while we wait for Alicia.
First of all, Colby, you're muted.
There we go.
Okay. So Colby, God, what you're doing with those families. Imagine the first time that your kid goes from violent and non-communicative to, finally relaxed. I mean, the discovery that Liz made and Colby, you're working together, this is mind-blowing. And it's if you're watching this, get in contact with Colby. Somebody who's got autism, and by the way, again, we do not cure, treat, autism. We get the kid to relax. We help them create new neural pathways, neurological connections, brain exercises. So just everybody knows that it's that's it, and it's available now out there in involuntary relaxation and involuntary stimulation of the parasympathetic system through this vision, this non-focused vision. An amazing discovery. And I know Leah had posted, there was a link. I'm just gonna pop one there, and this is the free one. There's two links. There's one that's a share, but that link right there that I just posted, you can watch it. It's 44 minutes. Liz and Colby discovery, and also beyond that, Liz had worked with some other people, which you're going to see unbelievable, like and again, we don't treat blindness, but Liz has some amazing things on that video that I just posted right there. So when your brain comes online, a lot of things change. Anyway, I see Alicia is Alicia and her horse Picasso is here, and Colby, it is beyond gratitude. I mean, what you're doing, changing the world. Please share this video out there. Share the Cogno World Day. It's critical for people to know. You are a select group. Little to no people know about this discovery. And we have a responsibility. If you know somebody, we have a responsibility to let them know that they can do this and help. So anyway, I'll turn it back over to you, Leah. Sorry.
All right, Colby, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Here.
Thanks so much.
So I'm doing the wrong thing here as always. So I, just to save time, I haven't been doing very big introductions for our people who are just sharing stories and not doing sessions, but Alicia sent me her intro, and I have to read it because I love it, and I know that Liz is going to appreciate this one too. So Alicia, she is a Cognomovement practitioner as well, and she is a passionate life enthusiast whose perspective was profoundly transformed by her experience with pancreatic cancer in April 2021. With a multifaceted personality, she thrives on collaborating with colleagues in the financial services industry and exploring the deeper questions of human purpose. Alicia cherishes her time with Picasso, her beloved horse, and enjoys invigorating walks and heartwarming conversations with her dog, Tequila Pepper. However, her greatest joy comes from sharing every day with her husband, Per, as they navigate life's journey together as co-conspirators. So welcome, Alicia, and please share your story with us. Oh, are you muted? Hold on, let me unmute you.
Yes. I think now I'm on mute. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share my story with Cognomovement. As you may know, in 2021, I was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Of course, it came out of the blue. One day I was in the emergency room. The doctors were performing test after test. And after an ultrasound, a CT scan, finally they saw that mass in my pancreas. And they moved me to another hospital, like 3 hours away, where they had the equipment and the doctors to perform more tests and the biopsy. And 2 days later, it was confirmed. It was pancreatic cancer. At that point in time, they thought it was stage 1. And as you can imagine, I was super sad. I didn't know what was going on, how I was going to face like the biggest health challenge of my life. And yes, you may think you're going to die, and you may think that finally that day that you didn't expect, that you thought you were going to be going on forever and planning like for your retirement, may never arrive. So as I was navigating that sadness, I remember at that point in time I already had Gaia, and I was fortunate enough to follow my intuition. And there was something that told me there's something here in Gaia that can help me. And I remember browsing through everything in Gaia. And then there was this interview of Bill, a simple way of healing. And I said, hey, healing. I guess I know healing. Yeah, I know Picasso. We needed healing. So I recall I Googled him, right? So it's like, okay, Bill McKenna, let me Google him. And he had an immunity gym. And I said, hey, cancer immunity, I think that may help. So I remember signing up for the immunity gym, and that started my journey with Cognomovement. First of all, the way I found it, I have to say it was magical, because it was just, there was this feeling that something could help me there. And then as you navigate, all the third dimension with the doctors and the surgery and the chemotherapy and the radiation, you have to make some very harsh decisions sometimes. And if you have been through treatments like this, like they make you sign up, like, yeah, you may die tomorrow, you may lose your kidneys, you may lose everything. And with all the fear, you're signing all these documents. So as I was navigating this, what Cognomovement helped me with, it was being able to go from this state of fear and despair to a level of neutrality, where I was able to have access to my brain and my intuition to make decisions. And somehow through these 6 months, where my doctors, of course, with pancreatic cancer, they didn't want to say how long, they didn't want to give me statistics or anything else. What they always said is just enjoy life, enjoy life. Once I performed the surgery, it was a very tough surgery with a very long recovery, because I don't know if you've heard about Whipple surgery, but Whipple surgery, they remove part of your small intestine, your gallbladder, part of your stomach, and they try to reconnect everything and hope that your digestive system again gets that magic rhythm where it can take the nutrients. And I remember I couldn't eat almost anything. And when I went through the surgery, they realized it wasn't stage 1, it was actually stage 3. And I remember that they told me it's small, but more aggressive than we expected, because it's already in 6 lymph nodes. I remember the feeling of, forget it, I'm gone. That was end of May 2021. And then again, it was the magic of Cognomovement helping me. Yeah, I would fall into despair and I would feel that I was going to die. But at the same time, it was this tool of, I can find peace again, at least for a little while, breathe. And I would describe this to Liz and Bill like, you are drowning but something takes you out of that pool and allows you to breathe. And then you're ready to go in again. So that happened through the 6 months. In the end, my doctors, they wanted me to go through 12 rounds of this very aggressive chemotherapy. My body couldn't take it. They said, you know what? I think we need to give you a break. So they moved me into radiation for a month and a half. Of course, with all the fear. So I went to radiation every single day. And I remember I had by then the tools, and I would go into the machine and I would just picture myself in this amazing path running. And this path had trees around it, and it had flowers. And I could, as I was in the machine, I could picture and feel myself running and feeling my foot on the ground and smelling the flowers and feeling the air on my skin. So as I was navigating that, all those tools that Cogno gave me of moving my eyes, doing the way like you breathe as you're moving your eyes, the pattern interrupts, everything would help me go from fear and despair back to being able to function again and make decisions as I keep moving forward. So radiation finishes, and my doctor says, my oncologist, she's just this amazing doctor. And she tells me, Alicia, there's no right or wrong answer. We do not know. If you want another protocol, we can do another 6 infusions, or we can go into surveillance and just see and manage how we do that. And, you know, being a human being on this earth, you have this tiny angel on one side, and then the little devil on the other one saying, okay, you know, whatever decision you make, you may die. It may not be the right one. So at that point in time, it had been like 6 months of working off, tuning myself into my intuition, finding that neutrality. And I remember I asked my body, like, what should we do? And immediately my body said, no more chemo. So I said, okay. I said, let's go into surveillance. And that was 2021. And then it came, you know, every 3 months, the CT scans, and falling again into fear. And it's like, oh my goodness, the CT scan is coming. What's going to come up? And again, having this tool that can get you out of that fear and bring you back to neutrality, so you are able to make decisions, that has been priceless for me. And it's 2025. I'm so happy to be here. And of course, Picasso was there through my journey as well. So as you can see from my intro, he's been part of the healing journey. And I'm here in remission. My CT scans have been clean. And I cannot thank enough the Cognomovement community, because definitely navigating pancreatic cancer stage 3, it's not been, you know, just a walk in the park, but it's made me appreciate every single second of my life, live it to the maximum, and enjoy every single thing, like a sunrise. Being able to share this moment with my horse, with my husband, because in 2021, I didn't think I was going to be here for 2025, right? It's been 4 years. So I'm thrilled to be here. And to be honest, I don't even care how long it's going to last, this ride, but hey, it's about enjoying every day and not falling to despair. I'm still human, and I still may fall sometimes, but then I have the tools to navigate it. And it's more, I always tell Bill and Liz, like, I have Cognomovement balls all over my house. And sometimes you get these feelings of frustration or anger, and you're just talking to yourself and looking at the ball, and then there's the question, the ball is talking to you saying, so how long do you want to stay there? I mean, you know that you have the answer, but sometimes you just want to feel your humanity and say, oh, maybe a little bit longer. Okay, I know I can get rid of it. I will do the work. So I hope this story can give someone hope that there's something else there that can help you navigate this third dimension that may get very dense sometimes in an easier way without so much suffering. And pain is part of being in this world, but suffering, as Liz likes to say, it's optional. So that's the greatest gift that Cognomovement can offer anyone.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alicia, for sharing. Do you guys have any questions for Alicia?
Bring Bill on. I'm sure
Yeah,
Bill was there through day after day after day with Alicia during this, and I'd love for you guys to share. It brought you out of the discomfort, but I remember a time when you couldn't eat because there was a hard feeling in your stomach. Would you guys share a little bit about that?
Sure. One of the side effects of chemo is that you feel full. You do not feel hungry, and actually you are nauseous. So it was difficult for me to keep my weight. And the doctor said you have to eat. You have to force yourself to eat. So we worked on that. That was one of them. Working on, okay, I need to eat. Let's feel that the stomach is full, and then like my nervous system would calibrate and say, okay, let's eat, and will give me a chance to eat without feeling so full or so nauseous. The same with neuropathy. I started getting the neuropathy, and we would work through that one. And I remember when I finished the treatment, it was difficult to walk. I couldn't walk. There was that pain. And now I can walk, run, go horseback riding. It's like, I love having my feet back and hands, of course. Those are two major ones that I remember being well. On top of all the crying, right? Like, why do I need to go through this? And then I love talking to the bull, of course.
There was it seemed as if there was, the beauty of it is there was something different. There were some pattern things like eating or whatever, but there were so many like odd little things that affect the nervous system that were different. Your part of your tongue going numb, or or can't taste, or God knows what weird type of what, oh, huh, you know uh so anyway, the cool thing is again, we're not treating anything. We're working with the nervous system and building the brain, because it gets really harsh with that radiation. And so we were building mental acuity, building the senses back through the performance. But I a couple things. First of all, when Alicia says that she is living each day to the fullest, I have the good fortune of getting to see Alicia most days, and it's true. It's not like, and it's not like, like, oh yeah, I want to, no, she's doing it. I mean, she is traveling internationally, doing this, doing that, and a full-time job, and all the things. I mean, she packs more in. She comes to San Diego. She's out there with my mom. My mom is like going to restaurants here, there, everywhere. There's full plan going on. Anyway, it is really an amazing transformation that took place. And not only that, but I got to have, and this is kind of I don't know how to say this other than just to say it, but I had the most amazing experience. We worked online, and I just had this, just when I finally saw her, and it was, I don't know how long, but we had been working, and then finally, I don't know, a year, whatever, but she was done. And I remember when I got to hug her, it was like almost a surreal experience of, oh my God, there's nothing here. It's like a complete healing. Like there is, it's only the only time I've ever had it in my life, but it was like I was like, oh my God, she is 100%. It's like there's nothing. There is nothing. And as it turns out, there is nothing. And she has to go through these tests, right? And okay, the test again, 3-month test, well, check, check, check. It's just flying through. Anyway, again, if you ever have a chance to just meet Alicia, she's a practitioner, but she doesn't really see clients because she's a pretty high level executive. So she did it for herself, but which a lot of people do practitioner training for that. But heck, if you can get half of what Alicia got, you're in pretty good shape. She usually comes to Cogno Conscious, usually. So hopefully this year too, but that may be an opportunity to meet this incredible spirit.
Thank you, Bill. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to be here and share my story, and hopefully that helps more people to not be in fear. Or also, when you receive a diagnosis like mine, there's a lot of guilt and shame, right? So the first thing that I had to work on was all the guilt and shame, because I was no longer the perfect daughter and the perfect wife. And now I was going to be a burden to my family, and I didn't want to be that. So I think digesting and processing all those feelings helped me navigate my big adventure, as I like to call it. And definitely, I look back, and as they say, you shouldn't judge what's happening in that moment, because honestly, I wouldn't be enjoying life to the fullest if I didn't have that big adventure. I think I was taking life for granted and not putting my priorities where they needed to be. And when I remember in that bed and the doctor gave me the diagnosis, I wasn't thinking of the next project or the next meeting. I was thinking of not being able to hug my husband again, take a walk with my dog, take care of my horse, to see my parents and tell them I love them in the physical world. So that's what I was going to miss. Not all the stuff that we believe that we are here for in this world.
That is an amazing way to put that, Alicia. It's my big adventure. If each of us took the worst thing that ever happened in our lives, and some of us have had doozies, and reframed it to a big adventure, I think just that alone would change how we feel about the things that have happened to us, because it is so true that when we go through something like this and we survive and we actually are better, it does become our biggest adventure, our biggest teacher. So that is gorgeous. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, Alicia.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, so while we've got a couple of minutes left, I want to get through some questions because we've got a lot of them, and we keep going over time. So I want to get some questions and comments in. So one of the comments was, as a practitioner in training, each time I do a session with someone, I feel so much good energy in seeing, hearing, and feeling their healing transformation. I have trained in a number of modalities, and Cognomovement is the best. So I know that's not a question, but I wanted to share that comment because as a practitioner, this is the modality that you can use to heal people without taking away energy from yourself. And actually, you're really just leading people to heal themselves in these sessions. So you are a miracle worker as a Cognomovement practitioner, but you do not have to have your empathic energy stripped away from you while you're doing your sessions. And you learn, even in life, that you don't have to be healing people with your own energy every day, which a lot of us healers try to do. And one, it never works. And two, you end up being sick and you just don't want that. So it's a really good point. I believe Beverly shared that. And okay, so here's, I believe this was answered already, but I think it applies to a lot of things. So if I have a pain in my jaw, TMJ, etc., I can use Cognomovement to possibly release on it. So do you guys want to answer, one of you want to answer that question as far as just, uncomfortableness, pain goes in general?
Well, I'll clarify what I put in the chat. So one of the things that we've shared again and again, over these hours today, is that when we release these muscles around the eye, when we use these eye movements to get our eyes moving and release the muscles around them, it actually naturally releases the muscles in the head and the face. So simply just working the basic Cognomovement and moving your eyes can help to release and relax other muscles in the body. And there are ways that our practitioners know to specifically help certain parts of the body release. Now, we're not curing or healing TMJ. What we're doing is using a part of Cognomovement that is athletic performance, where we can affect the signal between the brain and the muscles and the brain and the nerves to change. So in that way, that can be really helpful. But what I posted in the chat is, you could do our most simple Cognomovement essentials and focus on that discomfort in the jaw and make change. So that's my answer. What do you want to add, Bill?
So this is a really interesting one, and we've got quite a bit of experience with this. And again, we've had people that experience this, and TMJ, you for the people that have it severe, you bust your teeth up. You spend an awful lot of money at the dentist. Other people get migraines and they don't even know that it's associated with TMJ. And the reason is that the TMJ there is a tendon that basically goes into the brain and it pulls. And you can imagine kind of like you're tensing a muscle over and over and over and over, and then that tendon just constricts. Anyway, that can be the cause of migraine. So if you've got both, you're especially going to love this. It's not about that. It is, for most part, what it is the unprocessed. Remember the basic premise that Liz, myself always say is your body will express for you the emotion you can't process. So if you have unresolved issues during the day, tension, stress, those sorts of things, traumas, looping thoughts, what happens is you start clenching at night as you're and there goes the cycle. And once you start that cycle up, it's like a real mess. Anyway, standard Cognomovement, and you should relax. You should have relaxed sleep. So you take away at the causal level is stress, and we can really affect the causal level of this, and we have seen this one multiple times when even people are not directly addressing it. Boop, just there you go.
Yeah, it comes as a side effect. I just want to answer Tammy really quick, Leah. So when you're focusing on discomfort, as in any Cognomovement session, you can focus on the discomfort of an emotion or the physical pain. So let's say that you're doing just an infinity. You're putting your full attention, your mind's full attention on that discomfort, and then doing the Cognomovement moves, whatever you're doing. What this does is it signals the brain right here. This is what we're talking about. We are talking about this discomfort. So it shows the system what we're asking to change. when that pain and the signal between the brain and the pain is addressed, the body then gets to autocorrect. It gets to decide, is this a resourceful signal or not? Most of the time it is not. So the body will automatically collapse the pattern and reroute that energy somewhere else. So it's by focusing your attention, it shows the body right here. The other thing you can do is actually apply some pressure, show the body right here. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean. So a couple of other things are that we've seen during sessions, the bones in people's face move. We work with a craniosacral therapist. I often work in tandem with them. So they're on the table, and that is what they do, is feel the bones in the face. And as we're moving eyes, they can actually feel the bones move back into place and readjust through simply releasing, the muscles in the face and the eyes. So anyway, that's a little bit deeper into that question.
Okay, so we're running into the top of the hour again. We've got one more hour left, you guys. Thank you so much for everybody who stuck around for the whole time. We will send out the replay in a couple of days. And excuse me. So stick around. I know we're gonna run over a little bit today. I just know it. So stick around for a little bit longer if you want to get your questions answered. If for some reason we missed it or we didn't get your questions answered, please get your Essentials course, because it comes with the private members community on Facebook. And that is where you can ask all of these questions and we will answer them for you there very quickly. So if you don't get your questions answered, if you already have Essentials, make sure to post your questions in the members community, or get your Essentials and get into that community and ask your questions there. We will always answer your questions in that community. It's what it's for. So before I welcome our last practitioner to their session, if today has sparked something in you, the practitioner training program is the next step. This program is designed for anyone who's looking to immerse themselves in this transformational work, whether it's to guide others or experience life-changing growth for themselves. So imagine having the tools to create breakthroughs for yourself, your family, your clients, while being part of a supportive global community. With live trainings in the US and London this year, there's never a better time to join. So I want you to visit cognomovement.com/become the change and check out the program. See if it vibes with you. One of the things about the practitioner program is that we give you all of the information. We want you to have all of the information about the practitioner program, but you join when you feel called to it. And I know some of you watching already feel called to it. So go to cognomovement.com/become the change and check out the practitioner program and fill out that application if you are ready to join. So our next session is led by the wonderful Angelica Schaefer. If you were here earlier, you saw her share her amazing Cognomovement testimonial. Angelica's life has been an extraordinary journey, from building cabins in Alaska to performing music around the world. She now uses her gifts as a Cognomovement practitioner and spiritual guide to help others find inner freedom and inspiration. So in her session, Practice Unconditional Self-Love, Angelica will take you on a heartwarming journey to connect with genuine unconditional love for yourself. Many of us have been conditioned to be critical of ourselves, but this session will help you break free from those patterns and experience the healing power of true self-love. So this is actually going to be a video, so I'm going to share my screen with you. And here we go.
Hello and welcome, beautiful friends. My name is Angelica Schaefer, and I am a Cognomovement practitioner. And I want to share something with you this morning that is very, very dear to my heart. And it's the theme of self-love. See, I grew up in a family in Germany where there was a lot of pain and confusion and it was overwhelming. So I didn't learn anything about self-love. And most of us actually didn't. We've been deeply conditioned through religious, societal, and even family conditioning that we're somehow guilty, we're flawed, we're not good enough. And that is so deep in the psyche of humanity that all my life I've searched for the answer to somehow change that because it didn't feel right. I believe we are blissful and joyful and loving beings by nature. But to unearth our true nature from the layers and layers of conditioning and programs that have been trained into us even from the time we were in the womb of our moms, that is quite an endeavor. But I can assure you it's been incredibly worthwhile for me. And Cognomovement has helped me so much in that regard. I actually have fun with myself now. I laugh about myself. There is a communion, a communication that is playful, joyful, and I don't have to be perfect anymore. I know we're here to explore, we're here to learn things, to evolve, to be on this amazing adventurous journey to figure out how can we come back to who we truly are. And who we truly are is that love. But it's unconditional. And I think most of us don't even have like a clue of what unconditional is really. We just don't. So let's dive into this beautiful topic a little bit. And what happens when we do a session like this, we will focus on some words that I will guide you in. And if something else comes up but love, like the critical voices and self-judgment, or oh, you've done this so you can't possibly be good or loved, we go into that. We'll allow all those things. In Cognomovement, we don't suppress anything. So we're just in a very safe, loving exploration. And I always think of myself, I'm playing two roles. I'm playing the role of the healthy parent, the wise being that I am, as well as allowing the inner parts of me that might still be feeling pain or less than or judgment of some kind. I allow them to come up like children from a basement where they've been locked up, and I just meet them. I meet them as they are, without pushing them away, without running away, without numbing, without all those strategies that we do to overcome those negative feelings. So I invite you to actually welcome them as they come up. And what we do, we notice them in the body. So let's begin. We're going to take our little ball, or you can use any object, and we're just simply going left, right with it. But we're going to start in the lowest position. If you're sitting, across your lap. If you're standing, as low as your arms can go, and just going left, right. And just notice what is going on in your body right now. Just notice, whatever that is. Whatever state you are in right now, it is very, very welcome. It is completely welcome. And then say these words out loud with me. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I love you. And then let's bring the object, whether you have a ball or something else, could even be a pen, a little bit higher in front of your belly. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I love you. And just notice what comes up when you say those words. And whatever it is, we're just allowing it and just noticing what it is. And just take nice deep breaths constantly. And you can sigh as you exhale. Now come a little bit higher in front of your heart. Just going left, right with your object, following it with your eyes, and stretch your eyes as much as you can. saying with the words with me, thank you, I love you. 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 And just notice what is here. Just notice how your body feels. There might be some sensations somewhere highlighting, maybe in your stomach, maybe in your big toe, wherever it is. We're just noticing. And just follow with your eyes. Feel what you feel. Notice what you notice as we speak those words. And take a nice deep breath. Now we're in front of the throat. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Breathe. Thank you, I love you. Now a little bit higher, in front of your forehead. Thank you, I love you. Just noticing what is here. Maybe you can't relate to these words, and that's okay too. We're just allowing. And breathe. And now all the way over your head, so you have to stretch your eyes way up and to the sides. And just notice what is there. And then take a deep inhale while you bring the ball all the way up over your head, and with the exhale, bring it down. And now we're just gonna rest for 15 seconds. And if you would, put a little smile on your face. When we engage those smile muscles, we immediately uplift everything. And we also open the top of our head more towards our cosmic connection. In the East, they call it the crown chakra. So just put a little smile, even if you don't feel like it, it's totally fine. And now let's open the eyes again and look in the down position as you just explore what you're sensing right now in your body. And what kind of qualities do those sensations have? Just notice what came up. If some sorrow came up or some tears. You know, we are all heroes here on Earth. We have embarked on a most challenging adventure here. We're challenged on every level, physically, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. So just for you to be here is quite amazing. For us to keep looking for better ways, for solutions, that is amazing. It's actually miraculous all that we have survived. So allow that in, that no matter what your life looks like or what you think about yourself, you are a hero. And let's just breathe that in. And now, if you would, think of a time when you have been really, really loved, when you felt really good about yourself. Maybe it was a time when you had someone very loving, could have been a pet, or a parent, or a sibling, or a friend, or a situation made you feel like you deserved some more love than usual. So let's remember a time like that, and then see how that feels in your body. Just imagine yourself being there in that space of a more expanded love, and how that feels in your body. Maybe your heart, and maybe your chest feels warm. But whatever it is, let it expand. Let that feeling grow. Let it get bigger. And we're gonna use the object, whatever object you have. I have the little beautiful Cogno ball. And we're doing the infinity now. So it's like some big sunglasses around your head, a big figure 8 around your head, and you can change hands as you're doing it on the other side. And we're just following with our eyes. So make sure you make the circles, the pattern big enough so your eyes really have to stretch. And you can accomplish that by moving the ball a little bit further back or a little bit further out. So let's start, and let's focus on expanding that feeling that you could remember where you felt really, really loved. Oh, I forgot to mention, if you have glasses, you can take them off. It might be better. I'm keeping mine on just because I'm facilitating, so I can see the computer screen. And just move quite slowly and notice where that feeling increases, that feeling of love, that you actually deserve love, more love, not less. Especially when you're hurting, when something in you is hurting. Like a child, upset child, what would you do with an upset child? You would grab them and put them on your lap, and you would comfort them and just hold them and just listen to their pain. So whatever comes up, allow it to give more love, to be more loved, not less. And breathe. And again, that feeling, remember the feeling of love, greater love, a time when you felt loved. And let it expand, let it get bigger, all throughout your body. Let it expand into every cell of your being. And if there are any voices that say, no, it's not true, I don't deserve love, just let's invite them too. Let's bring them right into this field of love and practice a little bit what it would be like to not have any judgments about anything. Just imagine how it would be if we were all free of self-judgment and judgment of others. If we could allow things to be as they are without criticizing. Just imagine that for a little moment with me. Wouldn't that be amazing? And breathe that in. And do you think that could change our world and how we experience it instantly? And just breathe. No judgment. Just love. Loving whatever arises, no matter what it feels like, no matter what the flavor is. How amazing would that be? And let yourself smile. I actually can't stop giggling right now because I can really feel it in my cells. It's a beautiful feeling, very joyful. And my passion here in the world is to set the prisoners free. Breathe. Being free. Free to love. Imagine. Free to expand out of your little confines of the mind, of the programs of the mind, into a much greater experience, expanded experience of what it would be like to truly love life, to truly love yourself, to be in love with yourself, no matter how you perceive yourself, just because you are a miracle. Now let's bring the ball in front of our heart and just say that to ourselves. Let's take a deep breath in. I am a miracle. And put a smile on your face. I am a miracle. Put a smile on your face. I am a miracle. And you are. And I am. It is the truth. I promise I won't lie to you. All right, let's take a few minutes, a few seconds of rest and just being with whatever is here. And remember, whatever it is, it too deserves more love, not less. Unconditional. It deserves more love. Any pain, any criticism, any feeling of conflict, a problem, anything in you, what you consider a negative quality, it needs more love, not less. So after a moment more of relaxation, and allow yourself again to smile and to breathe. Just letting go of everything, the good and the bad and the indifferent, everything, just with me for a moment. Go into an emptiness, a beautiful, relaxed, released space. Free. Great. Wonderful. And now we're going to do a little story with ourselves. So we're going to, if you can do across a body like this, that would be fine. If not, just do it on one side. Or if that doesn't work at all, you can do it like this as well. So we're gonna pinch and wiggle and massage our ears from the very top where they're attached. Slowly, very slowly, all the way down until we get to the earlobes while we tell the story. All right. And then just tell the story with me in your mind. Okay. I was a little angel and I came to this earth to explore all these different experiences. And it's been hard and it's been heartbreaking. And I've been sad and I've cried and I've been hurt and I tried to protect myself from the hurt. It's been very challenging in so many ways. But I'm still here. I'm still here. I am still looking for ways to free myself. And I'm finding them right now. I am doing something very, very constructive with myself and my friends here online. And breathe. And I am a miracle. All right. And let's pull the ears forward and take a deep breath in. And release on the exhale. And again. Wonderful. All right, and now we're going to do the story in reverse, starting at the earlobes. I am finding ways to release this pain, any pain. I am a miracle. Just slowly go up the ears as you say these words with me. I've experienced a lot of pain on many different levels. And it's been really difficult and challenging. And I didn't really know what I was going to get myself into. When I came down from somewhere to this earth, from a much more loving space, as a little angel. And I am a courageous being to take this journey. All right, now we're going to pull the ears forward again with a deep inhale. Okay. And let's relax for a moment. Completely relax your body as best as you can. There is no right or wrong here. You just do everything as best as you can. And just let's blink our eyes a few moments. Open and shut. Open and shut. While you breathe in deeply. All right, great. And let's do a little tapping around the eyes here. Just Coral calls it eye yoga. Just did a nice little workout for our eyes, which are connected to our brain. So we gave our nervous system a good workout. And then let's tap on top of the head. Breathing. And here under the collarbone, there are a lot of wonderful acupressure points, meridians, and a good lymphatic drainage point, the one that's sore. You can massage that a little bit right here. And then let's do a little self-loving gesture, a movement from your shoulders to your elbows, very gentle and tender. And say with me out loud, as we're moving the eyes around in a circle, we're multitasking. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Just look around the room or wherever you are. Just look around, curious what you see in this world. What you see. Just here and present. Just looking, curious. No judgment, no evaluation. Just neutral from your center, from the center of your heart, which is your true being right here. And let's put our hands on our hearts and take a deep breath in. And you can close your eyes or open them. Thank you, I love you. Say those words out loud. Thank you, I love you. And now, if you can see yourself somehow, either on your phone or on the Zoom screen or wherever you're looking, or perhaps you have a mirror in your handbag or wherever you are, just take a look at yourself and just say, thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. And with that, we conclude our session on self-love. I wish that it was helpful for you and that it brought you a little bit closer to what is true, that you deserve more love, not less, in any circumstance. And hopefully we see each other again sometime soon. You can always reach me through the Cognomovement website. My name is Angelica Schaefer, and it's been a delight to be with you. Much love.
All right. That was a wonderful session. Do you guys have any comments on that before we get started with the rest of our stuff for the day?
I only have one comment. Yay, Angelica. That would be that's my only, what else can we say? What else can we say?
I was just thinking that this issue of self-love is so big and so hard for some people. I remember back in the day when Louise Hay would have people stand in front of the mirror and say, I love you to the mirror. And it was this whole process. And I just wanted to punch her in the mouth because I just really hated that. It was awful. My system just kicked back at me. So Angelica pulling that into a Cognomovement session allows the nervous system to feel how it feels about it, want to punch somebody in the mouth over the idea, but also finds that place that is keeping you from having, just absolute love and adoration for yourself. So, yeah, brava, Angelica, for sure. And I would say to anybody watching this, Do that session again if this is an issue for you. And if you already have great self-love, do it and feel more and more and more. Make it bigger, make it greater, make it better. It doesn't have to be a problem to use Cognomovement. It can be one of those things that you use simply to make the feeling and the idea grander. So Angelica is not with us. She's traveling, but again, thanks, Angelica.
There's I can't remember there's just so many episodes. I can't remember which one. Oh, it's a simple method of accessing 5D, I think.
I think so.
There is for all of you out there, another wonderful free education, you know, on Gaia, and you can see that there's a position that you will feel this enhanced. So another wonderful piece of Cognomovement for you. Anyway.
And there's a class that goes with that one. It's cognomovement.com/Gaia Love to access it directly. And if you happen to watch that, you can share that with people as well, friends and family. So we hope that you watch the episode on Gaia and then the class together because they're very useful together. But you can go directly to cognomovement.com/Gaia, GAIA Love, and access that class.
I'll get you a free link there too.
If I allowed it, Bill and Liz would give you everything possible that we have available. But we are running out of time, and I don't want to. I want to get to some of your questions and final thoughts and all of that stuff. So, without further ado, I'm going to share one of our another awesome practitioner, Tia Woods. She is in Australia. And I am going to share her video with you, and then we are going to get going on some more questions before we end the day. So I'm going to share my screen once again and find her video.
Bowie is our daughter who is 12 years old, and I'm here to share a very exciting story and breakthrough with communication. Thank you, Cognomovement, and thank you, Colby Kaiser, who is a speech pathologist. Colby helped me with the session. She actually helped me with many sessions that led up to Bowie being able to use her speech app on an iPad. Bowie is diagnosed with Angelman syndrome, which is a rare syndrome caused by a gene deletion in a chromosome. So it can be many types of gene defects, deletions, or what they call mosaics, depending on what's happened within the chromosome. But it leads to a child with dyspraxia, being nonverbal. Bowie didn't walk till she was 7 and still walks needing aid with someone now at nearly 13 years of age. So that gives you a picture of how she is. Every single child is different, of course, and it really depends on the journey and the environment and, so many contributing factors. I'm really looking, being the sort of person I am, looking for different ways to help with neurology, knowing that healing the mother is healing the child too. And if I was going to be able to stick around for my child for decades to come and to be there as a carer for her, I would need to sort myself out and clear quite a bit of my own PTSD and trauma, which has happened, which are 10 other stories all on their own. This one in particular I really want to share because it's so special, and it's also going to help a lot of parents out there, and it's something that is available to everybody. So I did 2 sessions initially with Colby around speech pathology and using this app and the iPad for Bowie. And, it was great. We cleared lots of stuff. And after a few weeks, Colby was asking me how it's going. I'm like, oh, good. Yes, good. And a few weeks would pass. and Bowie was starting a new school more tailored to her needs when I messaged Colby with a confession. Yeah, I hadn't been using the app, I hadn't been using the iPad. I was forgetting about it, to be honest. I said, I'm actually forgetting it exists. I said once or twice, when Colby would touch base with me, I'd get it out, and then Bowie would walk away, or I'd get frustrated. I didn't understand it. I hated it. It was dumb. It was all those immature issues and frustrations that I had. And I said, we need to revisit this. I'm at fault here. I need to do something. And that's one of the things I love about Cognomovement. There is no fault. It's just trauma. It's limiting beliefs. It's decisions you made when you were a little kid. It is just the way you feel about something is stored in your body, and that's what drives you. So there was the feeling of frustration and abject hatred towards this iPad. So we did the session, and Colby had me hold on to the iPad for most of the session and look at how I felt about it, which, I wanted to throw it out the window, generally the car window, then run it over, because this thing, I hated it. It was causing me so much stress and overwhelm in my life. What it came down to was the fact that I felt like I was less of a parent for having to use this, that I had somehow failed because I needed my child to use this communication app, and that she couldn't speak, and it was my fault, so therefore I should suffer. Yes, I'm very British, from New Zealand originally, so, you must suffer in the name of adversity and go without, just drink tea and carry on. And basically that's what I was doing. And my brain was trying to keep me safe, and it was saying, well, if you're feeling guilty, then you're safe. You know where you're at. And so we're going to keep you feeling guilty, and we're going to keep you from using the iPad. So nothing like, a bit of self-flagellation and beating myself up to not use something. It really didn't make much sense, I can tell you, but the feelings that broke down within me were just so freeing. It lasts about 10 seconds where you're kind of getting into the nitty-gritty of what's really going on and the story your brain had made up. And there were some great stories my brain had made up as to why I should suffer and why I should not be friends with this app. And of course, a lot of it was to do with the fact that I had a lot of grief stored around my child being nonverbal. I'd built up idealistic dreams that all parents to be do when I had children, all the things we're going to do. But I really was looking forward to those toddler talks, to those ridiculous conversations, to those made up words, to imagination and imaginary friends. And I was grieving the loss of those. So Colby helped me work through those, which, once again, took about 30 seconds. And, she helped me with this amazing magical ball here. She helped me with the iPad and the app. By the end of it, I was like, what was that? Cognomovement has that effect. And it was my new best friend. I was like, this is our best friend. This is our buddy. It's going with us everywhere, and it does to this day. Look, that was 6 months ago. We use it so much, and we were blown away by how Bowie took to this speech app. The communication was incredible. And at first you sort of go, was she just mashing buttons, making it up? But no. The first day at her new school, we got in the car and I opened it up for her, which surprised me that I opened up this iPad and this app, and I said to her with the app, how was school? And this was the thing, I was using it to communicate too, and I found it easy. It just worked. Whereas before, like I said, I wanted to run it over with the car. Now I just wanted to never let it go. And she pushed Bowie love, happy. And how brilliant is that when your child tells you how much she loves school and that she's happy? And one of the things I wanted to share was recently how she was able to express how she felt just in the last week. And that is another aspect of having a special needs child. You want them to be safe and to also express their emotions and what's going on. And that doesn't always happen. And you tend to worry more because you're thinking for two people as well. You know, once I'm dressed, I have to get her dressed. When I'm walking, she walks with me because she needs someone to hold on to me. When she eats, I've got to, you know, stand there and make sure she's okay and that she can chew and she can swallow. That's the degree that we're, you know, there's incontinence. But at the same time, she's a shining light of pure intelligence beyond what we ever imagined. And yesterday we had the sad news about a doggie that is 13 years old. I'm looking over there because she's right there. Bowie was at the vet with me and the doggie, and you know, we got the news that she'd need to traverse over the Rainbow Bridge. Now, I'd be working with this personally myself with Cognomovement, also with Colby. So I was sad and shedding tears knowing that this is still the best thing for her. When we got home, Bowie took her iPad into her dad and sat down and pushed Mummy's sad. Stella, that's the dog's name, sad. Bowie is sad. We are all sad. And she kept doing that. This went on for about half an hour, backwards and forth, a conversation about us all being sad. Now, that may seem a bit weird for me to be happy that she has told us that she's sad and I'm sad and that the doggie's sad because she's sick. But it is absolutely brilliant. It is a huge breakthrough. She has never been able to tell us how she felt, express her emotions, what's going on, and be able to regulate her nervous system as well. So it is a relief to know that she can express this. And because of Cognomovement, you know, in dealing with grief and taking through the grief of the doggie, I'm able to explain the process to her now too. And so, you know, it's just wonderful to be able to explain those big milestones, sad milestones, happy milestones in life to your child. And that's the biggest gift. So thank you, Cognomovement. Thank you, everybody, and have a beautiful, beautiful Cognomovement Day.
Well, that might just bring a tear to your eye.
Oh my gosh. I think Tia, I don't know if she's still here. She might be. There she is. You want to bring Tia on, Leah, for a second?
Yes, but please keep it
Briefly.
short.
Leah is a time, you know, gangster.
Yes, I'll be quick. I don't know if that's possible.
Wow, Tia. Oh my gosh, congratulations. This
Thanks.
is amazing. I mean, for Bowie to be able to share what's going on in her mind has to be such a massive relief for you and your husband, and for Bowie. This is a miracle. And as you were talking, I was just thinking how incredible this is. Do you realize you are in Australia, Colby is in Philadelphia, like you couldn't be farther apart on the planet. And yet you guys have come together through Cognomovement to help Bowie make these changes. And the ability to communicate what you want and what you need on this planet is massive. So just wow.
I know. I was listening to it and I was like, oh gosh, that's a tearjerker. And I didn't mean it to be, because generally, you know, I like to be quite funny. You know, that's a good trauma response. But it was just such an amazing, mind-blowing situation. I got that text from my husband yesterday morning. It's like, I forgot to tell you, she came in with her iPad and sat down with me. And I said, oh, was it a dream? Did you dream that? And he said, no, She actually came and sat down to me and explained it all to me. Oh, and I just wanted to put that in there because it's a process, you know, working with Colby. I did the course with Colby, which was life-changing. And then we've been working together and taking steps and clearing my stuff around how I feel about Bowie, just doing things that are out of, you know, the box. She thinks differently. And that's been my ongoing fight until I found Cognomovement. I couldn't get anyone to listen to me. I couldn't get anyone to understand that she learns different. She thinks different. So I'm forever grateful. And I'm dedicating, you know, this high school years to making sure she can make her way in the world. Because that's what our parents want. You know, your parents, you know that your child may not be special needs, but you want to make sure that when you're gone, they are going to be okay in this world. And also they don't want them to have your baggage.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you have got two great stories. Leah's going to kill me. You've got great stories about dumping your baggage and how it impacted her with her seizures and also with the other.
Well, let's tell one. Are you willing to tell the seizure story?
Oh, yes, because I've done it 2 or 3 different types of seizures, and I think I'll share the one with Vaughn.
The bathroom story, that one is unbelievable.
Oh, gosh, I have to gather my thoughts for that. Okay. There's a lot of trauma in that one, and of course it is quite dramatic too. So Bowie was having a lot of seizures, and really they were getting to be grand mal seizures and quite bad. So in a nutshell, I worked with Coral Buchanan on this and then on my own, and it was all about a feeling of fear and no control. And basically, as a child, you know, we were self-sufficient. So we would be taken to the farm to help prepare the meat, for want of a better word. And so what had happened was I was probably anywhere between 5 and 7 years old. And of course, I was talking to all the lambs, having a great conversation, and we were playing. And then I went inside, and these lambs were being prepared for Sunday lunch. So I just didn't understand. So I helped, and it was my job. You know, my mum sort of gave me what she thought would be a very small job and less traumatic. I'm not sure all of this was traumatic. And so it was my job to carry the insides of the lambs and put them in a bucket. When I was going through my Cognomovement with my sessions around Bowie, this all came up. And it was that loss of control, that not understanding. It was also the trust. Unfortunately, my mother had said to me, you know, I said, I don't understand why we kill the lambs. They were my friends. Why don't we do that to the cat and eat it? The cat was my best friend as well. She's like, oh no, we don't do that. They're our pets. And you know, it's very confusing to a small child. So I was like, oh, she's like, they trust us. So as a small child, when you don't have a lot of experiences, and unfortunately some of them early on are like that, they really anchor into your subconscious, and you know, the stories I kept making up around it too. So there was a lot of feeling of Bowie trusting me and me trusting the process that I had to move through with her as well. There was we were having a lot of poop smearing as well as the seizures. So they were actually happening together. And, you know, physiology-wise, I knew what was going on. But energetically, I couldn't understand why there was poop, seizures, smearing. You know, it's any special needs parent, you know, you probably know what I'm talking about. And she was like 9 or 10 at the time. And what it came down to is all of a sudden I was standing literally in PTSD, standing there in that moment with all those lambs and those sheep, sorry, and I could feel the loss of control, the loss of trust, the overfiring, the over regulation of my nervous system. It was such a bizarre feeling, and I had to really work through this one. And then I could see that also I decided it was my job to carry the poop, literally carry the SHIT in life. And at one stage I'd even become a colonic hydrotherapist. How's that? Looking after everyone's crap. There you go. I couldn't think of a better word. And you know what happened? Those seizures, those type of seizures never came back. And all it was Bowie was feeding off my stress. She was feeding off my trauma and my stress. Our nervous systems, hers and mine, are so intricately entwined, like a husband and wife, like a mother and child. You know, you have your own language, but you have this unseen language that you don't need to speak. And she was feeding off my stress and my trauma, and that was overwhelming her, and her nervous system was unable to cope, so her brain was trying to cope for her. And we haven't had a poop smear for ever. You know, if we have, it's been more like, hey, I've gone, not you know, abandoned building type feces smearing. The seizures were, you know, those grand mal ones, when we had 2 other different types to deal with, and I got on top of those as well with Cognomovement. So yeah, you know, I don't think there's nothing that cannot be solved. And it may take a bit of work. It may take 2 or 3 sessions. It may take a bit of going through the stuff, but at the other end, you never have to ever again. So
incredible, Tia, you're the quality of life. You know, there's a quality of life. Boop, 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 boop.
I swear, if you want it to be, I couldn't live where I was, and I wouldn't have lived where I was. You know, there was only a matter of time. Now I do have an incredible life. I still live in the same house, the same husband, the same child. But man, do we like each other now.
Wow.
Still they like me. You know, it's just, you don't wake up thinking about what was back there. You wake up going, here I am today. What awesome thing's going to happen.
And you know, the thing is to be able to have real solutions for Bowie, and to know that it's going to get better and better. In fact, Colby's coming to the United States for our March practitioner training live. She's bringing Bowie. Colby's going to show up, and we're going to work with
Tia.
Well, who did I say? Tia?
Tia is coming to the United States.
Tia is coming to the United States. Colby is also coming. And will we be working with Bowie together to see what other kind of changes we can make for her? That's the nature of this work. We are continually asking the question, what else is possible? And I would imagine, Tia, for a parent like you with a child like Bowie, to know there are possibilities has to be huge.
It is, because all you have to do is ask. I was saying this to Colby, you know, Colby's been helping me with Bowie, and, you know, also I mentioned the passing of the dog. She helped me with that as well. And I said to her, you know, and she helped me with a session, with Bowie hurting my animals to get my attention.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, Bowie hasn't done that since. And it was just, you know, like a toddler would grab a cat's tail, you know, and my cat's 17, so it was getting a bit traumatic. And at least 1 time out of 10, I was like losing it. And once again, I was just back in the past as a little kid. So Colby helped me with that. And I said to her, you know what, Colby, it's when we ask. I just asked for this help. And I found Cognomovement on Gaia and Bill and Liz, and I just knew that this is what I needed, that Bowie had led me here, and this is what we needed. You know, you just go searching and you'll find it.
Wow. Well, I know we need to get this wrapped up, but thank you so much for being here, Tia. Also, I want everybody to know around the world who's watching, Tia is also an incredible Cognomovement practitioner. We haven't even gotten into the ways that she has helped and served people as well, but she's incredible. She works with people. Do you work via Zoom or just in person?
In person, I can generally I will go to visit the person because there's some people I work with brain injuries and carers and a lot of grief, so I will go to them if they're unable to come to me, because I also live a bit remotely as well.
Awesome. All right, you guys, so look up Tia on the Cognomovement practitioner page and you will find her there. Thank you so much. And so I know we are wrapping it up for the day, right, Leah? Leah? Did we lose Leah?
Oh, sorry. We had a lot of questions that didn't get answered, so I'll ask a couple of them. And then, like I said, if you didn't get your questions answered, please join us in the members community on Facebook. You get access to that private community if you get the Essentials course. So get the Essentials course, not just for that, but because the Essentials course makes such a big difference in your life, and you can start today making these changes. If you got any kind of results, remember that today all of these sessions were mini sessions. If you got any type of change in these sessions, then you know that Cognomovement works. And imagine if you had the whole thing at your fingertips for any kind of issue you wanted to resolve. So get the Essentials course if you don't have it already. Ask your questions in the members community, and we'll just get a couple more answered before we do our closing statements. They're very short, so if you want to stick around for that, that would be great. You don't want to miss it. So one question was, can we use the ball to identify our purpose and our gifts? I'm seeking deeply to discover and unleash myself and the power within. I still feel blinded to my role on this planet. Can I use the ball? What do I think about? What do I say? So we kind of already answered this a little bit, but do you guys have any short, quick, very fast statements about this question?
Go ahead, Bill.
Well, I think we covered this one already. What is it that comes natural? What gives you energy? Start working it. And how can you serve another? So those would be those, and it could be just right in front of your eyes, as Liz Larson says.
I would say too, just do your daily sessions. Do 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes a day. And every day you will get closer to knowing exactly what that is. Most of the time we are hiding from ourselves what our true purpose is, because our nervous system is focused on a lot of the other crap in life. And what I found for most people is it absolutely just emerges. It becomes the most natural thing on the planet to know exactly what you're here to do when you just work on clearing out each of those things just a little bit every day.
One other thing about that is what I like to do, which is kind of a little tip for those who have essentials, is when you're doing the ball and you have a very specific thing, a specific goal that you want to reach, a specific purpose, think about it and feel where the resistance is in your body, and then do your session on that and focus on that resistance. That is going to be probably your fastest way to get there. We kind of answered this next question. How do you focus on the ball and focus on the issue and your feelings at the same time? I'm so busy keeping my head straight, stretching my eyes, and focusing on the ball that there's no room for the issue and feelings about the issue. So we kind of already answered this. In the Essentials course, you are going to be guided through that. So eventually you'll be able to do sessions on your own, but while you're watching the Essentials course, it'll take you through the session. And as Bill said, the most important thing is 1% on the ball and the colors and 99% on the actual issue. Stretch your eyes and focus on the actual issue. And as Liz said, you can't really do it wrong. If you're, the only thing is just keep your head straight and move your eyes, and you will get results, and it will get easier to do sessions. But one big question is, how do we protect ourselves from others' energy?
This is a really good one. And this is something I'm really, really passionate about, especially for those who feel like they're empathic. So this is a much bigger topic, but really I think those of us who are empathic, meaning that we have the type of nervous systems that seem to pick up on other nervous systems, problems, illnesses, worries, concerns, right? So it's structural. It's sort of how we're built. We all have it. Every human does, but some of us are just have more of it. Like some of us are great at playing the piano or speaking languages. Some of us are great at picking up on other people's energy. So in modern personal growth development and spirituality, we're taught to cocoon or to protect and in my opinion, this is exactly the wrong thing, because what we do is then we end up cocooning ourselves. We end up shutting ourselves off from what is a natural and beautiful gift. So one of the things that we build into the Cognomovement practitioner system is about getting to neutrality, knowing when your nervous system is at neutral or better. You do not tend to take on other people's energy. The reason we take it on is we're a match to it. We have to have it in our system to be able to recognize it and feel it. We're just slamming into another person's nervous system and magnifying and feeling what they are because we have a match. The more of those things that we delete, the less we are a match. The more often we move about the planet in a state of neutrality or better, the more that we are flowing outward, filling our own field of potential, the field around our body, the extension of our nervous system, with loving or flowing or beautiful energy, sending out blessings in the world. It creates this beautiful outward flow that does not mean pulling someone's back in. It also doesn't allow for someone else's energy to attach and pull from us because it's at a high vibrational level. So when you find yourself falling into taking on someone else's energy, Cognomovement practitioners and people who are using Cognomovement a lot know, whoa, that's me. Take your butt into the bathroom, walk outside for a minute and work your patterns so that you can get your system to neutral. And then you will find you don't have that system, that problem of taking on someone else's energy. It takes practice and it takes knowing how to feel neutrality in your body. It takes knowing how to then kind of push that out into the energy around you. And most of all, it takes diligence to notice and know what is happening in my system now and to choose. If you are being taken over by other people's energy, you're not having a choice in that. And that's what you need to be knowing how to do, choosing who takes your energy, who you give your energy to, and what your own body does with your own energy. So that's my sermon on that.
I think we have time for one more question, and then we're going to do our closing statements. And I have my last little message to everybody here. Thank you so much again for being here and doing the work and making the world better for being here. So I think this is an important question. Is it normal to experience a little bit of progress both in energy level, mood, and in relationships, then having them all reverting back to how it was before you worked on it?
Go ahead, Bill.
So here's the thing about it is you may find that it's another layer. So you were like, oh, when you examine it, you might feel like, oh, I backslid. But really, it was just another a next layer in the process. So that's the first thing. So you just examine that, and you continue on, and whatever that is. Like, let's say you got a problem with your spouse. I know that sounds nuts, but let's say there could be people with problems with spouses, and you're like, I hate the way that they eat their food. And, I'm so disgusted, and like, oh, they annoy me. And you clear that. And then, it's the dishwasher. It's like, you know what? They're not respecting me. I've told them to load the dishwasher and, whatever. Anyway, in different layer, right? And you'll notice when you go through your training, you start to learn, especially in the practitioner training, where is it? Oh, I used to feel it around here, but this is a little different feeling. And that's kind of that next layer. Anyway, lastly is, let's say that your issue was really related to a trauma, physical or mental trauma, in your, like a concussion type thing. These type of things, when we build mental acuity, right, there's a stage where you have to build, and you're getting better and better. And then, like, if you just quit and you're like, maybe I only did it for a week or something, and yeah, things are better. And then I quit. Things that fire together, wire together. But if it's not exercised, the neurons disconnect. So really, it's a little bit complex question. What are we dealing with here? But those are kind of the two basics. Point is, the more you do it, the more you wire together, the firmer that connection gets. Like any feeling that you can repetitively have, good or bad.
I would say on this one too, if you're doing it on your own and it keeps coming back, there's a good likelihood you didn't go far enough and get the roots out. It's kind of like, cutting the top off of a root in your yard, but that keeps off of a weed in your yard, but it keeps coming back. So that's what we find. So if you keep doing it and you're not having it clear very, very quickly and permanently, you may want to reach out to a practitioner to help you with this one. Especially if it's a really big issue in your life. It's like I shared about my own story. I'm the co-creator of this work. You'd think I'd be able to do it, and most of the time I can. But on a few subjects that were really significant in my life, I couldn't see myself, and I needed a little bit of help. Turns out it was really a small amount of help, but it changed everything. It got to the root, and then the problem was gone. So that would be my advice on that.
A really great word that Bill and Liz use for our practitioners is neurological detective. If you become a practitioner, you actually can see on other people what is going on in their neurology and where to go in your session. So it's really, really cool. And so I think we got to get going. Everybody's had a really long day here. If you are feeling very sleepy, go to bed early. Today would be a great day to eat things that are a little bit salty, a little bit greasy. You burned a lot of calories doing a lot of these sessions. And so indulge a little bit today and get a lot of sleep and drink a lot of water and put some Himalayan sea salt under your tongue. Today was such an incredible day. I want to thank everybody again, all of our wonderful practitioners, for coming on and sharing their stories and sharing their sessions. And thank you, Bill and Liz, for doing your sessions and being available to answer everybody's questions for an entire day on a sunny Saturday in the middle of winter. Thank you, everybody that came here for spending World Cogno Day with us. From inspiring stories to life-changing sessions, we've explored the immense power of Cognomovement together. So before we wrap up, remember, today is just the beginning for you. Whether it's joining the practitioner training program, attending Cogno Conscious, or starting with the Essentials course, or coming to our newest relationship series, the next step is yours to take. So thank you again for being part of this transformative day. We can't wait to see you at our upcoming events and trainings. And if you want to come to the March training in person, practitioner training, you must join the practitioner program this month to be eligible to join that. So please apply. And if you have any questions, let me know. You can email me at info@cognomovement.com. And thank you again for being here.
I just want to say thank you to our incredible, incredible practitioners, everyone who presented and shared stories, and all of there's so many here that didn't get a chance to. You guys are the heart and soul of this work that we do. Bill and I are so appreciative for you, and you inspire us and lift us up every day. And your stories that you share with us make this whole thing worth doing. So thank you so much. And also thank you, Leah, for putting this whole thing together, for being the captain of the ship here. This was an amazing day. This was the best day ever, right, Bill?
Best day ever. Leah, you did it, man. It all of it. Wonderful. I mean, from bottle to throttle. Wonderful.
This is the best World Cogno Movement Day I think we've had. And stay tuned for our next live things, and we'll see you all next time.
See y'all soon. Thanks again for being here, everyone. So much love to you.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.